God Level Store Manager System Chapter 101. Within half a minute, Lan Yi was pierced in the chest by a gunman and fell onto the ring. The angle of view is automatically transferred back to me. Is this the so-called spearman? This is too afraid, right? Lan Yi was stunned when he recalled the battle just now. She never thought that the pikeman could be so powerful. That endless, wave-like offensive can drown all enemies. What's more terrifying is that Lan Yi can feel that his opponent, that is, the spearman, his attributes should be only about half of his own. But under the blessing of terrifying martial skills, he can completely suppress himself. What a horror this is! Lan Yi couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and once again seriously looked at the crystal ball in front of him. Is this really just a simple alchemy product? The background of this store manager Luo Sheng is really scary. Lan Yi shook his head, threw away some of the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then began to study this crystal ball called the Battle Strength Promotion Arena. Improve fighting skills and battle awareness. Sure enough, the name is not in vain. Lan Yi can be sure that if he can defeat that spearman, his martial skill can definitely rise a big step. Even skipping grades to battle, it is not impossible. Let's fight then. Lan Yi's fighting spirit was ignited, and once again he chose the spearman, and in the ring, he fought seriously. Luo Sheng lying on the counter saw this scene and silently shook the head. Another guy who is obsessed with the arena and unable to extricate himself appears. The last Xlang just left not long. Big brother, can you come over here? There was another shout from the grocery store next door. Luo Sheng had no choice but to leave the counter. Slow down, Swallow walked over. What's the matter? Luo Sheng is very fond of this little girl who gives him barbecue every time she comes over. Big brother, this shield, Zaya has one less magic core. Lan Zaya stretched out his hand and handed out 3 professional rank magic cores. Sure enough, Luo Sheng knew that as soon as Lan Zaya came in, he would definitely take down the Black Tortoise Heavy Shield. This shield is a rare divine artifact for a small number of squad. The passive skill that attacks cannot pass the Black Tortoise Heavy Shield alone can be worth the 4,000 spirit crystals. Even more how this is a rare level shield. At least when facing the demonic beast of professional rank, Black Tortoise Heavy Shield may not even appear scratches. The most important thing is that this Black Tortoise Heavy Shield, like the dragon-marked giant axe, can be used with only the brave rank required, and there is no rank restriction. One less, this is 1,000 spirit crystals. Luo Sheng scratched the back of his head. Not to mention whether he has any thoughts on discounts. Even if he did, the system, a dead money maker, would probably not agree. Luo Sheng looked up at the others again. Lan Kinga holds the wind-chasing bow in his hand, Yuji holds the snake dagger in his hand, and Fexu holds the Gengjin thorn sword in his hand. They are all weapons that match the ranks they want to become, plus their armor, combined with a lot of medicine pill in Xioya's hand. No wonder Lan Zio would tell him that he still lacks a magic core. I'm afraid, it's not necessarily that they really don't have spirit crystal anymore, but Lan Zio, a simple girl who was fooled by one of them. I just want Luo Sheng to give a discount or something. Chapter 101, One Less Magic Core. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 102. However, it is impossible to make the system lose money. It's compelled by circumstances. Let Luo Sheng lose a little on his own. Luo Sheng won't mind too much. The premise is that Luo Sheng himself is willing to suffer this loss. Spirit crystal is definitely indispensable. This is a matter of principle. Luo Sheng said seriously. Then I can't get the shield this time? I have to wait for the next time. Lan Zia pouted, looking at the Black Tortoise Heavy Shield with some dismay. Spirit crystal is indeed indispensable, but I can call the shots and give you something extra. Luo Sheng looked at the shelf and finally took down a skill stone. Skill crystal. Everyone in the grocery store is stared wide-eyed, looking at the skill stone in Luo Sheng's hand in astonishment. Is there a problem with this store manager? In order not to discount, and to earn 1,000 more spirit crystals, it is necessary to send out such a precious skill crystal. It should be said that the store manager has a problem with the brain. or the strength of the store. It is too strong. He didn't even care about the skill crystals. Give it if you say it. However, whether Luo Sheng cares about this skill crystal, for Lan Kinga, there is absolutely no way to ignore this skill crystal. You know, they basically all need to start preparing for the 40th level and the promotion to the professional rank. Among them, trial crystals and skill crystals are absolutely the top priority. A skill crystalline body that fits your rank can definitely double your strength. Store manager, do you still have skill crystals for sale in your store? Fexu hurriedly asked. This is an extremely important thing for them. Yes, there are, but not many. Luo Sheng nodded, and then took down the remaining 2 skill stones. This is a task done a long time ago, and the small item that system rewarded him has not been sold yet. Probably because Luo Sheng placed the skill stone too far, so it was not discovered. Wow, store manager, you just put the skill crystals on the shelf so carefully. Are you not afraid of accidents? You asked, extremely surprised. Unlike the medicine pill, weapons, and armor previously sold in the store, the skill crystal is a precious item that everyone knows. Generally they are sold in large shops or chamber of commerce. Powerful skill crystals are basically sent to auction for auction. Like the previous Xlang's Brave Rank skill, Burst, or Kusu's Brave Rank skill, Heavy Slash, it is actually not a particularly good skill. It can only be regarded as a general skill. But with such a skill, the 2 of them can be turned into the leader of the 3 major mercenary groups in Cloud Mist City, and the other can become the most hot enough to scald one's hands alone in Cloud Mist City. The skill crystals that appeared in the Luo Sheng shop are even more incredible. Fexu, they don't think that Luo Sheng will sell some junk skill crystals as shoddy, masquerade as having an ability. What's so scary about this? Whoever dares to make trouble, let them come. Luo Sheng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, the store manager is really satisfied. Can you show me the crystals of these skills? Fexu didn't bother with this question. What will happen? That is also Luo Sheng's problem. Even more how? Looking at how he hangs up professional rank demonic beast and flame demon wolf in Cloud Mist Forest last time, it is estimated that no one in Cloud Mist City can make trouble in his store. Chapter 102, Discounts are not allowed. Gifts are okay. God-level store manager system. Chapter 103. Yes, you can pick one in a while, as a gift this time, and it won't be available in the future. Luo Sheng emphasized his voice in the last sentence, lest they worry about the gifts again and again. If it weren't for Luo Sheng, who likes Lan Xia, this little girl, he wouldn't make this kind of loss-making business. Is it really possible? Thank you, big brother, but we are still missing a magic core. Lan Xia was happy for a while, and dropped his head again. Xia, isn't there some spirit crystals in Sister Xio? If she knew that she could use 1000 spirit crystals to buy a skill crystal, she would definitely agree. Lan Kinky said calmly. Yes. Lan Xia clapped his hands and ran to the next door happily. Luo Sheng glanced at Lan Xia's back, then stretched out his hand. 3 skill crystals, Frost Grip, Piercing Spear, Iron Body. The corresponding 3 ranks should be Ice Element Magician, Assassin, Reinstall Knight. However, the limitations of these 3 skill stones are only Brave rank. Probably from the system's point of view, this skill is not enough to be considered a professional rank skill. It is not too slow to circulate the 3 skill crystals in a circle, and with the characteristics of the skill crystals, you can know what kind of skills are contained in it as long as you hold it in your hand. Store manager, this is really just the skills crystals Brave rank do. These effects, absolutely impossible, appears in the skill crystal Brave ranks it. No matter which piece it is, I don't want to give up. The sound of astonishment came from the shop again. The use of skill crystals is restricted to the lower limit, not the upper limit. In other words, professional rank can also use the skill crystal of Brave rank, but Brave rank cannot use the skill crystal of professional rank. These 3 skill crystals, from the point of view of the skill description, are absolutely beyond the general professional rank offensive skills. When attacking, The special attribute that can appear with a small probability is enough to be worth the level of this skill. Freeze, bleed, magic resistance. No matter which one it is, it should not be an attribute of Brave Rank's skill crystal. Sure enough, it is worthy of Luo Sheng shop, and none of the products are not high-quality goods. Among us, it seems that only Xayah has no suitable Brave Rank skills. Fexia looked at the 3 crystals of skills and quickly calmed down the excitement in his heart. Well, she has not found the right skills, so she temporarily emptied the seal of the brave there. Lan Kinky nodded. The seal of trial is just a proof that can continue to be promoted, and a carrier of mosaic skills. But you don't have to get the mark of trial, you can inlay skill crystals on time. You know, true powerhouse, they will start planning their skills when they get the brave rank from Brave Rank. And let your own skills, you can closely linked with one another, to achieve mutual cooperation. So those powerhouses, before they find the right crystals of skills, they would rather leave the seal of trial there instead of inlaying skills casually. Then, choose this iron body skill crystal, even if it is a good foundation for Xayah. Fexia left one of the skill crystals and returned the remaining 2. Luo Sheng. Yuju also nodded agree. Although she also wants the crystal of the spear of piercing skill, looking at the description of this skill, it seems that she can find a similar skill to cooperate. Chapter 103, Powerful Skill Attributes. God-level store manager system. Chapter 104. Passive skills can match almost all other skills, and they are all good skills. For example, magician's magic power is strengthened, warrior's power is strengthened, or defense is strengthened, priest's healing is strengthened, and so on. They are all very good skills. When placed in Brave Rank, they are basically top-grade skills. It is perfect to match a series of skills after professional rank. Luo Sheng doesn't know whether he will be rewarded with skill stones with rank restrictions in the future, but for now, he hasn't. Then this one. Since Luo Sheng decided to give it away, he didn't hesitate to put the skill crystal directly next to the Black Tortoise Heavy Shield. The meaning is very simple, is to use this skill crystal as a gift for the Black Tortoise Heavy Shield. So far, Lan Xayah is definitely the only one who can enjoy this kind of benefits. And this unique situation, I am afraid it will continue for a long time. Luo Sheng is not a philanthropist after all. At this time, Lan Xayah also dragged a little Lali from the shop next door. Sister Xio seems to be playing some games over there, but after Xioki listened to me, she came with me. Lan Xayah explained. Luo Sheng glanced at Nalan Kinky when he heard this. I found that her complexion seemed okay, and her spirit did not seem to be stimulated. It seems that I should have been sleeping on the sofa. Luo Sheng, I heard that you buy things here to send skill crystals. Is it true? Nalan Kinky came over and ran to Luo Sheng unceremoniously and asked. Only this time. Luo Sheng replied solemnly. Once this kind of thing is enough. He doesn't want to have a second time. Really? Nalan Kinky stared suspiciously at Luo Sheng. It is true. Luo Sheng continued to answer solemnly, with a sincere tone. Then, let Xayah, her mark of bravery is still it's empty. Although Nalan Kinky hesitated, her thoughts were surprisingly consistent with others. Luo Sheng squinted his eyes, then laughed, and said, Okay, Xioki, do you have 1,000 spirit crystals? That shield is 1,000 short of it. A spirit crystal. Lan Xayah didn't care much about the skill crystal, she wanted the Black Tortoise Heavy Shield even more. I originally wanted to keep it for myself. I will see if there will be a new staff next time. I will give it to you now. Nalan Kinky pouted and took it out of his pocket. A magic core of professional rank. Luo Sheng carried his hands on his back, watching the conversation between the little girl and the little Lali, thinking in his heart, this is the real big customer. The survey shows that girls are the ones with the highest spending power. It seems that the results of this survey are still somewhat correct. Big brother, magic core is enough now. Lan Xayah smiled at Luo Sheng. Very good. Next time, don't be fooled easily. Luo Sheng taught. For such a simple little girl, Luo Sheng feels that he has an obligation not to let her go astray. The main reason is that he doesn't want to lose again. What? Lan Ziya tilted his head and couldn't understand what Luo Sheng meant. It's nothing. This is your gift. Luo Sheng didn't repeat it either. Anyway, this wasn't for Lan Ziya. Put the skill stone in Lan Ziya's hands, and returned to the next store with each minding their own business. Store manager Luo Sheng seems to have found it. Lan Kinky touched the back of his head. His face was not ashamed to be seen through the cautious machine. He said with a smile. Chapter 104, Let Ziya then. God level store manager system. Chapter 105. It's weird if you don't find it. How could Ziya think of saying this by himself? Yuju seemed to have thought about it a long time ago. I thought I would fail. Xioya spit out her little red tongue. Well, it's a good thing that store manager doesn't respond much, but he also warned us with words, just this once. Fexu waved his hand to tell them to stop talking. Then, with the selected equipment and medicine pill, I followed to the shop next door. Nalan Kinky took out a magic core in the past. Now when he came back, he saw Lan Yi still sitting in the deck, and immediately came over. Sister Xio, is this thing so fun? It's okay, but you are not recommended to play. Lan Yi was just taken off the ring by the gunman, and immediately rubbed his head and returned. Playing battle strength to improve the arena requires too much psychological quality. The psychological endurance is a little bit worse, and I have to be beaten to a mental breakdown. Huh? What? Xio sister? What are you playing? After Lan Ziya put down 4 magic cores on the counter, he ran over with a black tortoise heavy shield that was taller than her. It looks like a fighting game. Fexu looked at the scene inside the crystal ball. You can understand this way. Lan Yi sighed, calmed down a bit, and then continued to plunge into the battle. When fighting an opponent in the arena to enhance the battle strength, even the slightest distraction will be seized by the opponent with no difficulty, and then killed in seconds. So after starting the battle, Lan Yi basically won't be distracted and alert to the outside world. Anyway, the safety of the shop is guaranteed, and no one will go to such a remote shop to make trouble. Sister Xio, what's the matter? After Xioya came over, she looked at the people around her in amazement. I don't know. Fexu also didn't understand. What's so interesting about this thing? It seems to be fighting that spearman. Lan Kinky explained with some uncertainty. Other members of the Orchid Leaf group also surrounded one after another. Then he watched Lan Yi in the ring, fighting frantically with a gunman, and saw the trick. In the end, he was taken off the court, or he was killed directly in the ring. Such a cycle. By the way, I remember I also called Luo Sheng open for me. Nalan Kinky slapped his hands, and then immediately found a place to sit. Calm down. Then Xioki, please give it a try and see if you can find what's wrong with Xio. Xioya leaned over immediately. According to words, Nalan Kinky put his hand on the base of the crystal ball. Welcome to the battle strength to improve the arena. The electronic synthesis sound immediately introduced the novice Nalan Kinky to the rules in detail. Nalan Kinky also used his own understanding to explain the rules of this battle strength to improve the arena to the others around him. It's actually not difficult to understand. After all, there are always many strange uses in alchemy products. Then I will choose magician to have a try. After understanding the rules, Nalan Kinky summon came out with a wand, and be eager to have a try. Watching jumped up and stood lightly to the young man on the ring. A grey robe makes this young man even more ordinary. Magic duel. I won't lose, Nalan Kinky said confidently. Anyway, she is also from the great family. For magic, Nalan Kinky has a natural innate talent, otherwise she will not be young. She will have this kind of strength. Chapter 105, What's so fun about this? God level store manager system. Chapter 106. The battle begins. The moment the electronically synthesized sound appeared, Nalan Kinky waved his staff and attacked first. Several ice spears took shape in an instant and flew towards the great magician. The great magician on the opposite side didn't even look at the ice spear that was flying over. He just shook the staff, and the magic shield condensed completely blocked the ice spear. It's amazing. Nalan Kinky laughed. Magic power gathered in front of him. A piercing storm emerged on the ring. Blizzard. Nalan Kinky is very clever. She knows that the area of this ring is limited. With a wide range of attacks, covering the entire ring, she will definitely be able to attack the opponent. HMPH. Don't hire it. Nalan Kinky said with a smile proudly. Be careful. The so-called authorities are fans and bystanders clear. When Nalan Kinky was proud, Xioya and the others who were watching from behind couldn't help but exclaimed. On the ring, at some point, Great Magician, who was caught in a blizzard, suddenly exploded and turned into fragments in the sky. And the real Great Magician came behind Nalan Kinky and condensed a big fireball. Boom. There is no doubt that Nalan Kinky was blown off the ring, and the blizzard that had not yet fully formed also dissipated. It's a magic mirror. When did he put it down? Nalan Kinky grabbed his hair and shouted violently. Seeing a game that can be won, it was suddenly turned over, making everyone irritable. Luo Sheng was lying on the counter, looking at the grumpy little ally. There was no fluctuation in his heart. I even want to laugh a little bit. For the first time in the battle strength promotion arena, facing those opponents, it is Divine Immortal who is not irritable. Xioki, calm down. Do it again. It will definitely work. Xioya immediately comforted and encouraged. Yes, do it again. I will definitely win. Nalan Kinky also nodded. Fexia looking thoughtful looking at this scene. Lan Kinga and Yuja looked at each other, and then kept watching silently. Nalan Kinky climbed the ring again, and then continued to choose Great Magician as his opponent. This time, Nalan Kinky was very careful to bless himself with a magic shield first, and then use small magic to test his opponent. But after several trials, Nalan Kinky suddenly discovered that the opponent's understanding of magic seems to be much higher than his own. Every time you can see a trick, and find a weak spot to fight back. Nalan Kinky became more anxious as he fought. In the end, he was sent off the ring by Great Magician because of a mistake. Sure enough, Luo Sheng lay on the counter, watching the battle. Nalan Kinky can hold on for so long. It is not that Nalan Kinky's fighting skills and battle awareness are better than Lan Yi that many. In fact, battle strength enhances the Great Magician in the arena, and his fighting style is steady. In the battle with ordinary magicians, the scenes are full of special effects and bursting with sound and light. What Great Magician is best at is to find the weakness of the opponent in a calm battle, and then defeat it in one fell swoop. It seems calm and tranquil, but in reality it is rough. This is also related to the rank of Great Magician. Because Great Magician is not inclined to a certain kind of magic, they are more about making a fuss on various small magics, connecting them perfectly, or looking for opportunities. In the game, for this kind of person, there is a special name, called Scattered People. It is any general magic city, but the magic that belongs to various attribute magician will not. Chapter 106, Robust Great Magician, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 107. But, on the contrary, Great Magician is extremely strong in single-player combat. Various kinds of magic emerge in an endless stream, so you can't guard against it. I don't believe it. You can defeat him soon. I want to do it again. Nalan Kinky gnashing teeth said. I probably understand why Sister Xio is like this. Fexia glanced at Lan Yi's location. Then what should I do now? Yuju asked helplessly. Or let's play it. Lan Kinga suggested. Playing games this thing, just watching others play, it is definitely not addictive. If you have a chance, you must try it yourself. Luo Sheng can't play games when someone is in the store. After helping those curious girls to open the crystal ball, Luo Sheng can only say with emotion that there will be more girls who are addicted to competition. People are competitive, especially in this kind of space that can be challenged again and again, can not only improve their fighting skills, but also satisfy their sense of accomplishment. In fact, most of them are to resolve the irritability in my heart. But it doesn't matter for Luo Sheng anyway. These are the people who give him spirit crystals one by one. When Luo Sheng was thinking about what to do next, The voice of System suddenly rang in his mind. System, host, congratulations on your first sale of rare-level goods, and you have activated the task. The first big pot of gold. Luo Sheng lay on the recliner, his tone turbulent, not surprised. System, not only do you have a delay in your reaction, but your taste for naming has become lower. System, then, do you want to take over the task for the host? Yes. Although Luo Sheng disagreed with the system's naming taste, but for the task, it was always the case. System, task, the first big bucket of gold. Task content, get 10,000 spirit crystal sales within 3 days. System, task completion reward, host, the currently owned egg pool will undergo a product expansion, and the system will recognize the popularity of the store and allow the host to recruit a store assistant. Kortha, are you waiting for me here? Luo Sheng almost jumped up from the recliner. Fortunately, Luo Sheng still remembered that he had to maintain his image as a store manager in front of the guests, so he resisted this urge. But seeing the reward for this task, Luo Sheng can also be sure that his previous guess is correct. The current egg pool purchase channels are not complete, so there are so few types of goods. And Luo Sheng is certain that with the urinary nature of the system, even after the expansion of this time, the system will not give him a complete channel for the purchase of eggs. However, even so, Luo Sheng still had to take on this task. Because of the reward for recruiting a store assistant, Luo Sheng really wanted it. Nothing else. Just because he is a lazy person. I earned 10,000 spirit crystals in 3 days. Do you really treat me as a black-hearted store manager? Luo Sheng looked at the task and thought in his mind. There are 10,000 spirit crystals in 3 days. And there are more than 3,000 spirit crystals in 1 day. This is definitely a difficult task. It seems that I still have to go back to the grocery store tomorrow. Luo Sheng glanced at the store next door. Those weapons, armors, medicine pill are the main source of spirit crystals income. The battle strength upgrades the training room, aiming to keep the water flowing and earn spirit crystal continuously. Orchid Leaf Group is honing its fighting skills with difficulty in the battle strength promotion arena. Luo Sheng is thinking about how to complete the task in his mind. Chapter 107, the first big bucket of gold. God-level store manager system. Chapter 108. 4 hours passed quickly. The 7 people who had been abused into a trance also got up one after another, said hello to Luo Sheng, and left the shop. The dark night came to an end. Luo Sheng also closed the store door. Then one person walked to the warehouse to fill up the goods on the shelves. In a peripheral zone in Cloud Mist Forest, several beastmen with long, slender and pointed ears and fangs protruding from their lips are frequently going to Cloud Mist Forest. Look around. At the end, there is also a very tall beastman, who seems to be the leader of this group of beastmen. How is the situation? The tall beastman asked the Wolf Fang Club in his hands gruffly. Boss, the spirit transformation stone that we placed in Cloud Mist Forest before has begun to work. The beast wave at this time will make those human races desperate. Beastman, known as Na, speaking confidently. Very well, we have been waiting for so many years. This time, must take Cloud Mist City down as the first front line to enter the desolate Origin Empire. The tall beastman nodded. Another beastman hesitated for a while and also reported, Boss, on the eve of the beast tide this time, the number of human race entering Cloud Mist Forest is much more than before. Really, it seems that they have been at ease for too long, making them forget the terrifying of the animal tide. The tall beastman sneered. Continue to activate the spirit transformation stone to make this beast wave more ferocious. Yes. 1 night passed quickly. No one knows what happened under the dark night. Luo Sheng got up early, collected the white paper from outside the store, and then opened the door of the grocery store. However, Luo Sheng's small shop is not a breakfast shop after all, and there is no such thing as being guarded by people in line early in the morning. After solving his breakfast problem, Luo Sheng stood behind the counter as always. The first person who came here was Xwang, who had a grudge about the battle strength improvement of the arena. But today, there are 20 Blood Wolf group players behind him. Boss, how did you change this store? Xlang discovered the problem as soon as he came. Look at the mood to open the door. Luo Sheng returned blankly. Sure enough, there is a boss style. Xlang choked abruptly, and didn't care, and said to the players behind him, "Come 10 people, bring me the medicine pill and weapons I need today, and the remaining 10 people will work with me to hone martial skills." One hearing what Xlang said, the players following him immediately divided into 2 columns. One line goes to the shelf to get medicine pill and weapons. One line goes straight to the battle strength upgrade arena next door. After you go back, remember to separate 10 people and come and change shifts in 4 hours. Xlang told the players who were taking medicine pill again. Yes, Captain. Several people responded, and then speeded up their hands. Although the Blood Wolf group usually seems lazy, but when it really executes the order, its execution power is no worse than that of the regular army. The whole process was as fast and tidy as having been rehearsed countless times. Xlang took the purse and stood by the counter, waiting for Luo Sheng to calculate the price. Seeing this scene, Luo Sheng couldn't help but secretly nodded. If every guest is like Xlang, how much work he has to save. Chapter 108, Conspiracy. God-level store manager system. Chapter 109. Okay, boss. I won't bother you much. I will continue to fight, and I will definitely defeat that swordsman today. Xlang said solemnly vowed, pay after clearing the spirit crystal, strode into the battle strength improvement training room. Luo Sheng nodded, and then looked at the backs of the leaving Blood Wolf group players. This mode is like a standard rotating gold team. Hunt the demonic beast, get the magic core, then update the equipment, improve the combat skills, and then better hunt the demonic beast, and so on. Luo Sheng's shop is the key. Although there is Xlang, the everyday all guy who sends spirit crystals, it is still a bit far from the goal of 10,000 spirit crystals. Luo Sheng calculated the income just now. Then I thought about whether I should do something. At this time, 2 young men suddenly came outside the shop. He Xiao looked at Kaiyong Kiu suspiciously, then looked at this small shop that didn't even have a plaque, and said, Kai brother, you are sure that this kind of place will have what you said, the powerful equipment? Of course, you do not look at this remote. If open in the downtown, we do not necessarily buy that equipment. It Kaiyong Kiu boldly to guarantee. Okay, then I will believe you once. He Xiao stared at Kaiyong Kiu for a long time before he clicked nodded. That's right. Kaiyong Kiu patted the dust on his body, and then opened the store door. Store manager, I'm here to bring you new customers. He Xiao followed, and I felt Kaiyong Kiu more and more like this small store. Luo Sheng raised his eyes to look, but he didn't recognize anyone for a while. It wasn't until the eyes fell on the 2 knives on Kaiyong Kiu's waist that he suddenly remembered that this guy was the first person who wanted to ask him if he could return the goods. Hello, store manager, my name is He Xiao, Cloud Mist City Guard, 3rd Camp 2nd Battalion, 4th Squad Captain. He Xiao reported his name to Luo Sheng. The name of City Guard cannot be said to be particularly useful in Cloud Mist City, but at least it will not be pitted. Hello, what do you need? Luo Sheng nodded, gestured. The name of City Guard is often heard, but it is the first time I have seen Taoist. After all, City Guard usually needs training, but there is no time to run around like now. Store manager, it's like this. Captain, he heard that there are high-quality weapons here, so I came here. Kaiyong Kiu introduced. Weapons, I do have them here. Luo Sheng looked up and down He Xiao. It suddenly occurred to me that if City Guard would buy his equipment, wouldn't it be possible to complete the mission soon? At the thought of this, Luo Sheng's expression on his face suddenly became serious, and said seriously, I don't know what weapon you need. There are also armor and medicine pill, which are no worse than weapons. Kaiyong Kiu looked at Luo Sheng strangely, wondering how the store manager suddenly became enthusiastic. Is it because He Xiao is from City Guard? Weapons, knives, or swords, either. He Xiao said. The city guard of Cloud Mist City does not have a unified weapon style. To be precise, soldiers who use the same type of weapons will be assigned to the same squad, and according to the different functions of each squad, the staff is different. He Xiao currently belongs to the hunting squad, which is the most common combat squad, usually composed of a shield warrior, a magician, a scout, and several fighters. And He Xiao belongs to one of them. Chapter 109, First Come to City Guard in the Store. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 110. A knife or a sword, that's easy to handle. Luo Sheng was very pleased. At least not a partial weapon. There are many types of swords weapons in the shop, and He Xiao always finds something satisfactory. He Xiao also followed Luo Sheng's fingers and walked to the shelf. Store manager, what kind of material is your weapon made of here? Would you dare to sell 200 spirit crystals? He Xiao shouted out without looking at a few items. Luo Sheng glanced at it and found that the ordinary level weapons had been evacuated by the Blood Wolf group who had rushed over early in the morning. Or, these weapons of yours are precious alchemy products. He Xiao looked more and more frightened, especially when I saw a weapon priced at 4,000 spirit crystals. I swallowed it coldly, almost choking myself. Luo Sheng just stood silently behind the counter. He will take the initiative to give suggestions, but it does not mean that he will always promote the introduction. In fact, this does not conform to Luo Sheng's lazy concept. Kaiyong Kiu patted He Xiao on the shoulder and said, Captain He, don't look at the high price, but it's really worth the money. Talking, Kaiyong Kiu took out a Raging Flame Saber from the shelf. An excellent weapon, Raging Flame Saber, in which fiery power can be displayed. As soon as he took down the shelf, the flash of fire attracted He Xiao. In this world, there are actually such weapons. He Xiao stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the Raging Flame Saber in Kaiyong Kiu's hands. Unlike Kaiyong Kiu's Ice Crystal Knight Sword, the power of Ice Crystal Knight Sword is restrained, and the power of Raging Flame Saber burst out. This violent power is exactly the power that He Xiao, a warrior like, loves. He Xiao now only has a single thought in his mind, and that is to get this Raging Flame Saber as his weapon. Well, trust me now. Kaiyong Kiu did not forget to repeat his words at this time. I believe it. I believe it too much. A powerful weapon can really change a person's strength. He Xiao stared at Raging Flame Saber with an unpredictable expression. Thinking of what he said earlier, He Xiao felt a little blushing. Finally, He Xiao gritted his teeth and said to Kaiyong Kiu, I don't know if Brother Kai can lend me 100 spirit crystals. What's wrong? Kaiyong Kiu, unknown. So, such a precious weapon, I think there are not many people who can afford it in City Guard. So I want to take this weapon and ask the city lord for military expenses. He Xiao said the truth. Luo Sheng's eyes lit up upon hearing He Xiao's words. If this matter can be negotiated, then my own task is basically completed. 10,000 spirit crystals are not a large number for Cloud Mist City's vault. But the cultivation of store manager tells Luo Sheng that no matter what happens, it must be reserved or not sensual. Kaiyong Kiu heard it, slightly nodded, and expressed understanding. City Guard is different from mercenaries. Mercenaries can go to Cloud Mist Forest to hunt demonic beasts at any time, or go to the Mercenary Union to receive tasks. But City Guard has daily training. There is no chance to make extra money for them. No problem. This magic core is just a gift left by me before I leave. If you want to return it to me, wait until I meet again next time in Cloud Mist City. Kaiyong Kiu said in an unusually atmospheric manner. Then many thanks, Kai brother. He Xiao clasped his fists and said. Chapter 110, Discuss with the City Lord. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 111. You are welcome. Kaiyong Kiu waved his hand. What he wants to do most now is to return to Brilliance Academy and defeat Ying Feng to prove himself. He Xiao gathered Spirit Crystal together, took the Raging Flame Saber, and left the shop in a hurry. Then he went straight to the direction of City Lord Mansion. Store manager, your weapon is indeed very difficult to deal with, and the quality it is so high that I have only seen it in my life. Kyong-Kyu said to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng, as it should be nodded by rights. Xindao, even if you compliment me again, I will not give you a discount. However, the price you set is so high, it is also only seen in my life, it is really unaffordable. Kyong-Kyu continued. Luo Sheng continued to be nodded indifferently. Xindao, as expected, I mentioned the key point, but discounts are impossible discounts, and impossible discounts in this life. So, I plan to go back to the academy first, and then apply to go out for experience, and then come here. Kyong-Kyu changed the front, but didn't mention the direction Luo Sheng wanted in his heart. It happened to be bringing Captain He over today, so I came to the store manager together. A safe journey. Luo Sheng was silent for a while before slowly opening the mouth and said, was it another person who came to say goodbye? I thought it was another person who coveted my small money. However, if Luo Sheng knows what Kyong-Kyu is thinking, he can still think about it. Unfortunately, Kyong-Kyu did not meet Ying Feng, who had already come here in Cloud Mist Forest. Unlike Zhuang, the people of Orchid Leaf Group can run to the Luo Sheng shop every day. They also need to hunt demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest. After all, they are too few in number. Boss, what are you thinking about? Yesterday I heard Zhuang say that you opened a new store. As Luo Sheng touched the chin, it looked like he was thinking at the time. Kusu, who had not been here for a few days, walked in. Kusu, are you here to buy a dragon-marked giant axe? Luo Sheng thought of this when he saw Kusu, a rare weapon. It is 4,000 spirit crystals. Boss, don't be kidding, 4,000 spirit crystals are not so easy to collect. I only have 2,000 spirit crystals. Kusu laughed boldly, without hiding it, directly just said it. Well, what do you need this time? Luo Sheng was not disappointed either. After all, Kusu is a solo man. Unlike Zhuang's big family, there is a special gold team. Replenish the medicine pill that was consumed, and then check out the new store recommended by Zhuang. Kusu said directly. Oh, medicine pill is on the shelf. The new store is next door. Next to it is the door of the past. Luo Sheng pointed to the small door leading to the next battle strength training room. By the way, Zhuang is next door. You can ask him how to play. Luo Sheng added. Since the system temporarily prevents Luo Sheng from recruiting store assistants, Luo Sheng can only use other methods to be a little lazy. Howler, I just went to see how Zhuang's fighting skills are. Kusu walked to the shelf and skillfully took out the medicine pill he needed, then put down the spirit crystal, and then went to the next store. Luo Sheng looking thoughtful at the small door. Sure enough, after about 2 minutes, Kusu walked back again, put down 2 spirit crystals, and then walked over. Zhuang, you have been playing here for several days, right? I met you Blood Wolf Group several times in Cloud Mist Forest, and never saw you every time. Kusu sat down in Zhuang the deck next door. Chapter 111, Appropriately Missed. God-level store manager system. Chapter 112. Forget it, I just think I need to hone my fighting skills. Zhuang's biggest gain these days is that his mentality has become much more stable. Unlike the players who came here for the first time, from time to time, screaming, or crying of collapse, and desperate wailing. The swordsman in the crystal ball clasped his fists again and said, you let me win. Zhuang raised his head slightly, a pair of melancholy eyes, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sighed a little. He sighed, are you here to hone your fighting skills too? Hee, don't you know me yet? My fighting skills are all honed from life and death. Coming here is just to experience it. I will go to Cloud Mist Forest later. Kusu waved his hand. Cloud Mist City single-player battle strength first, not just for fun. Without using professional rank skills, Even Cloud Mist City Lord Qin Ming is not Husu's opponent. Even if Qin Ming uses professional rank skills, it's only 5050. That's all between Husu. Otherwise, Kusu would not have confidence. With the equipment in the Luo Sheng shop, he would enter Cloud Mist Forest alone to find the demonic beast of professional rank. So Kusu said this, definitely not because of arrogance, but because of self-confidence. I hope you can say this after you have been in the ring. Xlang said this sentence very embarrassingly. Let you see, my fighting skills are definitely not comparable to those of you who rely on a team to fight. Kusu said while putting his hands on the base of the crystal ball. Welcome to the Battle Strength Promotion Arena. The electronic synthesis sound rang in Husu's mind. The electronically synthesized sound without emotional fluctuations. To Husu, it feels quite bloody. It's been a long time since I used giant axe, and I don't know if it's unfamiliar. Kusu stood on the ring and called out a giant axe. The heavy style makes people feel at a glance the sense of power. Since you want to choose your opponent, then choose someone who can fight head. What does it mean to choose a swordsman who is curing? Kusu glanced at the four under the ring, and then chose pikemen who use long weapons. Xlang rubbed his eyes and followed Kusu interestingly. It's not purely for jokes. Actually, Xlang also hopes that Kusu can win, and then he may also tell the rubbish boss that you are not the only one who can challenge and succeed. The battle begins. Here, Kusu's imposing manner suddenly changed. From the carefree at the beginning, it instantly became fierce and violent. This is the characteristic of Berserker. The long spear in the hands of the pikeman flicked, and the figure resembled a thunder, rushing in. A little cold glow comes first, although the gun is out like a dragon. Kusu can clearly see that the spearman's momentum is like a heaven overflowing giant wave, covering the sky and the sun. This is a spearman, the most terrifying side. Sure enough, it's no wonder you will always be addicted to it. This kind of fighting is what I want. Kusu's madness in fighting allows him to maintain his fighting spirit no matter what the situation. Hi! As the gun shadow approached in the sky, Kusu waved the giant axe in his hand and greeted him without fear. The power of giant axe is like breaking a mountain. What Berserker is most proud of is strength, which is why Kusu likes to use heavy weapons. The violent power drove the giant axe, fiercely slashed at the pikeman, and the shadows of the guns in the sky were shattered one after another under the power of the giant axe. Chapter 112, A Little Cold Glow Comes First. God-level store manager system. Chapter 113, Destroy Cleverness. With strength, in front of Berserker, there are not many fighting skills. As long as you are dragged into Berserker's fighting rhythm, you can only be forced to compete with him for strength. And the general rank competes with Berserker for strength, definitely in courting death. Kusu is now trying to drag the spearman into his own fighting rhythm. I have to say that for this alone, Kusu's battle awareness is much stronger than others. At the moment when the spear shadow shattered all over the sky, Kusu waved the howling giant axe and directly moved towards the spearman and chopped it over. Once the gun is broken, the attacking rhythm of the pikeman will definitely break. At this moment, the opponent will definitely show a weak spot. But what Kusu absolutely didn't expect was that the pikeman did not retreat at the moment when their offensive momentum disintegrated, and attacked again without the slightest hesitation. The so-called press forward. There is death or no life. No matter how powerful the opponent is, the imposing manner of the spearman will never be defeated. In an instant, the spear shadows in the sky return in a swirl of dust. Kusu can feel that the pikeman's attack is not a brainless charge, but a skillful suppression of their own offensive. Every time the giant axe is swung, the power that slashes out will be destroyed by a large number of attacks. There is no doubt that even for Kusu, it was a hearty battle, but the final result was that Kusu was pierced in the chest and ended. Okay. As soon as Kusu's perspective returned to him, he couldn't help but exclaim. Xlang looked a little silly standing behind. It seems that Kusu, the name of Cloud Mist City #1 person, is not a lie. Kusu was the first one to last so long in the first fight. It can be seen that Kusu is indeed a genius in combat. And that trash boss, Liu Sheng, was the first monster that Xlang had seen. That's more enchanting than a genius. When Xlang sat back again, the crystal ball issued a warm reminder. Battle strength has reached the upper limit for the use of the arena. Hey, patronize Kusu playing, and today there is no success in the challenge. Xlang couldn't help it. Take a sip. Then he walked outside Kusu's deck and said, Kusu, didn't you say that you were going to Cloud Mist Forest later? Just let's go together. Go to Cloud Mist Forest? When did I say it? This is where I should stay, and here is the fight I expect. After saying this, he fell again in the crystal ball in front of Kusu, under the shadow of the pikeman. But Kusu's face didn't have a trace of the annoyance of losing the battle, but on the face of the excitement of encountering a powerful opponent. Isn't it what you said to go to Cloud Mist Forest? Is it because I didn't say it? Xlang held this sentence in his heart, but in the end he still didn't say it, just himself silently turned and left. Xlang, what's the matter? As soon as he walked to the grocery store, Xlang looked at Liu Sheng, who suddenly stopped him with a look of confusion. Are you interested in becoming a guardian knight? Liu Sheng asked politely after brewing for a while. Huh? Boss, what are you talking about? I was going to change my job to guard knight, otherwise I wouldn't worry about my brothers. Xlang was even more puzzled. Oh, that's it. I have a sword here that is very suitable for protecting knight. Liu Sheng said this, and stopped. That's right, but I haven't found the trial crystal yet. Let's talk about it later at the price of the goods in your boss store. Xlang said sensibly. Chapter 113, Genius and Monster. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 114. Also, Liu Sheng nodded. Being able to speak the last sentence proactively is already the limit. It is obviously impossible for Liu Sheng to chase after sales. Xlang chatted with Liu Sheng again, and then left. AI, it hasn't been sold again. Liu Sheng looked worriedly at two rare weapons. If treasure-level products appear in the future, can they be sold? However, after the system raised this question, Liu Sheng realized that the popularity and passenger flow of the store is indeed a bit low. 4 hours are fleeting. Kusu, who has come out to add spirit crystal once, came out again. Boss, what does it mean that the time limit has been reached? Kusu asked Liu Sheng with a look on his face. It means that you can only play for 4 hours a day. Liu Sheng said. 4 hours is not enough, boss. Let me add 2 more hours. Kusu was obviously addicted to fighting, and said hurriedly. After all, such a powerful opponent cannot be found in Cloud Mist City and Cloud Mist Forest. And in the Battle Strength Promotion Arena, even if you fail, you won't get hurt. It's a good place to hone your martial skills. No, rules are rules. Liu Sheng shook the head. He didn't know why the system had to set a time limit. In his opinion, it was completely preventing him from earning spirit crystal. But the system's regulations, at least for now, there is no way Liu Sheng can change it. Or I can always add spirit crystal. How about 10 spirit crystals an hour, or 20 spirit crystals an hour, boss? You think about it. Kusu said repeatedly. System, why don't you think about it? Liu Sheng was silent on the surface, but in fact he persuaded System madly in his heart. System, host, you want to be the most powerful store manager man. How can you be shaken by such a small spirit crystal? You little what? The little system knows, Jinshan Yinshan is also saved by little by little. Liu Sheng retorted. System, well, every time the host breaks the rules, the income share ratio drops by 1%. Liu Sheng's expressionless face instantly became righteously speaking. He said to Kusu, there is no rule, there is no circle. Since it is the rule I set, then I have no reason to violate it. Kusu hearing this, it is one of my heart. Shock. Didn't expect such a stingy boss. There is actually such a principled side. I have already paid 10 times the price, but I can still justly refuse. It seems that the difference between me and the boss is still far away. When Kusu thought of this, He couldn't help but lower his head and said, "Boss said that I was reckless, then I will come back tomorrow." "Welcome next time, come again." Liu Sheng nodded, holding back his heartache, watched Kusu leave. During the mission, every bit of this is the progress of completing the mission. What a pity. Cloud Mist City, City Lord Mansion. Qin Ming was correcting the official document at hand, and heard the guard gently knock on the door carved with iron redwood. "City Lord, City Guard 3rd Camp 2 Battalion, 4th Squad Captain," He Xiao asks for an interview, saying that there is a very important thing that needs to be reported to Sir City Lord. 3rd Camp, it seems to be the team sent to Cloud Mist Forest to hunt and kill demonic beasts. Is it important? Could something happen to Cloud Mist Forest again? Qin Ming put down his official documents. After thinking for a while, he said to the outside, "Let him in." Chapter 114, I am out 10 times Spirit Crystal plus 1 hour. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 115. Yes. The guard opened the door, and He Xiao immediately walked into the office room and paid a military salute to Qin Ming. It is not good for a soldier to take off his armor. "What's the matter with me?" Qin Ming lifts the head, looked towards the incoming He Xiao. "Sir City Lord, according to our intelligence in Cloud Mist Forest, the number of brave rank demonic beasts is increasing dramatically," He Xiao reported seriously. Furthermore, comparing the speed at which demonic beasts gathered at this time based on the recorded animal tide data, it can be found that the beast tide at this time is much larger than the previous beast tide. Qin Ming slightly nodded. These days, the information reported in the report indicates this problem. Qin Ming also knows that if the scale of the beast wave continues to expand, I am afraid this Cloud Mist City will be able to keep the beast wave at this time. When the time comes, it is not just a question of reconstruction. I am afraid that the entire Cloud Mist City will no longer exist. Qin Ming is also troubled with this problem. Unlike the two guys in the mercenary union, he saw that the situation was far from good, and he could slip away at any time. Qin Ming was dispatched by Desolate Origin Empire to serve as the City Lord of Cloud Mist City. He is responsible for protecting Cloud Mist City. Even if the city is broken, he can only share life and death with Cloud Mist City. What's new? Qin Ming just asked the last sentence routinely. He would not expect a squad captain to make any major discoveries. As for the important things mentioned before, it is probably the issue of the scale of the animal tide. Yes, Sir City Lord, I found a shop in Cloud Mist City. He Xiao's previous words are paving the way for the current words. The shop. What does this have to do with the animal tide? Qin Ming is so wise that he can't think of the connection for a while. City Lord, please see, this is the weapon I bought from the shop. He Xiao took down the Raging Flame Saber from his waist and offered his hands. Trifling a saber, can it change this beast wave? Qin Ming took over the Raging Flame Saber presented by He Xiao, but it still didn't understand the meaning of He Xiao. City Lord, please take out the saber. He Xiao said respectfully. Qin Ming reached out and pulled Raging Flame Saber out of the scabbard. The blade of the knife was out of the sheath, emitting a hunting fire, and in a short time, the temperature of the entire office room rose a little. This. Qin Ming suddenly stood up, his eyes widened, and he looked at the Raging Flame Saber in his hand. Incredibly, without the convergence of the scabbard, the violent flame power is emitting continuously from the blade. Just this a saber, Qin Ming can feel that the power in it, if a 15th level soldier can fully play out, is enough to fight the demonic beast of the previous brave rank without losing the wind. And this Raging Flame Saber, even if it is used by Qin Ming, can increase a lot of power. The reason why the beast wave is terrifying is because Cloud Mist City does not have a powerful enough powerhouse guardian. Because of the lack of trial crystals, ordinary soldiers are completely at a disadvantage in terms of the number of brave ranks. But if there are a sufficient number of such high-quality weapons, Cloud Mist City will be able to fight against this ever-expanding beast wave. In my own territory, there was a shop like this. I didn't know it. This was a huge mistake. Where is this shop? Qin Ming asked immediately. Chapter 115. The Shocked Qin Ming. God-level store manager system. Chapter 116. It's in Cloud Mist City, a remote street. He Xiao didn't know how to describe the location of Luo Sheng's shop. Take me now. Qin Ming quickly made a decision. This is a major event related to the safety of Cloud Mist City. Yes, Luo Sheng was lying on the bed, but he didn't expect to be killed. In the middle of the night, there were still people come knock on your own store door. I didn't come during the day, but I came here at night. Is it sick to knock on the door now? Luo Sheng tossed in bed. System, do you think this situation should be resolved? System, excuse me, the host, how do you want me to solve it? Luo Sheng covered his ears with the pillow and said, ensure enough sleep to open a store better. Right? So should you improve the sound insulation of the store? The system is silent. For a while, the knock on the door stopped abruptly. System, according to the host's request, the store has been transformed into a soundproof environment. Please, the host has a good rest. Outside the store, He Xiao looked at Qin awkwardly. Ming said, City Lord, it seems I can't open the door. Who would have thought that the dignified Cloud Mist City Lord would be so excited that he didn't rest at night because of a weapon, so he came here on purpose. Come knock on the door of the store and play. Isn't store manager not in the store, too? Blamed me for being too anxious. Qin Ming sighed. What should I do now, City Lord? He Xiao asked for instructions. Come back tomorrow. Qin Ming shook the head. Although eager, there was no way. However, they didn't know that store manager was actually in the store. And he heard their knocks clearly. But they just didn't open the door. Luo Sheng slept particularly sweetly this night. The night crows that would occasionally come in from outside in the past were also separated by a soundproof wall. Hey, it's this time today. Why isn't the boss opening the door yet? Kusu was the first to come to Luo Sheng's shop, and looked at the light on the horizon, thinking he was coming early. That's it. Yes, at this time. Didn't it open the door a long time ago? Just after Kusu's words, Xlang, who came afterwards, interrupted and agreed. Behind Xlang, followed by 20 Blood Wolf group players, standing neat and tidy, you can see that they are well trained. It's weird, Black-Hearted Boss is not going to open the door today. When is this? Ying Feng, who tried his equipment in Cloud Mist Forest, came after breakfast, arrived outside the store. The small shop in Menkaluok, Ming, was closed today, and the guests gathered. This is the store manager. It's interesting. Ling Xiao didn't worry. He came to Cloud Mist City this time with a purpose in itself. It doesn't matter if you delay more. Ying Zhu also calmly waited outside the store. I can't tell. There are so many customers in the boss shop. Kusu smiled boldly and greeted Ying Feng and the others. Are you new here? I have never seen you in Cloud Mist City before. I am Kusu. If you have anything to do in Cloud Mist City, you can find me. My name is Ying Feng. Is not a newcomer, but a regular customer in the boss store. Ying Feng is also a familiar one, and when Kusu spoke up, he naturally started talking. Soon after, Qin Ming and He Xiao also came from the direction of City Lord Mansion. Here, City Lord, the boss of this shop is too bold, so it just won't open the door. He Xiao looked at the people waiting outside the shop, stunned. Chapter 116, System, I need a good rest. God-level store manager system. Chapter 117. This store manager is really capable. Qin Ming also stared at his eyes and smiled with anger. That is, he didn't even look at where he opened his shop. Even City Lord dared to leave the door in the cold. The shop boss must be in the shop. He Xiao said angrily. If this problem is not solved, I will have it in the future. City Lord, do I need to ask City Guard to open the door? He Xiao asked kindly. Qin Ming took a look at the sky, and recently he was so troubled by the animal tide. Now he doesn't have much time to spend here. And it's just a little store manager of Cloud Mist City, and I will definitely give him the face of the Lord of Cloud Mist City. Alright, then wait. Qin Ming is trying to get Hixiao to call the city guard to open the door forcibly. Suddenly a familiar silhouette flashed across the corner of his eye. When Qin Ming took a closer look, his pupils suddenly shrank. Grandson and granddaughter of Desolate Origin Empire, Empire's Guardian Great General, Ying Feng and Ying Zhu. Desolate Origin Empire Third Prince, Ling Xiao. Why are they here, and why are they waiting outside the shop so quietly? What is Empire's Guardian Great General of Desolate Origin Empire and the others? Its status and status are all under Desolate Origin Empire Flame Sovereign. Among the Imperial City, there is only Chancellor today. So is the third prince Ling Xiao. Why does it appear in the middle place? Is this small store really opened by a great character? Even such a distinguished person must wait obediently and honestly at the door and dare not call the door. What is the city lord of such a small Cloud Mist City? City lord. Then I will call city guard now. Hixiao asked for instructions again. No. Since this store manager is postponing the opening of the store, there must be his reasons. Although we are here for official business, we can't use our power to deceive others. Qin Ming said righteously. While speaking, the corner of his eye also glanced at Ling Xiao. Make sure Ling Xiao didn't notice the situation here. Qin Ming couldn't help feeling a little regretful that Hixiao wanted to say something more. Qin Ming waved his hand, and said, actually, this time I come, one person is enough. You don't need to stay here, go to the barracks first. Just kidding, third Prince Ling Xiao is waiting alone. Ying Zhu and Ying Feng next to him, granddaughter and grandson of Empire's Guardian Great General, are obviously impossible as followers. Is he a Cloud Mist City Lord with a brand bigger than third prince? That won't work. Then Hixiao went back to the barracks without knowing why. The strange silence has also been maintained outside the store, and no one has proposed to call the door. We really slept in this sleep, and it feels good to have no noise. Luo Sheng finally woke up, yawning and dawdling. It took a long time before opening the shop slowly. Wow, why are there so many people? Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. His heart was shocked, and the expression on his face was still calm. Boss, you have opened the door. Do you know if you opened the door tonight, how much time was spent on hunting demonic beasts? Ying Feng immediately began to complain. Just you talk a lot of nonsense, boss. Open for me for 4 hours, this is spirit crystal. Kusu directly took out 8 spirit crystals, put them in Luo Sheng's hands, and rushed to them. Went to the shop next door. Brothers, entered the store and move quickly. We have been delayed a lot of time today. Xuang commanded. Yes. The Blood Wolf group players are divided into 2 groups. One group goes in to get medicine pill, and the other group goes to the battle strength promotion arena to receive lessons. Chapter 117, We can't overwhelm people with power. God level store manager system. Chapter 118. Let's go to the Today 2. Battle strength will improve the arena, right? Go and try it. With store manager, spirit crystal is on the counter. Ling Xiao brought Ying Zhu and Ying Feng also went to the next door after putting down the spirit crystal. Soon, Qin Ming was left alone, standing outside the store. This is the first time. What do I need? Luo Sheng slowly tidied up the spirit crystal, then suddenly glanced at Qin Ming and asked, Under Qin Ming, I am temporarily serving as Cloud Mist City Lord. I have long admired the name of store manager, and I am here to visit today. Qin Ming chose the same name as Ling Xiao and spoke very humbly. City Lord Qin is polite. The shop has no reputation for the time being. I can't talk about it for a long time. I don't know what City Lord Qin needs when coming over this time. Luo Sheng nodded, replied neither humble nor humble. Qin Ming heard it, secretly nodded. It is a great character with a background, and simply won't be emotionally fluctuating because of these false names. Well, since store manager is so polite, then I have something to say straight. Presumably store manager should know that outside of Cloud Mist City, the onsen 3-year-old beast wave is gathering. Qin Ming said in a serious tone. Luo Sheng slightly nodded, express clearly. The store manager must also know that the strength of Cloud Mist City's troops and the demonic beast of the beasts are very different. Qin Ming continued. It's not clear. Luo Sheng held his hands as if he was listening to the story. Actually, this is something we absolutely did not expect. The scale of the animal tide at this time is unprecedented. Qin Ming began to complain, laying the foundation for the subsequent bargaining. But Luo Sheng's heart is not fluctuating. However, after seeing the weapons in your store manager, I finally saw the hope of this beast. Qin Ming finally got to the point. If weapons are needed, all types are currently on the shelf. If the quantity needed is large, there will be goods in the warehouse. Luo Sheng responded quickly to this kind of thing. Qin Ming twitched the corner of his eye before walking to the shelf. At a glance, I saw the raging flames saber that He Xiao took to see last night, and then took a look at the list price below. 200 spirit crystals. Qin Ming rubbed his eyes, thinking he was wrong. When you take the handle off, take a closer look. That's right, the price is still 200 spirit crystals. Store manager, your price. I can only guarantee the stock, but I will never reduce the price. Luo Sheng said seriously. Store manager, I'm not saying that this is expensive. In fact, after seeing the quality of these weapons he admits that 200 spirit crystals are indeed worth the money, but at this price, Cloud Mist City Treasury, I really can't afford it. Qin Ming said with a wry smile. The store accepts magic core to deduct spirit crystal. Luo Sheng came up with an idea. Even if you count magic core, there is no way to equip all the city guards. Qin Ming shook the head, and at the same time calculated an account in the heart. City Lord Qin, actually. System, trigger mission, Cloud Mist City Crisis. System, quest content, Cloud Mist City. It is the location of the host's first store. As a store manager, you must never let your own store open on a pile of ruins. So, brave host, please use your ingenuity to help Cloud Mist City. Let's get through the beast tide. System, task rewards, 3 sets of random equipment sets, open the jewelry egg pool, and battle strength to improve the training room to level 1. Chapter 118. The Crisis of Cloud Mist City. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 119. System, Mission Failure Penalty. All shops are currently scrapped. Random transmission host, start over. Luo Sheng's words suddenly stopped. The first time I heard the punishment for failure was shocked in my heart. After listening, I immediately sighed in relief. I won't kill myself. It seems that my system is really different from those coquettish bitches. But according to the system's consistent urination, the task must be difficult to give such a heavy reward this time, especially the equipment set, which is new. In addition to the jewelry egg pool that appeared this time, along with the previous weapon egg pool and armor egg pool, the equipment egg pool may really be here. It seems that it must be taken seriously. Qin Ming waited for a long time, only to hear Luo Sheng say the word actually, and then there was no more text. Store manager, what's the matter? But it's okay to say it. Qin Ming looked up, only to find Luo Sheng staring at him with a look of thoughtful look, surprised in his heart, and quickly answered the conversation. Luo Sheng rubbed his chin, slowly said, in fact, instead of equipping the whole army with weapons, it is better to select elite, fully armed, as sharp knives to disintegrate the offensive of the tide of beasts. What does this mean? Please tell the store manager in detail. Qin Ming raised his brows. It's very simple. I would like to ask City Lord Qin, Cloud Mist City City Guard, if the elite is selected, what percentage of the city guard will be? Luo Sheng asked. Less than 10%. Qin Ming replied. Yes. That's it. City Lord Qin only knows the weapons in my store, but doesn't know that there are armors and medicine pill in my store, so instead of only equipped with weapons, it is better to be fully armed. Luo Sheng said solemnly. This can be said to be the best way for now. Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, and then he noticed that the price of the armor and medicine pill on the shelf was actually the same as that of the weapon. Thank you for the store manager to introduce it. Qin Ming believes that Luo Sheng's suggestion is not aimless. Luo Sheng nodded, following Qin Ming's gaze, introduced the one-by-one product on the shelf. From weapons, to armors, to medicine pill. Each time one is introduced, the look on Qin Ming's face is a surprise. I am even more in awe of Luo Sheng. No wonder, even Desolate Origin Empire 3rd Prince Ling Xiao willingly waited outside the store. Now just look at the merchandise in the store to know why. Each of these weapons and armors is top grade, and many of their functions and effects are unheard of. If it weren't for the fact that there is no oppression of divine artifact in the store, Qin Ming would almost think that the shop selling in Luo Sheng is a house of divine artifact. Use these weapons and armors to fully arm the elites in the city guard, and then equip them with medicine pill. Enough to make those elite. Everyone can beat the demonic beast of 5 brave rank. With such a sharp knife force in the beast tide and cooperation with other city guard operations, the difficulty of fighting the beast tide will be much lower. Many thanks to the instructions of the store manager, I understand now. Qin Ming cupped the hands towards Luo Sheng. As for the general city guard, City Lord Qin can also equip them with lower grade weapons and armor. I believe it will be much better than their current equipment. Luo Sheng continued to propose to. After finally encountering someone who can complete the task at one time, Luo Sheng of course has to find a way to pit it hard. And ordinary level weapons and armors are indeed much stronger than those of the current city guard standard equipment. So to be precise, Luo Sheng did not pit Qin Ming either. Chapter 119, Weapons, Armor, and Accessories. God-level store manager system. Chapter 120. What the store manager said, I will definitely consider it. Then I will go back now and form an elite squad. Tomorrow, I will come in person to purchase the equipment. Qin Ming finished say goodbye to Luo Sheng, looking towards Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng exhaled. Finally, this big deal has been completed. If nothing happens, tomorrow will be the deadline for the first big pot of gold mission, and the mission should be completed. When the time comes, expands the existing egg pool. Let's see if we can produce some useful equipment. Kyong Kyu happily returned to Brilliance Academy with Ice Crystal Knight Sword. Fight with demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest, honed your fighting skills, plus the brand new weapons brought back this time. This time, Ying Feng will definitely be defeated. However, when he returned to the freshman dormitory, Kyong Kyu was surprised to learn that Ying Feng and Ying's had returned to Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City a few days ago. I actually went back. I must be afraid of me, huh? When he comes back, I must let him know how good I am. Although Kyong Kyu was angry, there was nothing he could do. Everyone has gone back. Is it impossible to chase after him? It's not a deep hatred, it's just right. It's very tiring to come back on the road. Let's take a rest first. Kyong Kyu asked Ying Fen where he was going, knowing that he would always return to Brilliance Academy. Not in a hurry. Let's go back to my room to rest first. But if people don't look for things, it doesn't mean that things don't look for people. Kyong Kyu walked to the door of his room. Before opening the door, someone rushed out of the next room. Wearing a white headscarf, this guy walked straight to Kyong Kyu and spoke. Are you a new student this year? Yes. Is there any problem? Kyong Kyu frowned, guarding the white headscarf hanging beside him. The hand has faintly hit the hilt. Yes, hurry up and follow, the senior guys are bullying the new students again. The white turban waved his hand, and then ran ahead to lead the way. Kyong Kyu put his hand down, and saw that at both ends of the corridor, all the doors of the room were opened. All of them are new students this year. Kyong Kyu also saw several familiar faces. One by one, they all followed the white turban and ran downstairs. Aggressive, the same hatred. Seeing Kyong Kyu with a blank face, he grabbed a freshman who ran by and asked, What happened? The freshman step 1 stopped, and then quickly replied, the seniors rely on their high level and want to collect points in the hands of our freshmen. You also know how difficult it is to earn academy points. Academy points, yes, a point system in Brilliance Academy. The most important role is to redeem item resources in the Brilliance Academy Treasure Pavilion and to ensure promotion every academic year. For the students of Brilliance Academy, academy points can be said to be a very important thing. Although there are many ways to earn points, there are few ways to earn a lot of points. So the students in the upper grades want to squeeze the freshmen when they come, and they will naturally encounter resistance from the freshmen. However, in the past years, because the freshmen's strength was not as good as the senior students, in the end, they would still give in helplessly. This can be regarded as the practice in Brilliance Academy. It's just that because the noise is not too big every time, the academy does not interfere. There is a large open space downstairs in the freshman dormitory. At this time, the open space was filled with a large number of people, and it was divided into 2 parties. Chapter 120, People don't look for things, things look for people. God-level store manager system. Chapter 121. Close to the freshman dormitory are the freshmen enrolled this year, and the leader is the white turban. On the other side, it is naturally a senior student. To be precise, it is a second-year student. If the third-grade students still come to do this kind of thing, they will be laughed at by other students. Among the senior students, the leader is a man with a metal mask, and everyone around him calls him a grimace. The grimace walked out of the crowd, because it was covered by a mask, and he couldn't see what his expression was. At this moment, facing the freshman, Grimace was lightly coughed, and then slowly said, you should know that in the practice of Brilliance Academy, freshmen need to pay a part of their points to their seniors as extra tuition. The specific number depends on the number of new students. When the white scarf interrupted the Grimace in a cold voice, he said loudly, I'm coming to Brilliance. I've never heard of this rule before Academy. Of course you won't hear about it, because this is your first lesson here, Grimace said with a sneer. That is to respect people who are stronger than you. According to you, if we are stronger than you, do you give us points? Bay Turban retorted. The courage is commendable. There is indeed this rule. You send people out to fight with our people. You win 2 games in 3 rounds. If you win, you can keep your points. If you lose, today's points will be doubled, and all points within this year will be divided into 30% and contributed to us. Grimace coldly snorted, said disdainfully, you guys, do you dare? Do you dare? This sentence asked all the freshmen. The resource of Brilliance Academy is definitely beak. That's why there are so many people who want to enter Brilliance Academy. And these senior students have studied and practiced in Brilliance Academy for a year. Their level, strength, and battle awareness are much higher than those of their freshmen. It is almost impossible for freshmen to win these old ones, and they even proposed 2 wins in 3 games to ensure their chances of winning. You must know that even if there are talented new students, they can outperform one of them. But geniuses are geniuses after all, they are very rare. What can we do? How can we beat the old students? Otherwise, we will give them the points. Yes, if you lose, the points will be doubled. Not only doubling, the points earned this year will be divided into 30%. I know, this is the practice of Brilliance Academy. How? It will be resolved in just a few words. The courage of the new student disappeared all of a sudden. One by one, hiding behind and whispering, the morale dropped to freezing point for a while. You guys should be tough. The white turban loudly shouted. But the low morale has no way to recover. HMPH really is a group of cowards, but fortunately, on the battlefield, the first to die aren't the birds in their early days. Grimace said contemptuously. This group of freshmen is not in the eyes. Bar. Suddenly, a disdainful voice sounded. Who? Grimace heard that someone dared to provoke his majesty, immediately asked. I, really? Relying on myself for staying in the academy for a year to bully the new students, I can't stand it anymore. It was Nalan Kinky who spoke out. Hey, there is a brother who feels the same as me. At this time, Kmingling also walked out of his new life. Chapter 121, Brilliance Academy Conventions. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 122. Yo, your sword. Yo, your sword. The two looked at each other and found each other's waist at the same time. The weapons on top seemed to be quite familiar. So you two, the two said in unison. Shut up. Grimace yelled immediately, feeling that he was being ignored. Then he looked at the white turban and said, how did you decide to accept the challenge? Brother, do you have any questions? Kyong-Kyu asked Kmingling too. I've seen them upset a long time ago. I really thought that if we were one grade higher, it would be very difficult to deal with. Kmingling without the slightest hesitation responded. Brothers, are you willing to be bullied by them? Kyong-Kyu turned and asked the freshman. I snatched the work of the white turban in an instant. Brothers, are you willing to give up your hard-earned points? Kmingling answered immediately. Do you want the life of the academy of your dreams, starting from being robbed of points by these guys? You really want to? Do not resist at all, just accept your fate. One question echoed in the ears of the new students. The lead white turban, clenching his teeth, first roared up. Do not want to. I don't want to. We absolutely don't want to. Very well, we took the challenge of your second-year students. Kyong-Kyu turned around and looked at the grimace, with a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Xinxiang, Kmingling, challenge. Xinxiang, Kyong-Kyu, challenge. Xinxiang, Bai Fenian, challenge. Finally came out it was the leading white turban. His name is Bai Fenian. Okay, very good. For many years there have been no new students who dared to resist. Didn't expect that when it was our turn to be a senior, we appeared. The grimace extremely angry laughed. Under the metal mask, there was a sneer. Second-year students, freshmen dare to fight. What should we do? Teach them. Let them know the rules of Brilliance Academy. All the second-year students shouted in unison, imposing manner straight into the sky. One left and one right. Two male students stood up and came to the sides of the grimace. Then they slapped Kyong-Kyu together and clasped their fists. Dark black, accept the challenge, said the dark-skinned, tall and strong male student in a low, muffled voice. Mo-Bai, accept the challenge. The fair-skinned male student with a body like a willow whispered softly. Grimace, accept the challenge. Grimace mocked. I just help you, don't regret it. This is what you asked for. This year's 30% of the points. You are lost. How can I know if I don't try it? Kyong-Kyu stretched out his hands and pressed. The angry freshman immediately stopped shouting. This is the imposing manner, this is the majesty. Cut! The grimace waved behind him. The second-year students all backed away and made an open space between the two parties for battle. Ink black. You go up first. Okay. Mo-Hai smiled and stepped forward. Every step he took, it seemed to make the earth shake. Looking at the three people standing in front of the new students, they coldly smiled and said grimly, come on, who will come out first to lead the death? That horrible imposing manner, so that all new students are shaking in their hearts. Is this the strength of the second-year students? It's just 1 year longer than them. Why is it so strong? This imposing manner has at least 2 15th level, and his brave rank skills are still unclear. Chapter 122, Challenge. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 123. Bai Fenian swallowed his saliva and glanced at Kyong-Kyu and Kmingling somewhat trembling in fear. Although he was irritated by the blood to stand up, it does not mean that he has lost his mind. Look at what we are doing. The finale should come out later. This guy, you should go up and deal with it first. Kmingling said with an expression of I will definitely not pitch you. That's right. Shouldn't the hero be the last one? Kyong-Kyu's expression is exactly the same as Kmingling. Bai Fenian wanted to cry without tears, but after seeing the eager gaze of the freshman behind him, clenched the teeth. He walked out. Welcome to Come and Die. A beast roar from the black chest. His figure was thunderous, and the whole person turned into an afterimage. and attacked Beifenian. Boom! Beifenian crossed his arms and forcibly took this heavy punch from Inkai. Brave rank skill. The power of wild beast. The corners of the dark grinning mouth showed a smirk, and a circle of brave marks suddenly appeared on the arms. Boom! Beifenian's body was shocked instantly, flew out, and fell to the ground. The blood ran down the corners of Beifenian's mouth, and onto the ground, stained with a bright red color. Spike. The strength of the second-year students is so terrifying. Beifenian can serve as the temporary leader of the freshmen, and his strength is sure to convince most freshmen. But such a person who basically represents the highest strength of freshmen, in front of the second-year students, is so vulnerable. This made the freshmen feel terrified. Let's hand in the points. Damn, I knew I shouldn't be an enemy of them. It's fine now. Our points are all gone. No, we do not accept this battle. Fence began to call up. They cannot accept their points, so sent out. The 30% of points for the whole year this year is not a small amount. This means that their cultivation resources this year will be reduced by more than 30%. Quiet. Winning or losing is still undecided. Nalan Kinky frowned and roared loudly. A violent shout seemed to awaken the group of grassroots. After all, most of the freshmen can still recognize the situation. Now that they have chosen to fight the second-year students, there is no way out. Very good, Black. Now change to Mobai, and solve it as soon as possible. Grimace sneered, his tone full of disdain. It seems that the new students in front of you are just a group of trivial ants that can be solved easily. Agile, you or me? Minglan glanced at Nalan Kinky and asked casually. Come on, I will finish. Nalan Kinky said confidently. No problem. Minglan strode up to the open space, tilting his head, and said, no need to wait. Let's start. As you wish. Mobai's tone is light, but very fast. Above the clearing, I saw Mobai body flashed, and only an afterimage remained in place. The real body had come behind Kminglan. Glang! A dagger fell out of Mobai's cuff and pierced the back of Kminglan's heart. Kminglan drew his knife instantly and caught the stabbing of the dagger. An unexpected counterattack instantly shook the dagger in Mobai's hand. The sharp cold light flickered in the air, and then plunged into the ground. How can your power be so great? Mobai was directly shocked by Kminglan's attack. The huge power made his body unstable for a moment. Without a reaction, Kminglan's blade was already placed on his white neck. Chapter 123, Clean and Neat. God-level store manager system. Chapter 124. You let me win. Kminglan coldly retracted the knife into its sheath. The formidable power of Raging Flames Saber in Luo Sheng Shop is not only reflected in the burning effect when attacking, the increase in attack power is also one of the effects of Raging Flames Saber. That's why Kminglan was able to retreat Mobai from strength, seize his weak spot, and win in one fell swoop. No, this is impossible. Even if my attribute is not based on strength, it is not something you can surpass. Mobai couldn't believe this result. He was actually defeated by a new student who failed even the brave trial. And I lost so simply. Enough, Mobai, come back, and I'm still there. The grimace sipped, and then stepped forward. Yes. Mobai gritted his teeth, gave Kminglan a fiercely look, and then slowly backed away. Seeing that Kminglan was able to win Mobai so cleanly, hope suddenly ignited in the hearts of the freshmen. One by one clenched their fists, staring nervously at the open space in front of them. Don't think that some of you can win Mobai by chance, and you can be happy. Grimace said slowly. Of course, you have to be happy, and you have to wait until I beat you. Nalan Kinky laughed up and looked at each other with a grimace at the corner of his mouth. Overestimate one's capabilities. Grimace sneered. Then you can give it a try. Nalan Kinky laughed, without a trace of tension on his face. However, Nalan Kinky knew in his heart that Kminglan was able to win with the power of weapons because Mobai underestimated the enemy. And this time, Grimace will not make this mistake. It seems that another medicine pill is going to be wasted. Kyong-Kyu sighed lightly in his heart. Fortunately, when I came back, I also left a medicine pill, small wind speed pill, in the face of second-year students who are bullying new students. When fighting, you don't need to pay attention to fairness. It is king to be able to fight and win. The small wind speed pill was secretly put into his mouth by Kyong-Kyu, withdrawing the night sword from his waist. The entrance of the medicine pill instantly turned into a warm current and poured into Kyong-Kyu's body. Then you will fall for me. Grimace kicked his feet, and the ground made a muffled noise. Kyong-Kyu saw an afterimage passing by, and a Grimace had already arrived in front of him. Fast speed. Everyone present exclaimed. This speed is even 3 points faster than Mobei, who was known for his speed before. At this time, no one thinks that Kyong-Kyu has the possibility of defeating Grimace. How can a freshman who doesn't even have the mark of the brave defeat the peak character among the second-year students? How? You are the newborn of overestimate one's capabilities. Grimacing hand grasped on the handle of the knife, and asked triumphantly, as if in the next moment, his long knife could be placed on Kyong-Kyu's. The neck is average. I have to say, it's really fast. The medicinal power took effect in just an instant. Kyong-Kyu's speed at this moment is not much slower than Grimace. Hey! The speed at which Grimace draws the knife out of its sheath, draws and cuts the knife, is 3 points faster than the normal speed of the knife. If it is an ordinary person, even if it is the same brave rank, under this move, they will have to hate on the spot. But Kyong-Kyu completely kept up with the speed of the Grimace. The night sword in his hand was in the most tricky place, and the Grimace's attack was stuck firmly. Let you take a look at the dual blade flow that I just realized recently. First, chapter 120, take a medicine pill and dry. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 125. Kyong-Kyu grabbed the other night sword on his waist with his other hand. This is a new battle method that Liu Sheng has realized when he refuses to return the goods to him in order not to waste weapons. Dual Blade Flow Brave Claw. Click. The long knife in Grimian's hand, instantly, was killed by Kyong-Kyu's attack was cut off. The effective Ice Crystal Night Sword was also triggered. The power of the ice crystals made the movements of the Grimace stiff, and the counter-attack that originally existed in the thoughts was completely unable to be used. This is impossible. The Grimace was also flung out. Kyong-Kyu kicked his feet. His figure was actually followed along. The moment Night Sword chased the Grimace down to the ground, it drove into the ground beside the Grimace's eye. You let me win. The power of medicine pill and weapons is so powerful. Kyong-Kyu drew the ice crystal night sword from the ground and returned to his new life. We won. We won. Very good. We won. You are heroes. Our new heroes. Points. Keep it. Thank you. Thank you. After a moment of silence, a burst of cheers resounded across the sky among the freshmen. The second-year students, amidst the cheers of the freshmen, could only leave here in a desperate manner. You can, actually brought back medicine pill from the boss store. Others don't know what's going on, but Kmingling knows it all. Okay, are there any healing pills left in your place? I think Bai Fenian seems to be going to die soon. Cloud Mist City. Liu Sheng's shop. Liu Sheng doesn't know that the products in his store can also affect the Brilliance Academy beyond 1,000 li. He just silently stayed in the battle strength improvement training room and stayed in front of the crystal ball. Use this night's time to fight the four guards again and again. The deceit of the swordsman, the press forward of the spearman, the stability of the great magician, and the motionless as mountains guarding night. Each one is of this rank. The highest level of this rank. Liu Sheng must let his fighting skills surpass them. This is the cultivation of a store manager. For the products in your store, you must be the strongest. As for what it looks like to upgrade the training room for battle strength, Liu Sheng doesn't know what it is, but it must be stronger than it is now. Looking outside the store, there was another faintly discernible light. Liu Sheng yawned. Another night of playing. It seems that I really need the help of a store assistant. Liu Sheng thought so, then went back to the next door and opened the door of the grocery store. Big brother, It's beef today. It's really delicious. As soon as the door was opened, a large piece of beef was roasted red and exuding steam. He was sent to Luo Sheng. Then Luo Sheng saw Orchid Leaf Group outside the store. "Thank you. Come in, take whatever you need yourself." Luo Sheng smiled and took the beef from Lan Zaya, then turned and walked into the shop. Today's store manager is still as indifferent as before. Lan Kinky laughed and walked in. Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows and said nothing. A competent store manager can't care about this kind of ridicule. "Luo Sheng, is the last skill crystal still there? This young lady has to order the frost grip crystal first." Nalan Kinky ran in and looked at Luo Sheng and said, "Okay." Luo Sheng answered, "The surface is calm, but my heart is extremely happy. My small item rewards are finally going to be sold. That is completely my own income." Chapter 125, Dual Blade Flow Brave Claw. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 126. Well, what you need to see by yourself, after reading it, go to the next door together. You need to train your fighting skills. Lan Yi followed. Speaking seriously, yesterday, Orchid Leaf Group went to Cloud Mist Forest to hunt demonic beasts as usual. Lan Yi, who was hanged and beaten for 4 hours in the battle strength promotion arena, clearly felt his understanding of combat skills and a new breakthrough, including the mastery of moves, the timing of martial skills, and the control of battlefield changes. There has been a lot of improvement. This is definitely a huge surprise, and it also made Lan Yi aware of what the battle strength in the Luo Sheng shop represents. It is a tempering of battle strength when the level cannot be improved. Is an extremely effective way to improve strength. That's why Lan Yi brought Lan Zaya and the others over early in the morning today, and decided that if there is time in the future, every day all will come over. After Luo Sheng greeted the people of Orchid Leaf Group, he stayed behind the counter and served the beef that Lan Zaya gave him for breakfast. "Boss, eating meat early in the morning is not good for your health." The following people are Yingzhu and Yingfeng. Yingzhu came to the counter to put down the spirit crystal and joked Luo Sheng by the way. Luo Sheng quietly put down the beef in his hand, wiped his mouth by the way, and said, "Meat is more nutritious." It seems that there are fewer people today. Ling Xiao went back. He was only here to look at the weapons. It was already a surprise to find the armor and medicine pill. Yingzhu explained. "Boss, turn on us. Try the arena today first." Yingfeng can't wait to put down the spirit crystal. After that, Xlang, who came to the store to do daily tasks every day, and the members of the Blood Wolf Group, battle strength upgrade the 20 positions of the training room, which are fully occupied. I hope that after the battle strength increases the level of the training room, it will be so full every day. Luo Sheng glanced at the next door through the small door and muttered silently. As soon as Qin Ming returned to the City Lord Mansion yesterday, he began to organize the City Guard Assembly. Except for the teams that are still in Cloud Mist Forest and have not returned, all the other city guards gathered in the school field, and then began to select the elite. First the group competition, and then the group competition. Finally, the 500 strongest people were selected and divided into 10 groups to serve as the elite and sharp knife troops of Cloud Mist City. Qin Ming stayed up all night, and on the second day with a tired face, he came to the Luo Sheng shop. "Store manager, good morning." Qin Ming said hello routinely. "Hello, City Lord Qin, what do you need?" Luo Sheng knows that the big business is coming, and whether the task can be completed is in the negotiation at this time. "I returned to the City Lord Mansion yesterday and counted and tested overnight. The total number of equipment needed is 500 sets." Qin Ming first said the number he needed. Luo Sheng knows that these 500 sets are about the quantity of high-quality equipment. After all, no matter how few city guards are in Cloud Mist City, it is impossible to have only 500 people. No problem, as long as City Lord Qin can pick it up, the inventory in the store is sufficient. Luo Sheng nodded, but did not mention other things. As a businessman, Luo Sheng himself will never raise the issue of discounts first, because system does not allow discounts. So to be precise, Any preferential terms agreed by Liu Sheng must be deducted from its own profits. Chapter 126, 500 Equipments. God-level store manager system. Chapter 127. Don't worry, store manager opens the store alone. It must be very hard work. I will send someone to ship the equipment back. Qin Ming is slightly nodded, not entangled in the delivery issue. Rather, he changed the conversation and said, however, store manager must also know that Cloud Mist City is prepared to fight the beast wave, and the vault is really not well stocked. Therefore, I hope store manager can give discounts. Of course, I am not forcing store manager, I just hope that store manager will consider it as a resident of Cloud Mist City, and contribute to the protection of Cloud Mist City. Qin Ming's words are euphemistic. In fact, from a moral point of view, Liu Sheng gives preferential treatment. The people on the imperial court have twists and turns to be counted. Qin Ming's words are already very straightforward. City Lord Qin, of course I would like to make a contribution. Liu Sheng said slowly. This is not a lie. After all, System has released a mission to help Cloud Mist City survive the crises of the animal wave. But the problem is that System only released this task. He did not give him any privileges for this store manager. When Qin Ming heard Liu Sheng's words, he couldn't help but have several points of anticipation. After all, ordinary equipment, given the status of Cloud Mist City's treasury, although not ample, it is still possible to reluctantly equip City Guard. But the problem is that the equipment in this Liu Sheng shop is not ordinary. Both the price and the quality are unheard of high. Although the equipment is powerful and good value for money, the condition of the vault does not allow it. If Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City can allocate military expenses, Qin Ming will definitely fully arm the city guard without any hesitation. But, after all, this shop is a small business, and it really can't afford any discount. Liu Sheng turned it around and directly rejected Qin Ming's request. If this discount is given, the Liu Sheng will not be enough to be paid to the system. AI, store manager is not easy, but in this vault, there is really no way to make up so many spirit crystals. Qin Ming knows that in order to benefit from business, it must sell badly. Regardless of what your real situation is, first say that you don't have enough money. Store manager, you know, 500 sets of equipment is really not a small amount. Of course I know, but with this discount, City Lord Qin won't have to sell it anymore. I really won't give it. Liu Sheng said clearly what he meant. 500 sets of equipment, even if each set of equipment only requires one weapon and one armor. It is also 200,000 spirit crystals. If medicine pill is added to each set of equipment, the price will be even higher. However, the most important thing is that in a set of equipment, there can be only one weapon, but armor has many parts. At present, there are 4 types of armor: bracers, boots and cloak. After expanding the egg pool, I don't know how many. Even if it is a 5% discount, Liu Sheng will lose money. The folded part must be deducted from the Liu Sheng division. However, I have another suggestion. I don't know if City Lord Qin wants to listen to it. Liu Sheng turned around and looked towards Qin Ming seriously, then frantically asked System in my mind. System, do the buildings in the store belong to my store manager? System, theoretically yes. In other words, the trial room is completely controlled by myself, right? Liu Sheng asked quickly. When looking for system vulnerabilities, Liu Sheng prides itself on being huge. System, yes, the trial room is a building that the system provides to the store manager to enhance its strength. It can be used by outsiders, but it needs spirit crystal to drive it. System seems to know what Liu Sheng was thinking about. He said it all directly. Chapter 127. Take advantage of the system's loopholes. God-level store manager system. Chapter 128. Then how to charge? Liu Sheng is most worried about this issue. If the charge is too high, it will not be easy to operate. System, Brave rank trial space, 1 spirit crystal. Lasts for 1 hour, professional rank trial space, 10 spirit crystals last 1 hour. Fortunately, it is calculated by duration. It is not calculated by frequency. Luo Sheng's heart silently relaxed. For Luo Sheng, the store manager, the reason why the trial room time is static during the upgrade task in trial space is entirely because of the benefits of Luo Sheng given by the system. When outsiders use the trial room, the time in the trial room must be mobile. After all, the normal brave rank trial, there will not be an Earth immortal for you to defeat him. Generally speaking, results will be available in a few hours. So calculating spirit crystal based on maintenance time is the best way to save spirit crystal. Looking at Luo Sheng's serious expression, Qin Ming sighed, then clasped his fists and said, "Hope to hear the details." Presumably there are many soldiers in Cloud Mist City Guard. They have all reached the 20th level, but they are unable to continue to be promoted because of the lack of trial crystals. Luo Sheng said, "Always direct." As the store manager said, even the elite selected this time, some of them are stuck at level 20 and cannot continue to improve. When this question was raised, Qin Ming also got serious. In that case, let me just say it straight. In the shop, there is a way to open the brave rank trial space, so that the soldiers can get the mark of the brave. But it is expensive to open, so just use this as a discount for City Lord Qin this time. Luo Sheng said seriously. Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly said, "Store manager, I know that trial crystals are expensive. Using this as a discount is really precious." In Qin Ming's concept, no, to be precise, in the concept of people in this world, trial space can only be opened by trial crystals. That's why Qin Ming misunderstood Luo Sheng's words. No, I think City Lord Qin should have misunderstood. What I said was expensive, not a trial crystal. Luo Sheng was silent for a while, knowing that Qin Ming had misunderstood. But as an honest store manager, Luo Sheng still told the truth in a way that Qin Ming can understand. Store manager, what did you say? You mean, you can use the magic array disk to open the trial space? Qin Ming couldn't help but shout when he heard this sentence. Based on Qin Ming's knowledge, after listening to Luo Sheng's words, it is difficult to calm down. Use the magic array disk to open the trial space, which is simply impossible. Where is trial space? That is the promotion space recognized by power of heaven and earth. Only through trial space can you obtain the seal of trial and continue to level up. This is an unchanging theorem. How many well-known and strong knowledge in history, the great magician and alchemist who have left their name through the ages, who want to use their personal power to open up the trial space, all ended in failure. And now, what did Qin Ming hear? This small shop can even use the magic array disk to open up a trial space. Even if only the trial space of brave rank can be opened up, it is enough to set off a huge storm. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Store manager, don't you laugh. Let's continue talking about business. Qin Ming laughed stiffly. Chapter 128. Store manager, please don't be kidding. God-level store manager system. Chapter 129. No, I'm not kidding. Luo Sheng emphasized it very seriously. Qin Ming stared at Luo Sheng for a long time before exhaling, and said, "Store manager, do you know what you are talking about and what it means?" "What?" Luo Sheng asked. "It means you will change this world," Qin Ming said very solemnly. Luo Sheng half squinted, looking at Qin Ming calmly. "I don't seem to know what change this world means." But in Qin Ming's view, Luo Sheng is extremely calm, just not caring about such a great invention. What a terrifying force is this! What a terrifying force, to create such a terrifying store manager. No, the real terrifying should be this small shop. Store manager, don't worry, I won't talk about it today. For the soldiers, I will also lie that you are using trial crystals. Qin Ming sighed, a little tired speaking of. Well, let's continue our discussion. Luo Sheng slightly nodded. How could he not know the truth of an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a criminal? But for true powerhouse, A brave rank trial space created manually is not enough to attract them. And the people that brave ranks trial space can attract are scumbags in front of the defense system mounted in the shop. Luo Sheng is so confident. That's why he will talk about the trial room. Since store manager is so assured of me, I won't say more. This is the list of items I need. Please also store manager to check the price, and then someone will settle it. Qin Ming took out a long list from his arms. You are welcome, City Lord Qin. This can be considered my contribution to Cloud Mist City. Luo Sheng took the order and started to settle the account. Weapons, armor, medicine pill. This list is very comprehensive, and each item is marked with a specific quantity. And not only the excellent equipment, the ordinary level equipment is also listed above. It seems that I want to make a distribution after I go back. When it comes to settling accounts, Luo Sheng's speed is amazing, and it takes only a few words to get the list. There are a total of 427,630 spirit crystals. According to what we said, I won't wipe them out. I will prepare the equipment and medicine pill on time. Luo Sheng spoke slowly. No matter how happy I feel, I can't show it. Peaceful, calm, is the qualified performance of a mature store manager. Understood. Someone will come over this afternoon, so I will go back first. Qin Ming ordered nodded. Then I won't stay much. Regarding trial space, after City Lord Qin is ready, just bring people over. Luo Sheng closed the list. Enter the warehouse to move goods this afternoon, and I have to compare the list. It's up to the store manager. Qin Ming clasped his fists, then turned and left. Prepare, and then start restocking. Luo Sheng scratched his head, and suddenly realized that with so many goods, even if they just moved out of the warehouse, it might not be easy. However, these more than 400,000 spirit crystals have caused Luo Sheng to lose weight. Calculated at a 10% share, Luo Sheng this time earned more than 42,000 spirit crystals from his blood and entered a well of life in one fell swoop. The battle strength raises the upper limit of the training room time, allowing customers who have arrived early in the morning to leave one by one. While Luo Sheng waited while yawning, he finally waited for the purchasing officer sent by Qin Ming. Chapter 129, End of Negotiation. God-level store manager system. Chapter 130. It was a chubby mustache with a little high hat, which made it feel like a diplomat. Hello, dear store manager Luo Sheng. I am chief in charge sent by the city lord to conduct the transaction this time, and I am also the administrator of the Cloud Mist City Vault. Luo Boat. Luo Boat, a mustache. It was the gentleman who introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Luo Boat, the equipment is ready, you can move out now. Don't know if your cart is ready? Luo Sheng responded politely. Of course, store manager, don't worry. Luo Boat nodded, then clapped his hands gently. Someone outside immediately opened the store door, and then brought in several large boxes. This is the spirit crystal traded at this time. There are 427,630 spirit crystals in total. Please count them by the store manager. Luo Boat consciously carried the spirit crystal first. Came in. Luo Sheng tilted his head and glanced at the large boxes, then took out the cash box from the counter. Then please pour all spirit crystal into this box. The collection box produced by system comes with spirit crystal counting function. Ask Luo Sheng to count the more than 420,000 spirit crystals alone, and I'm exhausted. A few soldiers who moved spirit crystal looked dumbfounded at the spirit crystal piled up like a hill, all poured into the cash box the size of a head. It is indeed a small shop that specializes in selling magical items. Even a cash box is so magical. Luo Boat couldn't help but sigh. The number of spirit crystals is correct. Please wait here for a while. Luo Sheng only put away the cash box after getting the system hint. Then go to the warehouse and continuously move out the equipment and medicine pill. 500 sets of fine level equipment, plus 4,000 sets of ordinary level equipment. Luo Sheng spent the whole afternoon moving goods, and the carriage outside the store was transported back and forth more than a dozen times. Thanks to the store manager, and the number of equipment is correct. Then, let's say goodbye. Luo Boat does not have any list, and the number of equipment is all in his mind. Luo Sheng glanced at the list Qin Ming left him, and nodded. As the administrator of the vault, his brain is still easy to use. Remember to be clear about the items on this list. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task. First big bucket of gold. The reward has been issued. This shop can currently recruit a store assistant, and the store assistant can be sheltered by the defense system. Very good, I can finally be lazy. Luo Sheng clenched his fists and cheered in his heart. System, the host turnover reaches the upgrade conditions, and the upgrade task will start soon. System, the upgrade task is being generated. The turnover reached. Damn, it's not a strange upgrade task. Luo Sheng was suddenly in his heart when he heard this prompt. He patronized the completion of small tasks, and ignored the fact that he would always trigger larger tasks. Luo Sheng feels unwilling to die tens of thousands of times, even virtual death. System, after the upgrade task is generated, a good store will never only deal with merchandise about battles, and a good store manager will definitely not only know about battles. System, task content, pass the trial of professional rank trials space, and increase the popularity of the store to a specified value. System, task reward, increase the level of the store to level 1, trial the room level is upgraded to level 1, 1 snack vending machine, 3 snack sampling opportunities, 1 overall shop transformation, and 1 random store manager set. You can click on the favorite logbook below times chapter 130. The upgrade task is being generated. God level store manager system chapter 131. My head hurts so much. Luo Sheng clutched his temples, only feeling tight in his chest. Suddenly speechless. It really is a strange task. What does it mean to increase the popularity of the store to a specified value? What is this specified value? And what the hell is that rewarded snack vending machine? If snacks are added, this grocery store will really become a grocery store. Although Luo Sheng at first knew that the variety of goods in this shop was messy, but absolutely did not expect that it would be so messy. The previous purchase channels, even with the addition of accessories, and the battle strength enhancement training room, are all battle type products. As a result of this time upgrade, system just gave a life type commodity. Okay. Luo Sheng doesn't want to complain about this two-stroke system anymore. Let's go with the flow. System, the so-called popularity designation value. What exactly is it? Luo Sheng felt that even if he was desperate, he should ask clearly what the task conditions are. System, the host only needs to concentrate, and you can see the specified value of popularity in front of you. Luo Shengyan, after looking at it carefully, a transparent long line appeared in front of him. In the grid, there is only a small white section at the beginning, which should be the current popularity value of the store. Yes, there are not many people who know the Luo Sheng shop now. Forget it. Let's go to bed tonight. Luo Sheng said that after working all afternoon, he has no desire to complete the task. Besides, weapons and armors are consumables after all, not medicine pill consumables. After updating them once, they will not buy new ones for a long time. We can only continue to sell weapons and armors by opening up the market and being expert. This kind of consumable medicine pill does not have such concerns. Blood Wolf Group and Orchid Leaf Group will basically come to supplement every day. Thinking about it this way, system upgrade tasks seem to be not aimless, but they are all purposeful. Luo Sheng suddenly understood the purpose of system. It's just that it's not a day's work to increase popularity, so take your time. Anyway, after making a lot of money for Qin Ming, Luo Sheng's life is still very good for the time being. I looked at the sky outside. It was time for dinner. It's been so long since I came to this world, and it was the first time that I was so rich. Luo Sheng decided to reward myself once. I heard that in Cloud Mist City, There is a place called House of Intoxicated Clouds. The dishes in it are superb. Even in the entire desolate Origin Empire, the dishes of the House of Intoxicated Clouds are well known. Luo Sheng visited once a long time ago. Half of the prices of the dishes there are settled with gold coin and half with spirit crystal. The price is so expensive, as you can imagine. Simply not as good as Luo Sheng at the time. They are all provided for the rich merchants in the past to enjoy. But today, Luo Sheng is also considered rich. Today, I'm going to the House of Intoxicated Clouds. Luo Sheng fiercely picked up a handful of spirit crystal from the cash box and stuffed it into his arms. House of Intoxicated Clouds is a bit of strength. Even if the animal tide is approaching, it is not in a hurry. And there is no panic at all. This also has something to do with their wealth and power, and their ability to afford powerhouse guards. Those who have hurriedly closed their stores and left Cloud Mist City to take refuge are all small stores without strength. Luo Sheng brought spirit crystal to the House of Intoxicated Clouds and ordered a table of dishes, and he didn't finish eating after throwing away his cheeks. But in fact, Luo Sheng didn't plan to finish it. Because Luo Sheng has to fight in the battle strength promotion arena at night, the rest of the dishes are just packed back for supper. Chapter 131, The Intention of System. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 132. In their dark, a petite silhouette fled from Cloud Mist Forest to Cloud Mist City in a panic. In the gasping for breath, there seems to be blood dripping from the petite silhouette. Through the moonlight shining down from the sky, you can see the beautiful face of the petite silhouette, and the pair of cat-like vertical pupils. Damn it, why did they catch up? The petite silhouette clutched her chest and turned into a remote path. And follow closely from behind are two tall and strong silhouettes. Crossing the city wall of Cloud Mist City, without alarming any of the guards, landed in Cloud Mist City. One of the silhouettes fell to the ground, shaking his nose, as if sniffing something. Another silhouette followed behind, his eyes flashing with crimson's blood light. Found it, ahead, inside the path. The silhouette lifts the head lying on the ground, grinning at the corners of his mouth, and under the moonlight, his sharp teeth gleaming cold light. The little girl really can run. The blood escape technique almost fooled us. Fortunately, I used Wolf Hunter Clan's hunting technique to catch up. Otherwise, after I go back, I will definitely be caught. Patriarch punish. Another silhouette said with a malicious smile. Stop talking nonsense, finish the task early, and go back early. The silhouette lying on the ground fell on all fours and gave a violent kick. The figure has disappeared into the night. Xia stumbled into this path, and suddenly smelled a scent of food. Looking at the sky, it should be midnight, and I am still eating at this time, and I don't know what kind of person it is. Xia touched her stomach. She has been running for her life. She has been hungry for a long time. The chase of the two hunters behind her did not even have time to stop and drink her saliva, and not long ago, she also used the blood evasion technique, which was extremely stamina consuming. Now as soon as he smelled this scent, Xia's stomach screamed. No, I can't stop now. Xia shook the head hard. She knew that if she stopped and was overtaken by the two hunters behind her, she would definitely die. Click. At this time, the door of this scented shop suddenly opened a small mouth. Luo Sheng carried a lunchbox and poked his head out of the door. Hey, why is someone coming so late? Luo Sheng looked at the petite beautiful girl at the door in surprise. He was tired from fighting, got up to move his body, and dropped a bone by the way. He didn't expect to see a beautiful girl guarding the door. The popularity from the small store is still good. Luo Sheng happily his thoughts. Xia was also taken aback by this person who appeared suddenly, didn't expect someone to open the door suddenly in the middle of the night. I found it. Little girl, let's see where you go this time. Just a few seconds of stunned, too tall the strong silhouette came out of the darkness, and Crimson's eyes knew at a glance that it was not a good thing. Well, they are in the vicinity. Xia softened and almost slumped on the ground. Her physical strength has already reached its limit, and now that her energy is relaxed, she can no longer escape. I knew so. Why keep running away? Obediently surrender. I can give you a happy one. One of the tall and strong silhouettes came out and said coldly. Luo Sheng stood by the door and looked curiously. It was found that there were a pair of pointed triangle ears on both sides of the heads of these two men. By the moonlight, the dark fur covering them could also be seen. Chapter 132, Silhouette in the Dark Night. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 133. Is this Beastman? Luo Sheng said to himself. No matter who you are, please help me. If I can survive, I am willing to do anything for you. While Luo Sheng is thinking about it, a crisp voice like the orchid of the empty valley rang in his ears. Are you talking to me? Luo Sheng heart startled and looked towards the beautiful girl leaning against the wall. Beautiful and cute face, charming vertical pupils, petite but well-proportioned figure. Although in an embarrassing situation, she still has an elegant and clear temperament. Combined together, they form a pitiful person. Anything. Luo Sheng thought of these words and looked at this beautiful girl's eyes, and suddenly became hot. Is it really okay for anything? Xia also noticed that Luo Sheng's eyes suddenly changed, and his heart suddenly became cold. She has long mentioned the human world from her sisters in the clan. They are greedy, good-looking, and evil. When she saw this delicate and pretty youngster, Xia still had a glimmer of help in her heart, so she asked for help in despair. But didn't expect, he is still that kind of person. Drag out an ignoble existence, at least better than being caught by them. Xia looked at the two silhouettes in the dark, gritted his teeth, and said desperately, yes, I swear in the name of an ancestor. Very good, I'll take care of this. Luo Sheng has heard of this world's vows, but you can't send them randomly. Once you say it, especially swearing by your ancestors, it is very solemn and must be observed. It's really didn't expect. If you come out in the middle of the night and throw a trash, you can make a pretty girl. Human kid over there, I advise you not to be nosy, otherwise, I don't mind hunting you down with you. The strong silhouette warned aloud. With a flick of the protruding palm, 10 fingertips suddenly stretched out 10 sharp claws. No, since I said I have to take care of it, I will definitely take care of it. It's better to give me a face and leave now. How about it? Luo Sheng doesn't know where to get the 1000 machine ball from, came out and threw it in his hand. Since I am so kind to persuade you not to listen, don't blame me for being impolite. One of the tall and strong silhouettes let out a beast roar. Then he pounced directly at Luo Sheng. The speed is as fast as the wind, with a bloody breath. That terrifying power is at least professional rank. Beastman's innate talent is beast transformation. The stronger the beastman, the more thorough the beast transformation, and the more terrifying the attribute enhancements obtained after beast transformation. And Beastman's power is inherently stronger than humans, and the power after beast transformation is even stronger. Even human beings of the same level, Berserker, one of the most powerful ranks, dare not slam his edge head. This kid is scared. Forget it, it's just a waste of time. Another tall silhouette sneered, looking at the dumb Luo Sheng, said contemptuously. When Xia saw Luo Sheng staring at the silhouette who rushed over, his heart was even more desperate. In Luo Sheng's breath, there is not the slightest professional rank thick. My last help in the desperate situation can be regarded as dashed. That's all. Maybe it's my fate. Xia closed his eyes and leaned against the wall as if resigning. System, a killing intent is detected on the host, and the defense system is turned on. System, in the store manager is inviolable. Finally waited. Standing in the store, Luo Sheng knew that the defense system would definitely be triggered. Chapter 133, Anything. God-level store manager system. Chapter 134. Although the problem can be solved by spending a lot of money outside the store, Luo Sheng is a lazy person and can use the system, so I don't want to work hard. In an instant, a majestic breath erupted from Luo Sheng. Like a storm, it swept across the street, covering all 3 people in front of it. Damn, this terrifying breath. We are all cheated. How is it possible? How could there be a powerhouse of this level in Cloud Mist City? The two tall and strong silhouettes trembled all over, and their faces were full of disbelief, looking at Luo Sheng in horror. The majestic seer-like coercion suppressed the two of them in place, unable to move even a little bit. Xia, who had already admitted his fate, also opened his eyes, looking at Luo Sheng in surprise but in disbelief. The imposing manner of heroic rank. In this place, there is actually a powerhouse of heroic rank. This majestic breath is even thicker than their patriarch. I said, man, I save it. You guys, do you have any comments? Luo Sheng asked lightly. No, I don't dare. No opinion. I'm sorry to disturb the seniors' seclusion. The two of them gritted their teeth and trembled under the pressure of terror. Speaking of, listening to Luo Sheng's tone, Xia felt bad, and hurriedly shouted, no, you can't let them go. Damn little girl. Wolf Hunter Clan, even if you die, you have to complete the task. Condensed freezing. Luo Sheng tilted his head and quickly stretched out his hand. The magic burst instantly. Before the two tall and strong silhouettes had time to shoot, they were frozen and turned into two lifelike ice sculptures. Wolf Hunter Clan, forget it. If you dare to trouble me, let them one, but never returned. Although Luo Sheng heard the word, he didn't intend to go into it. Suppress and kill directly. Luo Sheng still feels too bloody. It's better to freeze it. Okay, the trouble is solved. Let's go in first. Luo Sheng let the petite girl into the store. As for these two Wolf Hunter Clan guys, just stay outside. Anyway, it is not the first time that ice sculpture has appeared outside the Luo Sheng store. It also appeared once when an Iron Wolf gang came to make trouble. Yes. Xia walked into the store flattered. This is a place where heroic rank's powerhouse lives in seclusion. If you can get his help, you will have a chance to avenge your genocide. The decoration of the shop is very simple, with all kinds of weapons, armors, and some small porcelain bottles. Xia carefully observed this place. What's your name? Luo Sheng asked casually. Xia. Xia answered carefully. Very nice name. What you said before, as long as I save you, you can do anything, right? Luo Sheng scratched his head, then walked to the counter and stopped. Xia bit her lower lip lightly, thinking that it is time to come. Even such a powerful person is still inevitable. However, if you can gain the power of revenge because of this, it is also worth your own body. Thinking of this, Xia said shyly, yes, I would like to ask the adults to pity you. I only hope that you will not abandon Xia in the future. What are you talking about? My store lacks a store assistant. You can start working tomorrow. Luo Sheng looked at Xia with an unclear face. Such a lovely and temperamental person can stay in the store as a store assistant. That's so eye-catching. Chapter 134. Did you misunderstand something? God-level store manager system. Chapter 135. WH. What? Store assistant? Xia was stupefied when he heard these words. Yes, it's the store assistant. I'm a bit busy alone. I'm going to introduce you to the product tonight. When a customer asks, you can introduce it to him. Luo Sheng yawned and said, This Xia this time is really dumbfounded. She thinks that her looks are okay, but why? In the eyes of the person in front of her, she can't see any ribbon of desire in her eyes. Yes, this is the powerhouse of my own in mind. Xia suddenly reacted. It turned out that this person, from the very beginning, only wanted to make himself a store assistant. What's wrong? Luo Sheng glanced at Xia. No, nothing. Xia waved his hand quickly. That's good. Then introduce myself first. My name is Luo Sheng. You can call me store manager in the store. Luo Sheng then pointed to the small door behind the counter. The rest place is at the back, and there is only one bed for the time being, but I am watching the night at the moment, and the shop will be remodeled later, so you can go to rest at night. Luo Sheng knew that Xia had no place to live, so he arranged it directly. As for the warehouse next to the bed, others cannot open the door without Luo Sheng's permission. Well, thank you owner. Xia expressed his thanks. Okay, Come here now, I will tell you the effects of these products. If you can't remember, tell me. Luo Sheng took the lead to walk to the shelf. Starting from medicine pill, introduce the products on the shelf one by one. Every item can surprise Xayah once. These medicine pill, these weapons, these armors, each is top grade. The more expensive, the better the value for money. After hearing that, Xayah is somewhat numb. I thought to myself that it is worthy of being a peerless powerhouse living in seclusion here. The products sold are all unprecedented and unheard of things from the outside world. Xayah has also heard of several alchemy products with mysterious effect, but they are all in the hands of powerhouse. Where is it like now? Just take it out and sell it. There are so many products for the time being. Do you remember all the effects? Luo Sheng asked after the introduction. Remember. Xayah nodded, and then memorized what Luo Sheng just introduced. Enough is enough. I'm sure you remember it all. Don't memorize it. Luo Sheng heard halfway, waved his hand to make Xayah stop. But it doesn't matter if he can't remember it. Anyway, he is also in the shop. Then there are some precautions for the store, and the next door battle strength raises the charge of the training room. In fact, with the help of system, Luo Sheng is not very worried. If you are tired, go to rest first. After Luo Sheng finished speaking, he was ready to go next door and continue to struggle. Galulu. A slight noise suddenly appeared in the store. Although Luo Sheng's level is not high, the attributes brought by level 30 still greatly increased his hearing and heard this voice. Are you hungry? Luo Sheng asked hesitantly. No, sorry, I haven't eaten for a few days. Xayah blushed immediately, and her pink earlobes were like rubies, which looked especially cute. Nothing, if you don't mind, I still have some food there. Luo Sheng refers to the dishes he stayed and prepared for breakfast. Speaking of which, the cold dishes of House of Intoxicated Clouds are pretty good. Thank you. Xayah lowered his head and thanked him in a low voice. Chapter 135. Beautiful Girl Store Assistant. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 136. Wolf Hunter Clan Sacrificial Hall. A beastman, wearing a sacrificial gown, holding a Closto People Relief Staff, painted strange oil on his face, was sitting in the lobby with his eyes closed and rested. On the ladder-shaped table in front of him, a large number of oil lamps are placed in an orderly manner, igniting subtle lights. Suddenly, the flames of two of the oil lamps suddenly went out. Wolf Hunter Clan sacrificed his eyes suddenly, staring at the two extinguished oil lamps. After a while, the Wolf Hunter Clan priest stood up, the staff in his hand was paused on the ground, and he made a beep sound. The two clansmen who chased the remnant are dead. They didn't even escape from their souls. It seems that the enemy they encountered is beyond imagination. Send someone to check it out. Remember, don't beat the grass to scare the snake until you are sure. Yes. Outside the sacrificial hall, a promise came in the darkness. Then a silhouette hides in the darkness. In my memory, it seems that I have had several months, and I haven't slept so peacefully. The warm light shining in from the rear window sprinkled on Xayah's face, awakening her. Xayah sat up from the bed and looked at the surrounding environment. The soft touch under her body was telling her that what happened last night was not a dream. Wake up, just come out and try to keep the shop. I will observe for a day to see if you can do the job. Luo Sheng leaned against the door frame, yawning. The door of the grocery store has been opened first. Yes, store manager. Xayah immediately got up and said hello in full spirit. Don't be too nervous, I'll be next door, just call me for the problem that can't be solved. Luo Sheng clicked nodded, and then returned to the battle strength training room. Xayah also came behind the counter of the grocery store, waiting to greet the first customer. Boss, you have frozen people out again. And you are not afraid of affecting the business in the store. People come first before they arrive. A bold voice rushed into the shop, and Kusu, who made the sound, also stood outside, and looked at the two ice sculptures outside the shop. When the two Wolf Hunter Clan men were frozen last night, it was precisely when they wanted to attack Xayah. The beast transformation feature on her body is already very obvious. Kusu recognized it easily. People of Wolf Hunter clan, these guys don't stay in Moonlight Forest, so they came here. Kusu is a lone ranger, experienced and knowledgeable after all. Even the origins of these two people have been told. Moonlight Forest, speaking of which, is much more than Cloud Mist Forest high rank. The demonic beasts over there are mostly high rank demonic beasts. Professional rank demonic beasts are everywhere, and there are even rumors that in the depths of the Moonlight Forest, the atmosphere of the heroic rank demonic beast has appeared. For races living in Moonlight Forest, those who can hunt out by themselves, the lowest is professional rank, and it is also a well-known figure in professional rank. However, the well-known figures of these two professional ranks were actually frozen outside the store. It seems that the strength of the boss has a new breakthrough. Kusu looked at the shop with affection. Fortunately, boss just opened a shop here. Otherwise, in this entire Cloud Mist city, no one is his opponent. Forget it. Forget it, don't think too much. Kusu shook the head, and then opened the store door. Hello, what do I need? A clear and sweet voice came into Kusu's ears. Kusu looked up in surprise, looked towards behind the counter, and there was a beautiful girl standing impressively. Boss, I just found out today, you still have this habit. Chapter 136, didn't expect you are the boss. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 137. You have this habit. This is the store assistant in my store. Luo Sheng didn't know when he slipped over from next door, and said blankly, it turned out to be like this. I mean, how could boss be such a person? Kusu haha laughed, trying to ease the embarrassment. I'm going out to buy breakfast. Luo Sheng ignored Kusu and turned to Xia. Xia, well-behaved, nodded. Luo Sheng ran over at this time, which means that he remembered that he had been playing all night and he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. When I saw the lunchbox before, I remembered that the breakfast I left last night was all eaten by Xia. That little girl. My name is Xia. Oh, that Xia. What are you? When did you work as a store assistant in the boss store? Kusu asked curiously. Last night. Xia answered truthfully. Kusu immediately thought of some strange things in his mind. Why did the boss recruit store assistant at night? And she was such a beautiful girl. It turned out to be like this. Help me set up the machine. Kusu looked thoughtful and put down the spirit crystal, and then each minding their own business walked to the next door. Xia didn't know why he put spirit crystal into the cash box. Before Luo Sheng bought breakfast, Xlang took 20 team members to do daily tasks. Only when I walked outside the store, the two lifelike ice sculptures attracted Xlang's attention. Outside the boss store, how come there are two more ice sculptures? Are they placed outside to ward off evil and fortune? Xlang was puzzled, and looked forward to the ice sculpture. Beastmen, Wolf Hunter Clan. If it was before beast transformation, Xlang might not recognize it. But the ice sculpture in front of me, beast transformation is so high that Xlang is impossible to recognize as a captain of a mercenary squad. We didn't expect that while we were still fighting those low-level demonic beasts, the boss was already able to be such a powerful opponent as easy as blowing off dust. Xlang couldn't help feeling the power of Wolf Hunter Clan, among beastmen, is also very powerful. At least Xlang knows that if the Blood Wolf group faces these two guys, even with the support of Luo Sheng Shop's equipment, they can only end up with a tragic victory. Beastman and Demonic Beast are different. Demonic Beast is less than a certain level, unless extraordinary natural talent or racial advantage. Otherwise the IQ is generally low. And Beastman's single battle strength is not only comparable to demonic beasts of the same level, but also IQ is not worse than that of humans. Under the two-handed circumstance, the members of the Blood Wolf group must suffer numerous casualties. However, the two ice sculptures in front of me were obviously frozen instantly when the beast transformation broke out, and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. It can be seen that Liu Sheng's strength is so high that it is difficult for them to match. Fortunately, such a powerhouse is just living in seclusion. It seems that we don't have to leave Cloud Mist City for this animal wave. Xlang became more and more in awe of Liu Sheng in his heart. Come two people, move these two ice sculptures away. Don't put them here to block the entrance of the shop, Xlang very consciously ordered. Immediately two people walked out and moved the two ice sculptures to a very conspicuous place that would not block the entrance of the store. Hello, what do I need? Xia immediately greeted him when he heard the door pushing. Are you? Xlang would not think that the beautiful girl in front of him is Liu Sheng. I am the new store assistant in the store. Do you have anything you need? Xia replied. Chapter 137, The Stunned Xlang. God-level store manager system. Chapter 138. Well, then you don't care about me. I am a regular customer. Xlang nodded, and then waved to the person behind him. 20 people immediately divided into two teams and started daily tasks. Xlang stood in front of the counter, watching these people take things from the shelves, then pay the bill, and then took the people to the next store. Liu Sheng only bought breakfast and came in from the street. When I looked at the two ice sculptures, I didn't know when they changed their positions. Hey, whoever is okay to change these two things, or just take them away. Liu Sheng complained in his heart, and then returned to the shop with breakfast in Cloud Mist City, office of City Lord Mansion. Qin Ming looked at the information in his hand, tapping on the desktop with his fingers. The gathering speed of the beast tide is getting slower and slower, so it seems that it will burst out soon and begin to impact Cloud Mist City. All soldiers who need to be tried, I have already selected it. I hope it can be completed before the arrival of the animal tide. This is today's breakfast. Let's continue to keep the shop after eating it. Liu Sheng put a bag of buns in his hand on the counter. It's not that Liu Sheng doesn't want to eat other breakfast. Mainly buns are better to take away. Thank you, the owner. After Xia thanked him, he took out a warm bun from the bag. The warm bun is held in his hand, and it is also warm in Xia's heart. You're welcome. I'll talk about wages after the inspection period. Liu Sheng sat in a chair, eating buns, and looking at the shop. After the upgrade task is completed, the system will give an opportunity to renovate the store as a whole. The battle strength increases the area of the training room, which is much larger than the current grocery store. I don't know what this overall transformation will look like. Store manager, did you put the two ice sculptures outside? While Liu Sheng was looking at the shop, Lan Yi walked in from the door, curious asked. Forget it, is there any problem? Liu Sheng nodded, admitted. No problem, you are really good at store manager. We underestimated you before. Lan Yi naturally recognized the details of the two Wolf Hunter clan people. It just didn't expect. The strength of Liu Sheng I saw in Cloud Mist Forest before is not all his strength. I can only say that Liu Sheng is really hidden. Others from Orchid Leaf Group followed behind and walked into the store. When I saw Liu Sheng, my eyes were filled with surprise. Nothing else. Just because Liu Sheng's martial skill was vividly and thoroughly demonstrated during the last battle with the Flame Demon Wolf, with the strength of Brave rank, it is a miracle to sling professional rank Demonic Beast. As a result, today, Liu Sheng's martial skill is not the strongest. His magical skills are more than 10 times that of the martial skill. This is simply a monster. It was Lan Xia who didn't care at all. He ran over when he saw Liu Sheng. The black tortoise heavy shield on his back was very conspicuous. Big brother, Sister Xio didn't go to Cloud Mist Forest today, so there is no barbecue. Lan Xia spit out a tender red tongue at Liu Sheng. It's okay, do you want to eat steamed buns? Liu Sheng laughed, and then passed to meat steamed bun. Thank you, big brother. Lan Xia gladly took the buns that Liu Sheng handed over. However, in fact, even if Liu Sheng is an evildoer, it has nothing to do with them. At least they and Liu Sheng are still friendly, and no matter how bad they are also neutral. Store manager, is she the store assistant you recruited? Lan King looked at Xia, thought for a long time, and suddenly asked. Chapter 138, Eat a Bun. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 139. Well, her name is Xia, so you can find her if you have something to do in the future. Luo Sheng introduced back. But when I took a look at Xia, she seemed a little scared. Hello. Xia seemed to be a little better after noticing Luo Sheng's gaze, and said hello calmly. Hello, Luo Sheng. I thought you were joking when you said that you were looking for a store assistant last time. After saying hello, Nalan Kinky rushed Luo Sheng said. It wasn't a joke last time, it's just that there was no suitable candidate. Luo Sheng returned lightly. Store manager Luo Sheng, do you have any new medicine pills here? Are there any new medicine pills that have upgraded attributes? Xia lingered around the shelf for a long time before asking out loud. This medicine pill thing, Luo Sheng, is purchased by everyday all. After all, it is a consumable, and the market is still very large. Those medicine pills that permanently enhance their attributes are limited to 3 pills in their lifetime, but with the output of the Luo Sheng store, they are also top-grade medicine pills that are in short supply. Yes, but not much. Luo Sheng pointed to a corner of a shelf. There are probably 7 or 8 bottles of medicine pill that permanently enhance the attribute. The proportion of medicine pill drawn out is really low. In the first 2 days of trading with Qin Ming, the number of medicine pill is huge, but there are not many body refinement pills, wind speed pills and bloodbath pills. Therefore, the Luo Sheng and Qin Ming transaction does not include these 3 medicine pills. If it's okay, go to the arena as soon as possible. Seeing Xia put the medicine pill in his bag, Lan Yi followed. She is not at all ambiguous about improving the overall strength of the squad. Sister Xia, I'd better stay here. When Xia heard this, she suddenly became depressed. I will stay here to accompany Xia. Lan King quickly waved his hand and said. Lan Yi took a serious look at the two of them, then clicked nodded, and went to the next door with the others. What's wrong? Luo Sheng asked quite curiously. Store manager Luo Sheng, you don't know it, I intend to become a priest, and I am not a combat class. Xia said sullenly. The battle strength promotion arena is really not friendly to this kind of auxiliary rank. Everyone knows that the priest relies on his teammates to output, and he hides behind and adds blood to his teammates and it's done. Now let Xia go to the ring, isn't it just letting the pastor go to the front? This is really not suitable. Luo Sheng agreed. But the battle strength improvement training room is used to improve battle strength after all. As for how it will change after the upgrade, Luo Sheng can't guess. You should not be a priest. Luo Sheng looked towards Lan Kinga again. If I remember correctly, she should be the archer. Store manager, let an archer fight on such a small ring without any cover. Don't you think it is very inappropriate? Lan Kinga asked rhetorically. Luo Sheng recalled the situation in the arena for the improvement of battle strength, and he was nodded with deep approval. Let the archer fight the 4 guys. The resistance of the archer is not much stronger than that of the priest. It seems that the level 1 battle strength upgrade training room still has many flaws. Ying Zhu and Ying Feng left Cloud Mist City after 1 day behind Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao is the imperial city of Huang Yu and Yuan, and the brothers and sisters of Ying family returned to Brilliance Academy. In Brilliance Academy, it has not been a few days since the freshmen defeated the second-year students, and it was the time for the freshmen to revel. Chapter 139, Battle Strength Improvement Training Room Defects. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 140. Ying Feng returned to the bottom of the dormitory and saw a bunch of freshmen joyously, and she was very puzzled. Did you leave the past few days and missed some big festivals? If it weren't for the girls' dormitory building in another place, Ying Feng could also ask Ying Zhu to verify if he missed any festival. Ying Feng, you can count as coming back. Ying Feng stayed at the door of the dormitory for a long time, and finally came to an acquaintance. Minglan, what happened here? Did I miss any festival? Ying Feng asked aloud when he saw the visitor. No, it should be said that you are good luck. Although Kminglen does not have a cold with Ying Feng, it is also a feast between the family, between Chancellor and Empire's Guardian Great General. One civil and one military is not the right way. But really, speaking of which, the relationship between Kminglen and Ying Feng is not that bad. Now Ying Feng asks, Kminglen also tells him what happened the previous 2 days. What? Brilliance Academy still has this kind of rules? Isn't it that we can also go to those freshmen next year? Ying Feng said this with enthusiasm. Aren't you stupid? We are decent people, how can we do this kind of thing? This kind of convention, to us, should be abolished. Kminglen hate iron for not becoming steel said to. There is quite a senior style in the tone. Hee. Ying Feng smiled without saying a word. Okay, let's not talk about it. Since you are back, you will come up to the bar to have a drink. This carnival may last for a day or two. Kminglen spread his hands and took the lead in the dormitory building. Immediately a group of freshmen gathered around and followed Kminglen to compliment him. A freshman who can beat the second-year students, this kind of thigh should be hugged. Ying Feng followed. Before taking a few steps, a freshman stumbled in from outside the dormitory and shouted, "Not good. Those guys in the second grade, we have written a war book again." What? Kminglen immediately awoke from the compliment. The freshman, gasping for breath, ran over and handed him a challenge letter. 3 days later, martial skill is in the arena, a showdown. Signature, Grimace. The content of the challenge letter is simple, but after reading it, Kminglen's face is not good. The martial skill ring is a very famous ring in Brilliance Academy. As the name suggests, in the martial skill arena, you will be suppressed, eliminate the interference of foreign objects, and compete solely against martial skills. Various sects on both sides of the competition. One challenger takes the stage, and then the opponents take turns to challenge until one of the participants in the competition is defeated. Damn, they want to exclude personal strength and start from the overall strength. Kminglen is also a direct line of Chancellor anyway, and he is also very shrewd under the influence of ears and eyes. I saw through the grimace abacus in an instant. Suppressing strength and excluding foreign objects can effectively restrict Kminglen and Kyongkyu. When it comes to martial skills, they may not be as good as second-year students. Kminglen knows that the last time he was able to win, it was because they took advantage of weapons and medicine pill. But this time there is no weapon and medicine pill. But that is not necessarily the case. Moreover, martial skills and combat skills cannot be compensated by weapons and medicine pill. Those are all trained in actual combat. What's wrong with you? Suddenly I became frowning. Ying Feng looked curiously beside him. Anyway, he won once. At worst he won again. Chapter 140, Challenge Letter of Second-Year Students. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 141. Look for yourself. Kminglen is the one who doesn't deal with Ying Feng. Know yourself and know your enemy. As soon as you hear Ying Feng's tone, you will know what he is thinking. Oh, this time he has learned to be smart, and he knows that he has only tried martial skills. After reading the challenge letter handed over by Kminglen, Ying Feng couldn't help but praise him. Try martial skill alone. The effect of personal strength is very small. In the martial skill arena, everyone's level will be suppressed to the same level, and the advantage of wheel warfare is fully reflected. If there are not enough people with powerful martial skills among the freshmen, they will be consumed sooner or later when facing second-year students with stronger overall strength. This is difficult. Kminglen darkened his face. The news of the challenge letter again with a grimace spread like wildfire and spread among the freshmen. The freshmen who were still cheering, suddenly looked like prepare for the funeral, and the lively freshman dormitory was suddenly quiet like a ghost. What's so difficult to do? Ying Feng suddenly asked, looking at the rapidly falling atmosphere around him. Ying Feng, I know you refined martial skills, and even suppressed the level for this, but you alone can't deal with that many people. Kminglen knows the details of Ying Feng, but Ying Feng alone is still incapable of facing the wheel battles of many second-year students. Kminglen, Ying Feng suddenly reached out, patted Kminglen on the shoulder, and said in a deep tone, "You also came out of the boss store anyway. You probably haven't been back recently." In fact, when he first saw Mingling, Ying Feng noticed the raging flames saber on his waist. The types of weapons in the Luo Sheng store are that many, and Ying Feng can now memorize them. It's true that I haven't been there for a while. Mingling doesn't know what Ying Feng means at this time. That's fine. 3 days later, watch my performance, Ying Feng said confidently. After Qin Ming counted the number of people, he took the city guards who needed to enter the trial space to obtain the Seal of the Brave, and went to Luo Sheng's shop. There are not many people, about 50 people. These people are all level 20 peak. EXP has accumulated almost. As long as they get the Mark of the Brave, they can basically be upgraded directly. And after obtaining the Mark of the Brave through trial space, there will naturally be a baptism of power of heaven and earth, able to fully upgrade the attribute once. As for the improvement, it depends on the individual innate talent. Only when he walked outside the Luo Sheng shop street, Qin Ming suddenly stopped. The 2 ice sculptures of Wolf Hunter clan were kindly moved by the people of Blood Wolf group, and they can be seen clearly when standing on the street. Professional rank Wolf Hunter clan people will be silently frozen here. Qin Ming's eyes widened, and he looked at the 2 ice sculptures with uncertainty in his heart. Other people who saw this ice sculpture are just guessing, but as one of the few professional ranks in Cloud Mist City, Qin Ming can perceive the rank of these 2 people with no difficulty. It is much better than him, the city lord. This store manager is really unusual. It's no wonder that even Third Prince doesn't dare to put on airs. Qin Ming thought of this, and inexplicably awed Luo Sheng. I didn't expect such a powerhouse. When I opened a shop, there was no shelf at all. Like an ordinary person, he can still live in Cloud Mist City. If it hadn't happened to see these 2 frozen Wolf Hunter clan people today, Qin Ming wouldn't know that Luo Sheng had such terrifying magic skills. Chapter 141, Qin Ming's Shock. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 142, all of you are more energetic. The next opportunity to enter trial space is hard won. After entering the store, no one should give me a setback. Qin Ming's station at the junction, the team was reorganized and discipline was emphasized again. Even if Luo Sheng has no temper, he can't help giving this kind of powerhouse face. Leading people into the store, Qin Ming looked around, but did not see Luo Sheng. "Hello, what do I need?" Xia asked immediately. "Hello, where is store manager Luo Sheng?" Qin Ming looked at Xia. Although she didn't know who she was, she still asked out loud. "I am the store assistant recruited by this store. If there is any need, it is the same to find me," Xia explained. Qin Ming was taken aback, looked at Xia again, and then said, "No, there is really no way to find you in this matter." Although Qin Ming doesn't know why did La suddenly recruit a store assistant, but he didn't think Luo Sheng would teach a store assistant how to use the magic array disc to open the trial space. "Why don't you say it first?" Xia insisted. "It's City Lord Qin, the equipment is not good." Luo Sheng seems to have heard the sound, or maybe he just woke up and walked out of the back room yawning. Qin Ming said hello to Luo Sheng immediately, and then said, "Store manager is joking. How could it not be easy to use the store's equipment that can double the battle strength of City Guard out of thin air?" "That's good. What do I need this time?" Luo Sheng finished yawning and returned to a blank expression. "Store manager, all the people who need to use trial space this time are here." Qin Ming immediately stated the purpose of the store he came to. "It's all here, that's okay." Luo Sheng nodded. "Xia, you go to the store next door first, and I will change over here." "Okay, store manager." Xia is actually quite curious about the next door. What the shop does, it's just that I've been standing here before, and I don't have time to look at it. Luo Sheng glanced outside the store. After all, the shop is small, so Qin Ming asked the city guard who came to wait outside the shop. "System, can only one person enter the trial room?" Liu Sheng asked in his mind. System, you can enter multiple people at the same time. The current limit is 100 people. For each additional person, the number of spirit crystals that open trial space will increase accordingly. That's good. Liu Sheng sighed in relief. If you can only come one by one, these 50 people will have to spend a week. Liu Sheng doesn't have that many time to wait here. Let them enter the trial space one by one. Then please City Lord Qin to make them ready and line up. After the trial space opens, they can enter together. Liu Sheng confessed a few words. Then came to the magic array that opened the trial room. I didn't see Liu Sheng doing anything. A door of nothing appeared abruptly in the middle of the shop. Qin Ming didn't feel the space fluctuation at all. He saw a door open next to him, and he was even more surprised. Without taking out the magic array disc, the entrance to trial space was opened. This store manager is really deeply hidden. Fortunately, there is no hostility to Cloud Mist City. Otherwise, with the power of Cloud Mist City, I am afraid that they will not be able to stop the opponent. Everyone, line up, and enter the trial space in order. Qin Ming also knew not to waste time, and immediately shouted to the city guard outside the store. In the end, it is a regular army, and the action is quick. Liu Sheng caught a glimpse of the cash box in the counter. Every time a person entered the trial room, there was one less spirit crystal inside. Chapter 142, The Upper Limit of the Trial Room. God-level store manager system. Chapter 143. I hope they can be faster. 1 hour is the consumption of more than 50 spirit crystals. Liu Sheng only feels distressed. But if the words are spoken, Liu Sheng will not go back. After all, this is also completing the task released by the system to help Cloud Mist City survive the Beast Tide crisis. Speaking of Xayah again, I came to the battle strength improvement training room. At a glance, I saw these red-eyed people struggling in front of the crystal ball, and their mental state was obviously not very good. Although they know that fighting in the arena for improving battle strength is of great benefit to improving fighting skills and improving battle awareness. But this can't stand the mental stress caused by losing all the time. If it hadn't been for them to accept defeat, the members of the Blood Wolf group wouldn't know how many times they had collapsed. Rarely, the shop is also full of irritable air. The muffled sound that appears from time to time can also be regarded as a major feature of the battle strength improvement training room. When Xayah walks in the aisle, you can see the battle in the crystal ball. Their opponents, their fighting skills are really strong. Xayah looked at it for a while and understood what the battle in this crystal ball was all about. As a clan of mooncats, Xayah has an innate talent instinct for combat. Compared with humans, it is several levels stronger. This is also her advantage. But after seeing the fighting strength of the 4 guys in the arena, Xayah also saw trembling in fear. The deceit of the swordsman, appear and disappear unpredictably on the ring. The press forward of the pikeman is dead or not. Great magician's stability, subtle magic connection, and control of the battlefield timing guard the motionless as mountains of night. No matter which one, the combat understanding of one's own rank is brought to the point of perfection, major perfection. This kind of battle method, terrifying to make people feel hopeless, and the result of the battle strength improving the training room, just as Xayah thought, one by one, was fancy hanging. The situation is a little better, that is, Kusu, Xlang, and Fexu, Xioya and Lan King are surrounded behind Fexu, watching the battle in the crystal ball with keen interest. Pleasure. Sister Yi is right. 1 fight in this ring is more rewarding than 10 fights outside, and there is no need to worry about life and death. It's just that the combat skills of these opponents can be called major perfection, and I don't know how powerful it is to refine such alchemy products. After Fexu fell again, he put it deeply. Out of breath, can't help but sigh with emotion. Yes, so far, I have never heard of anyone who has successfully challenged, and I don't know where store manager got these crystal balls. Lan Kinger also said with emotion. As an archer, there is only one to be slaughtered in this ring. After all, snipers will not engage the enemy head. Actually, No one has ever succeeded in the challenge. Xlang at this time, the illusory shadow in the crystal ball also fell on the ring. The three mercenary groups of Cloud Mist City are also familiar to Xlang and Orchid Leaf Group. Hearing what Nalan Kinky said, Xlang couldn't help but reply. Xlang's voice is not loud. But in this battle strength improvement training room, it was like a thunder on the ground, blowing up all the people in the deck. There were even several people who were shocked to be killed by opponents in the ring on the spot. Can someone challenge this monster opponent successfully? Chapter 143, Who can challenge success? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 144, Whoever succeeded, must have a chance to try with him. Kusu, hearing this, immediately looked at Xlang. Is there such a powerhouse among human beings? Xia also came interested. No way. Fexu also couldn't believe it. One by one, the others also set their sights on Xlang, especially the Blood Wolf group members who were abused and desperate for life. You don't know, this person is a trash boss. Xlang looked back in surprise. He thought these people all knew it. Last time Xlang and Yingfeng urged Liu Sheng to enter the battle strength to improve the arena, and wanted to mock Liu Sheng face to face. As a result, she was slapped with a wave of gorgeous face, and the story of being mocked by two rookies was deeply reflected in Xlang's mind. What? Hearing Xlang's casually words, battle strength boosted everyone in the training room and reported a more surprising voice. People who have really seen Liu Sheng fighting in the ring, at this moment, only Xlang. But there are not a few people who have experienced the battle strength boosting the fighting skills of the four monsters in the arena. Except for Xia, everyone present was tortured to death. Xlang, I know that boss is very strong, but if you want to say that his fighting skills are very strong, I don't think so. Kusu is full of confidence in the fighting skills he has explored between life and death. Xia also agrees. They don't doubt Liu Sheng's strength, whether it is Kusu or Xia. They have seen Liu Sheng use magic to show off his power. But being strong is not the same as having strong fighting skills. To a large extent, it is because of the crushing of levels. Sister Fexu, do you think Store Manager can do it? Xioy looked towards Fexu in the deck. Difficult. Although Store Manager's fighting skills are outstanding, but facing these opponents, I am afraid that they are still insufficient. Fexu is not optimistic. Although the people of Orchid Leaf Group have seen Liu Sheng singled out the demonic beast, they have experienced the battle strength of the opponent's major perfection in the arena. I am not so confident about Liu Sheng either. Except for a little girl with a heavy shield next to her. Big Brother was able to beat these people. Big Brother is so amazing. Lan Xia stared at the little stars and believed in Xlang's words. Xia, wouldn't you doubt it? Nalan Kinky said helplessly. Xlang turned a deaf ear to their suspicions and continued. I know what you are thinking, but I still want to say that the strongest part of the trash boss lies in the attribute level he uses when fighting, and the opponent it's the same. What did you say? As soon as this word came out, another scream broke out. When they fight, they all want to show their greatest strength, because battle strength increases the attribute level of the opponent in the arena. It is half of the challenger's highest attribute level. However, Liu Sheng actually has to take the initiative to lower his attributes. What kind of monster approach is this? This is impossible. This is the unanimous idea of everyone present. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. I'm telling the truth. Xlang spread his hands, feeling that he was almost resting, and put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Or, let Store Manager show us it? Xioya suggested. I think it can. Nalan Kinky nodded agreed. Chapter 144, Isn't it a junk boss? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 145. I can't match the boss in strength. Is it possible that I can't match the boss in combat skills? Kusu also said. Yes, we just don't believe that someone can challenge and succeed, and we can't be abused in vain. The members of the Blood Wolf group said. Elder Sister Xia, can you call Liu Sheng for us? Nalan Kinky, with big bright and intelligent eyes, looked at Xia standing aside. Anyway, Xia is also the store assistant in the store, so it is always more convenient to call boss. Luo Sheng here is chatting with Qin Ming without a word. Basically, Qin Ming said, Luo Sheng said from time to time, Xia, why are you here? Luo Sheng guarded behind the counter and caught a glimpse of Xia coming through the small door. The shopkeeper. A customer called you over, as if something is looking for you. Xia said haltingly. Look for me? Okay, then I will go there, City Lord Qin. I will temporarily escape. Luo Sheng nodded, then interrupted Qin Ming's chatter. The shopkeeper is busy as long as he has things. Don't care about me. Qin Ming said kindly. Luo Sheng means being polite with Qin Ming. He didn't come to buy things anyway, so it's fine to leave it here. Xia also stayed here very interestingly. Although she is also curious about Luo Sheng's strength, store assistant is her current job. Boss, you can count it. When Kusu saw Luo Sheng, he walked out of the deck. You called me? Luo Sheng looked at Kusu. Boss, we actually decided to call you over together. Xlang failed another game at this time. Oh, it's you again. Luo Sheng glanced at the crystal ball and sneered unceremoniously. If there is something that is not mentioned at the grocery store and must be left in the battle strength improvement training room, it must be the battle strength improvement arena. Speaking of this, Luo Sheng is really not in vain. Otherwise, it is good to be a host. Now Luo Sheng has begun to gradually suppress his attributes in the battle strength promotion arena, and fight with opponents with lower attributes in order to better exercise his fighting skills. There will be restrictions on level, and promotion will be fettered, but the improvement of fighting skills is endless. Xlang was ridiculed, but he didn't react at all. He just said helplessly, Boss, I know I can't beat you, but they all want to see how good you are. That's why we decided to invite you over and teach them. Yes, although Xlang can't refute Luo Sheng's rhetoric, it doesn't prevent him from saying what he said. And divide other people into the same level as him. They are all vegetables. Then Xlang will not be alone anymore. What? You don't practice well by yourself. Why do you want to teach me? Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows, half squinted, and said in a weird tone, we just want to see and see. If Xlang is really boasting, it doesn't matter. Kusu said with a smile. Seeing Luo Sheng's expression, he feels steady. If you have this fighting skill, then you definitely want to show it right away. After all, fighting skills are different from your own whole cards. Even if you let the enemy know, there is no alternative. Unless the enemy can be stronger than his own fighting skills. But Luo Sheng's current expression is obviously reluctant. Chapter 145. As long as there are more vegetables, I will not be alone. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 146. Store Manager, if it is inconvenient, just speak straight. Lan Kinky said with a smile. Big brother, you are really very difficult to deal with, right? Lan Xia said seriously. Okay, don't disturb the store manager anymore. With this time, it's better to fight a few more games. Lan Yi knocked on the desktop. The members of the Blood Wolf group have a good show in their eyes. After all, if one more person is abused, they will feel more comforted. At least I have a lot of rookies, like myself. Hey! Luo Sheng scratched his head. I couldn't help but sighed when I looked at the eyes around me who didn't believe me at all. The reason why Luo Sheng is reluctant is because he struggles all night every night, and he is really lazy during the day. But it's not a response to being watched by a group of rookies. Well, since you all said that, then I'll try it. Luo Sheng yawned, then found a place to sit down. Seeing this, everyone present immediately surrounded them. A small deck was immediately surrounded by water. Everyone is standing by, holding their breath, waiting for this rubbish boss. The black-hearted store manager makes a fool of. Then you can laugh out loud. You can take a good breath of the bad breath that you have been abused for so many days. Luo Sheng lazily put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. The scene of the arena, which was very familiar to everyone, immediately appeared in the crystal ball. Okay, I'll just play, you said. Who do you want to see me hit? Liu Sheng half squinted, and said lightly, after all, it is an instructional video, so let the audience choose their opponents. Kusu was dispatched as a representative after a round of discussions among the audience. Boss, you can challenge the spearman to show us. After all, for these mercenaries, there is no chance of fighting against treacherous enemies like swordsmen. Many, and great magician and guardian knight, there are few chances to fight them. But the enemy of the pikemen, such as meet force with force, is the type of enemy they often encounter, especially those demonic beasts. A large part of them are guys who can only meet force with force. Okay, the pikeman will be the pikeman. Liu Sheng nodded, then looked around and called out a long knife. Under the ring, the young man holding a long spear jumped up and landed on the ring. The battle begins. The 4 golden characters appeared in the crystal ball and flashed by. The spearmen moved in response to the sound. Their offensive is like a sea tide, and the gun shadow is like a storm, approaching Liu Sheng. As you can see, the pikemen are characterized by their aggressive offensive, press forward, to suppress their opponents with terror attacks from the front. This also caused they have the drawbacks of advancing without retreat. Liu Sheng retreated while explaining. However, in the face of this general offensive like violent wind and rain, this kind of adversity without retreat has also been concealed. After all, offense is the best defense. So, the first thing we need to do is to get out of the range of the pikeman's offensive. Liu Sheng said. On the ring, a silhouette shakes several times before leaving the place. Then appeared in the other corner of the ring. Getting into the rhythm of the pikeman's offensive is a taboo against the pikeman. The battle method of retreat is the battle method. You have to practice more. Liu Sheng's long knife stabbed straight, attacked the flank of the gunman, and educate the crowd onlookers by the way. Although the pikeman's offensive is press forward, it does not only go forward. Chapter 146, Teaching of Battle Answers. God-level store manager system. Chapter 147. While Liu Sheng took the shot, the gunman's long spear shook, and the shadow of the gun changed its direction and enveloped it. The tip of the gun is like a cold star, and the body of the gun is like a dragon. The imposing manner is like Chenhong, unstoppable. For opponents that are unbeatable, don't think about strong opponents. We can switch to outsmart. An enemy that uses offense's defense is unstoppable, but its turnaround is unstoppable. In between, there must be a weak spot. Liu Sheng was talking, and the silhouette was constantly tossing around the ring, evading the attack of the gunman, just not confronting him. And from time to time, he shot out the knife, looking for the weak spot where the spearman could turn around and attack. But every time I make a shot, it's just a taste. There is no time when it comes up. You remember, during the battle, you must distinguish between the real weak spot and the fake weak spot. If you are attracted by the fake weak spot, what is waiting for you must be a common attack like howling wind and torrential rain. Liu Sheng talked while controlling the silhouette in the crystal ball, turning and moving casually, avoiding the attack of the gunman. The people behind were dumbfounded. While shocked by Liu Sheng's gorgeous body skills, he was even more shocked that he still had time to do 2 things, explaining for himself and the others. This has been out of the category of monster. This is simply a monster. Most of the people here have fought with spearmen, and they also know that the imposing manner is like a rainbow. The unstoppable offensive simply does not mean hiding and then retreating, or retreating and retreating, just like an ordinary person facing natural disasters. If you can't predict accurately and dodge in advance, you can only be involved in the attacking rhythm of the gunman and passively defend. Unless you can break out a more powerful offensive than the spearman, counter-attack in one fell swoop, then what is waiting for you is chronic death. And it is precisely this way that Liu Sheng's performance on the ring shocked them even more. Liu Sheng doesn't care how shocked the people behind him or sucked in a breath of cold air, just watching the spearman's spear and shadow frenzy on the ring. If you can do this first step and get out of the offensive of the spearman, then it will be easy to handle. Look, when the spearmen are turning and attacking at the time, yes, Let's take a step back. Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows and gestured to the audience behind him with his eyes. Come again, just look back and dig. Then in the eyes of everyone behind, Luo Sheng turned around, in the fleeting gap, probing his hand out of the knife. The white light flashes like a rainbow. Blade light is like lightning. At the crucial moment, I pierced the spearman's shadow in the sky, and in the weak spot that appeared in an instant. The blade turned over, and the sharpness of the blade flashed through everyone's eyes like a thunder. Shwadash! The shadow of the spear shot in the sky broke, and the blade slashed the gunman's wrist, picking out a splash of blood. The long knife brushed the gunman's throat with its spare force. The battle is over, you won. Isn't it? It's that simple. Luo Sheng took advantage of the golden characters in the crystal ball, faintly spoke out, with the tone of hate. Iron for not becoming steel is an educated sentence. The people behind them all have incredible expressions. Is this the end? They didn't see what happened. How the battle was over. Look at your expressions. You must have not listened carefully. Luo Sheng released his hands, and the picture on the crystal ball disappeared. Then Luo Sheng slowly got up and said, the victory or defeat of a battle is always determined by a moment. It is not a battle. You have to delay for so long, or what are you waiting for? Light effects can't be achieved. Chapter 147, One More Look Back. God-level store manager system. Chapter 148. Next, Luo Sheng, regardless of the shocked or surprised eyes of these people, stepped out of the deck and walked to the grocery store next door. It's really exciting to slip away after loading it up. Is this still the rubbish boss we know? Kusu stared at him, and said eagerly, didn't expect. Boss has improved again, and now he can challenge with one mind and two to succeed. Xlang looked up at the sky and sighed. When I played against Storm Manager in Cloud Mist Forest, I knew he was very difficult to deal with, and didn't expect to be so good. Yuju still remembers that Luo Sheng casually used a walking stick. Live the scene of her attack. We still need to continue to work hard. Fexu sighed sincerely. I know Big Brother strongest. Lanzaya said happily. No, I don't know if Luo Sheng can be magical. I have to let him give me some guidance. Nalan Kinky thought in his heart. Now I know the gap with the boss, and I am still in the mood here. Don't hurry up and let me continue fighting. After Xlang sighed, he began to yell at the people in the Blood Wolf group. Don't be stunned. Let's go on. Lan Yi, who was standing on the side, slapped his mouth twice and followed Luo Sheng's teaching just now. Although in actual combat, it requires extremely brilliant posture and prediction of the opponent's offensive during the battle, it is not useless. Provides at least one direction for Lan Yi. She can't wait to enter the battle strength promotion arena and try it out in the arena. On the edge of Cloud Mist Forest, Beastmen once again completed the exploration of the demonic beast gathering. The power to urge the spirit transformation stone is almost exhausted. Such a huge animal tide, it's time to go back and report to the leader. Na knew that once the spirit transformation stone was exhausted, it would go into a dormant state. It will take a long time to recover. And now, it is the time when the animal tide is at its greatest. At this time, in a spurt of energy launches an offensive, attacking Cloud Mist City, and will surely be able to take this human city-state. After Na confirmed again, he quickly left the place. 4 hours a day, although these people cannot be satisfied. But Luo Sheng can guess that if they continue to play, they might really break down. After all, victory can bring joy and inner satisfaction. Failing all the time will only accumulate pressure and then explode. Even more, how is such a monster's opponent? So, during this period of time, the demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest really suffered. Every day all have to face these mercenaries with sophisticated weapons and armors, and bear their accumulated pressure. Sometimes seeing that one of them could be killed, these mercenaries took medicine pill and carried themselves back. After Luo Sheng was greeted by the last person who left the shop, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel moved. This beast tide is really thanks to these people. What? Luo Sheng glanced at Qin Ming. The store manager doesn't know anything. The customers in the store, I have seen them just now, Blood Wolf Group, Orchid Leaf Group, and the Lone Ranger Kusu. They sell magic from City Lord Mansion every day. The number of cores is more than the other hundreds of mercenary groups combined. Qin Ming said that, paused, and then continued, now I finally know the reason. Luo Sheng really didn't know that they would work so hard to update their equipment and supplement the medicine pill. Chapter 148, My Store Manager is Impossible. God-level store manager system. Chapter 149. After all, Qin Ming's city guard is at best switched to superior equipment. But for the mercenaries, because of their number, their goal is the rare equipment in the shop. Replace the entire mercenary group with rare equipment. This really moved Luo Sheng. By the way, take a moment of silence for those demonic beasts. While chatting, those city guards who entered the trial room began to come out one after another. The brave rank trial is only the first trial after all, and it is not that difficult. Of course, Luo Sheng's standards are not the same as them, and the city guards selected by Qin Ming are all well-known figures among them, so naturally there will be no failure situation. It's just that the power of heaven and earth baptism received through the brave rank trial. The added attributes are not many. Today's matter. Many thanks, store manager. After all the city guards came out, Qin Ming thanked Luo Sheng. You are welcome. Mutual benefit, that's all. Luo Sheng waved his hand. However, what he said about mutual benefit refers to overcoming the beast crisis in Cloud Mist City and completing the tasks released by the system. I just don't know how Qin Ming would understand it. It's getting late outside, so I won't bother too much. Store manager, also please hold your steps. Qin Ming's goal is achieved, and he must go back sooner to arrange the formation when the tide of beasts is coming. Shaped. Then I won't give more. Luo Sheng nodded and said, Qin Ming is also a swift and decisive person. After speaking, he left with city guard. This time, it's a big surprise for the demonic beasts. As Qin Ming left, Luo Sheng followed behind and closed the store door. Then habitually concentrate, and glanced at the popularity bar that appeared after receiving the upgrade task. Hey, why has it suddenly risen by a bit? Luo Sheng suddenly discovered that there was only a small popularity value, but at this time, it has risen by a small amount inexplicably. This is the visible change of naked eye. It's not because of those city guards who came today. Luo Sheng guessed. After all, in terms of customers, those city guards can barely be considered. System, how exactly is this popularity value calculated? After thinking about it, Luo Sheng decided to ask System directly about how quickly it came. System, you have a certain understanding of the store opened by the host, the items sold or the business operated, and the more people who know the location of the store, the higher the popularity value. Luo Sheng will understand this time. It turns out that the group of city guards who came today didn't know the location of his shop before. Luo Sheng couldn't help but rubbed his temples. Then I really suffer from the location of this shop. In a small remote street, if no one leads the way, I guess it is difficult for someone to find a place. But there is no way to change the location of the store now. Who knows if the place is changed? Can Master System agree to it? The opportunity for the overall renovation of this shop is all in exchange for doing tasks. Forget it. Don't worry about the fragrance of wine in the alley. Take it slowly. Luo Sheng didn't bother to think about this. Anyway, there is no time limit for the upgrade task. Sooner or later, the popularity value will reach the target, and the upgrade task will be completed sooner or later. While Luo Sheng was thinking, Xia cautiously leaned over and asked in a low voice, Store manager, can I go to the battle strength training room to play? Luo Sheng lifts the head, looking at Xia suspiciously. No way. Xia lowered his head and didn't say much. Chapter 149, Ways to Increase Popularity. God-level store manager system. Chapter 150. Yes, as long as it is not working hours, you can play for as long as you want. Luo Sheng originally wanted to talk to Xia about the monthly salary. But now this situation, think about it, forget it. Xia looked up happily and said happily, thank you, the owner. Luo Sheng paused, and then said, "Just remember to keep the shop tomorrow." "Yes," Xia answered. Then I ran to the battle strength training room next door. "System, help me add Xia to the store assistant list," Luo Sheng said in his mind. Only when Xia is added to the system's store assistant list, can the store-mounted defense system be triggered to protect Xia. System, the store assistant list has been added. Luo Sheng glanced at the small door leading to the store next door, smashed his lips twice, and said, "System, store assistant uses battle strength to improve the arena. Do you need spirit crystal?" "System, no need." Luo Sheng immediately relieved. "That's good." It seems that the benefits that store assistant can enjoy are similar to those of store manager. But it doesn't matter to Luo Sheng, because after the defense system is triggered, Luo Sheng will be directly boosted. What Xia enjoys is just the effect of being protected. And all the permissions in the store are based on the store manager's first will. It may also be the system. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyway. Advanced goods. Luo Sheng whistled, recharged, and then started pumping medicine pill. In fact, the commonly used medicine pill types are basically drawn out. I don't know what medicine pill will be added to the medicine pill egg pool after the expansion. Small bodyguard pill. Ordinary level medicine pill. After taking it, a body shield is formed outside the user's body. During the duration of the body shield, the physical defensive power will be slightly increased at the same time. The body shield lasts for 2 hours, or until it is destroyed. Small spirit soul pill. Ordinary level medicine pill. After taking it, it will increase the user a small amount of spirit strength in a very short time and release a spiritual shock. Bodyguard pill. Excellent medicine pill. After taking it, a body shield is formed outside the user's body. During the duration of the body shield, it also slightly increases physical defensive power and magic resistance. The body shield lasts for 4 hours, or until it is destroyed. Spirit soul pill. Excellent medicine pill. After taking it, it will increase the spirit strength of the user in a very short time and release a spiritual shock. In a short time, the user can release the spirit again shock. Iron armor pill. Rare medicine pill. Permanently increase the user a small amount of physical defensive power, and each person can use one in his lifetime. Usage restrictions, all night ranks. Fire soul pill. Rare medicine pill. Permanently increase the condensing speed and formidable power of a small amount of fire element magic of the user. Each person can use one in his lifetime. Restrictions on use. Fire element magician. Magic spirit pill. Rare medicine pill. Permanently increase the condensing speed and formidable power of the user's very small amount of all magic, and each person can use one in his life. Usage restrictions, all magician ranks. Rising dragon pill. Rare medicine pill. Permanently upgrade the user's very small amount of all attributes, and each person can use one in his lifetime. And there is no restriction on use, and there is a small probability to activate the user's hidden bloodline. Note, if the user does not have a hidden bloodline, the effect of activating the bloodline is invalid. There are a total of 8 new medicine pills. Each of them can surprise Luo Sheng a little, especially the rising dragon pill that appeared last. Activating the hidden bloodline effect is simply invaluable. The meaning of rising dragon is not fish leaping over the dragon gate. Chapter 150, New Medicine Pill Expanded. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 151. I finally understand the meaning of this expansion. It turns out that the hidden type in the egg pool is turned on. Luo Sheng looked at the new small porcelain bottles in the warehouse. It took nearly 300 orders to draw out all the 8 new medicine pills. It is indeed a hidden medicine pill. This shipment rate is terrifying. Except for the 3 rare medicine pills with restricted ranks, the shipment rates of other medicine pills and those medicine pill that permanently increase the attribute are not far from each other. Luo Sheng is sure that if Rising Dragon pill can appear, he will definitely use up all his European spirit in this period of time. However, in the rare medicine pill that appeared, it seems that there is no recovery medicine pill for the time being, and no medicine pill that temporarily enhances the attribute. Luo Sheng recalled the type of medicine pill currently extracted. In the rare medicine pill, all currently appearing are medicine pill that restricts the user's rank and is used to permanently upgrade the attribute. The medicine pill, which has no usage restrictions, is only rising dragon pill this. And Luo Sheng has only drawn one now. It seems that every level of medicine pill has a certain pattern. Luo Sheng rubbed his chin, thinking about this issue. Look at the inventory in the warehouse again. Luo Sheng finally gave up taking out new weapons and new armors, because there is no place to put it. This is the end of today's purchase. After Luo Sheng filled the outer shelves, he went to the battle strength training room to fight. As soon as I walked over, I saw Xia staring at the crystal ball solemnly. It seems that after hearing a little movement around him, Xia raised his head, stared at Luo Sheng, and said bitterly, "Store manager." Luo Sheng was caught by this. The resentful breath stimulated a chill. In order to maintain the dignity of their store manager, she had to reply expressionlessly, "What's wrong?" Xia seemed very wronged. "Store manager, I listened to them during the day whether you can defeat these opponents." Luo Sheng, hearing this, glanced at the crystal ball in front of Xia. It seems that during the Luo Sheng purchase period, Xia has already lost a lot. As the battle awareness of the Mooncat clan, being crushed by ruthless here really makes Xia feel wronged and want to cry. You must know that Xia can escape from 2 professional rank Wolf Hunter clan staff to Luo Sheng with the strength of brave rank Beak, thanks to her battle as the innate talent of the Mooncat clan. Awareness. This shows how strong the battle awareness of this innate talent is. But in the battle strength promotion arena, it seems so pale and weak. Seeing Xia's aggrieved look, Luo Sheng always feels a bit bullied. But since being asked, Luo Sheng still speaks frankly, "Yes, these opponents are not very strong." While saying this, Luo Sheng recalled the Earth Immortal in trial space. If there is no restriction on him not being able to move, it is much better than the 4 guys in the battle strength boosting arena. Store manager Xia puffed his cheeks, and looked at Luo Sheng again with a murmur. In the end, Luo Sheng was not embarrassed to hit Xia. Luo Sheng thought for a long time, and finally decided to complete the first half of the upgrade task. System, help me open the professional rank trial space in the trial room. Luo Sheng said helplessly, standing in front of the magic array. For Luo Sheng, level is not a hindrance at all. As long as you pass the professional rank trial space, the system will naturally help Luo Sheng raise the level to 50. Chapter 151, The Wronged Xia. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 152. System, Professional Rank Trial Space has been opened, and the upgrade task has been locked. Please enter the trial room as soon as possible. Luo Sheng's faint sighed. Unlovable stepped into the magic array. The place where you enter the eye is darkness. Only in the distance, there is a ray of light. Luo Sheng tried to open his eyes wide, staring at the glimmer of light, and in an instant, he was sucked into the glimmer of light. When he opened his eyes again, Luo Sheng realized that he did not know when, standing in a blank space. There is also a very poor quality staff in his hand. This is the case again. Luo Sheng sighed helplessly, just about to move his body. Suddenly, I found that my feet, as if they were stuck, were not able to move even a little bit. What am I playing this time? Luo Sheng turned pale with fright. Is this making yourself stand up and beaten? Last time I exercised my fighting skills. Should I exercise my anti-strike ability this time? Luo Sheng has a look of lovelessness, only expecting that system will not hit his handsome face with nasty fun. Please prepare for the trial. The first test is about to begin. After the trial begins, the trialer will only be able to release the magic barrier, and the barrier can only resist one attack. Please use the magic barrier corresponding to the attribute correctly to counteract the attack. In trial space, a voice without emotion explained the rules for Luo Sheng. Then when Luo Sheng was still after taste, the trial begins. The voice fell. At the edge of this blank space, several fire element magic bullets suddenly appeared, drifting towards Liu Sheng. It turned out to be like this. Seeing these magic bullets, Liu Sheng understood the rules of this trial. Then he hurriedly waved his staff and blessed himself with a fire element magic barrier. The moment one of the fire element magic bullets hit the magic barrier blessed by Liu Sheng, it disappeared with the magic barrier. Then under Liu Sheng's surprised eyes, the remaining fire element magic bullets slammed on him. The consciousness disappeared instantly. Opening his eyes again, Liu Sheng found himself standing in the blank space again. I know how to play. Liu Sheng didn't care about the fact that his unfathomable mystery died once. After all, Liu Sheng has died tens of thousands of times under that earth immortal. Liu Sheng was not given any time to rest, and the voice of the trial begins rang again. A few dangling magic bullets began to move towards Liu Sheng again and floated over. There are 5 in total. Liu Sheng glanced over and determined the number of magic bullets. A magic barrier appeared on the body surface. Then when one of the magic bullets collided with the magic barrier, Liu Sheng waved his wand exactly, and summoned another magic barrier. 5 times in a row, all 5 magic bullets were cancelled out. Liu Sheng sighed in relief. Sure enough, what was tested last time was fighting skills. What was tested this time is the fighting rhythm. Liu Sheng quickly understood what this trial was considering: speed of reaction and grasp of the rhythm of battle. A magic barrier can only resist one magic bullet, so Liu Sheng must keep up with the speed and rhythm of the magic bullet. And Liu Sheng glanced at the 10 magic bullets that appeared this time. It contains 2 magic bullets, fire element and water element. Chapter 152, Professional Rank Trial. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 153. Use the magic barrier corresponding to the attribute correctly. Right. Liu Sheng gave a wry smile, his face full of lovelessness. I don't know how many times I'm going to die during trials at this time. One miss, it means to start all over again. This kind of trial, compared to Xlang, they were brutally abused by the 4 guys in the arena by battle strength, and it was even more disintegrating. Don't look at it, it's a simple sentence to use the magic barrier correctly. When you face the multicolored magic bullets that can't be seen clearly after a few rounds, you will know what a desperate trial this is. I don't know how long it has been. Liu Sheng has been tortured by these multicolored magic bullets to be sluggish. Liu Sheng's reaction speed and ability to control the rhythm of combat are rapidly improving. The increase in speed is like riding on a rocket. I have to say that being free between life and death is the fastest and most effective for stimulating potential. At least before Liu Sheng's mental breakdown was complete. The first test was finally completed. Congratulations to the testers for completing the first test. Please be prepared, the second test is about to begin. Wait. Liu Sheng was confused, as if he had captured some important information. How come there is a second test? This amazing news almost made Liu Sheng explode on the spot. After the second test begins, the tester will be able to release magic barriers and magic bullets. Both magic barriers and magic bullets can only offset one attack. Please try the practitioner uses the correct magic to deal with the incoming attack. After the first test, Liu Sheng understood the second test after listening to the rules. To put it simply, it is to turn pure defense into offense plus defense. But the increased difficulty is definitely more than doubled. The conversion in offensive and defensive magic, and distinguishing whether the coming magical attack should be defended by a magic barrier or a magic bullet to offset it. These make Liu Sheng need to consume the mind exponentially. The training of spirit strength and the tempering of responsiveness are nothing else than hell level. I really am not a genius. Liu Sheng sighed helplessly. Outsiders think that his fighting skills' major perfection is his extraordinary natural talent. As everyone knows, Liu Sheng has honed in countless deaths. Each death, even if it can be resurrected, is terrifying to the tempering of the mind. The time in the trial room was static when Liu Sheng was performing the upgrade task. So Liu Sheng doesn't know how long he has been there. I only know that Liu Sheng feels like a world away when he comes out to see the counter in the grocery store. The only good news is that there is no third test for professional rank. I really don't know. I still have the courage to complete the Grandmaster rank training. Liu Sheng leaned on the counter, taking a deep breath to relax his nerves. The raising sound of the system also rang at this time. System, the seal of rank has been issued. Professional rank skills, magic mastery, has been loaded. Magic mastery, ability to proficiently cast all kinds of magic instantly, resulting in higher the damage, and there is a small probability of causing various negative effects on the enemy. Liu Sheng heard this sound and was stunned for several seconds before covering his mouth to prevent himself from screaming. Magic proficiency, without a doubt, is the same as martial skill proficiency. It is a passive skill. The ability to use all kinds of magic is just one of the effects. The most terrifying effect of this is the word prompt. Chapter 153, How to Have a Second Test. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 154. There. More powerful the magic, the longer it takes to condense the magic. This is common sense as everyone knows. However, for Liu Sheng, who has mastered magic skills, the matter of condensing magic power no longer exists. It's worthy of suffering for me for so long. Liu Sheng felt that a warmth flowed out of his body, strengthening his various attributes. The attributes at level 50 are much better than those at level 30. When these attributes are simply displayed on the body, the difference may not be so obvious. But under the blessing of battle chi and magic, the difference in true strength is several times, even 10 times as much. And this gap, the higher the level, the more obvious it manifests. In addition to the promotion of the level and the system issuing the rank seal, there should actually be a store manager package that will be issued. However, this time the store manager package has been placed after the upgrade tasks have been completed. By the way, system, what is my rank? Liu Sheng suddenly remembered this question. I have clearly obtained the seal of rank, so why don't I feel what my rank is at all? System, the rank of the host can only be store manager, no other ranks are needed. What? Liu Sheng looked confused. When is store manager considered a rank? It's not that this stingy system deliberately deducted his own rank rewards and didn't distribute it. System, please don't slander the atmospheric system in your heart, the host's reward. The system is impossible to deduct. You are slandering people innocent out of thin air. When will I slander you? I've passed you. Liu Sheng heart startled. I almost forgot that this Irby system sometimes convulsed, reading my own thoughts. And the time of this reading is basically when I have an idea about the system. After waiting for a while, it was discovered that the system did not respond, and Liu Sheng was certain that the second system was hidden again. Forget it. I won't continue fighting tonight, go to rest. I just came out of the trial room. Liu Sheng is not in the mood to go to battle strength training anymore. As for the question of rank, no mention it. Outside Cloud Mist City, although the beasts gathered, the people in the city were alarmed. But this does not hinder the business in the Liu Sheng store. Qin Ming also began to deploy sufficient troops inside and outside the city wall, ready to fight at any time. In this false peace, days pass by day by day. Soon, it was 3 days later. At this point in time, in Cloud Mist City, it was the tranquility before the storm and rain. In Brilliance Academy, it is also the tranquility before wind and rain. Regarding the challenge letter of the second-year students, Kyong-hee also knows about it, and he is also not optimistic about this competition. This makes the whole freshman dormitory building, there is a gloomy cloud. What's wrong with you guys? Isn't the time on the challenge letter just today? Ying Feng excitedly knocked open the freshmen's dormitory doors one by one in the freshman dormitory building. He is probably the only one who can still get excited. Ying Feng, originally I came back this time, I wanted to fight you again, but at this time, the first-year freshman really can't help with internal consumption. Nalan Kinky looked at Ying at the door. Feng, it is no shame to talk about it. Mingling also heard from Nalan Kinky about the matter between him and Ying Feng. Now seeing the two standing together again, Mingling thought for a moment, and suddenly said, actually, there is a way. Isn't it just a second grade ring fight today? You take turns to play. It's okay to see who eliminates more people. Chapter 154, Store Manager Angit's Store Manager. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 155, Martial Skill Arena. Grade Competition. The number of players in each grade is 30. This is a ring battle recognized by the senior management of Brilliance Academy, and it is also a method to promote healthy competition among students. Yes, just use this method. Let's have a try. Nalan Kinky suddenly realized, suddenly stood up, and looked at Ying Feng at the door. It's up to you, let's go to the martial skill ring square. Ying Feng didn't care about this matter, and just perfunctory. Then go. Mingling nodded. Conflict is impossible. The rules of Brilliance Academy's grade competition. The bet is the points in the hands of the students of the entire grade, of which 30%. The losing party can refrain from fighting within 1 year. But the winning side, no matter when, must challenge. And this year's Freshmen, as a private battle, the winning party must have to fight as a last resort. Brilliance Academy, Martial Skill Ring Square. Grimace has long been waiting there with the 30 strongest martial skills in the second grade. Grimace, is this also in your plot against? Mobei followed the Grimace and asked slowly, beating somebody at their own game, that's all. I only wanted to charge them a little tuition, but if they dare to resist, then no wonder we are. Grimace said with a sneer. The face under the iron mask can't see what kind of expression it is. It's only 30% points. Give the freshmen a good lesson to let them know that even in the academy, it's not so easy. So are the second-year students. High morale. In Brilliance Academy, the role of points is more important than Spirit Crystal. In the Treasure Pavilion, whether it is a trial crystal or a skill crystal, there are not a few. After a while, the freshmen followed the 4 leaders and walked into the Martial Skill Arena Square. Unlike the high morale of the second-year students, the morale of the freshmen is extremely low. Except for the 4 leaders, everyone else is weak. They don't think that they can win the second-grade students in the grade battle. There are 30 people in each grade. This competition is the overall strength of the entire grade. However, the reason why they come to Brilliance Academy, or most of the people who come to the academy to study, is for the resources and mentors teaching. The second-year students far surpass the first-year freshmen in terms of various resources and the guidance of the instructors. In terms of martial skills, there is a huge gap. Didn't expect you guys really dare to come over. It seems that the lessons learned last time are not enough. Mohai said with a grinning smile. Bai Fenian complexion changed, but he still said, HMPH, that was the last time. This time, the result is still unknown. Ying Feng raised his hand, excited, said with a sneer, it doesn't make any sense to take advantage of our tongue here. Let's compete in the ring. Grimace glanced at Ying Feng, said with a sneer, last time, it seemed that there was no seeing you. It really is newborn calves do not fear tigers. However, you are in a hurry to die, and we are happy to accompany you. Teacher Zong, trouble you. This is all the talent. Noticed a beautiful woman standing on the side of the charm, wearing Brilliance Academy's tutor uniform, holding a book in his hand. Zong Linian, one of the few full-year tutors in Brilliance Academy. The reason why the Grade War is serious is that it needs a tutor to preside over the Grade War. Chapter 155, Grade Battle. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 156. No trouble. Although Zong Linian is a tutor, he is not very serious with the students. However, most of the grade battles are students from different departments of the same grade. This kind of cross-grade battle is still relatively rare. So Zong Linian is also very curious about the results of the grade battle this time. This time grade battle is divided into 4 arenas, each of which has 2 arenas. and the total number of players in the battle is 60 people. All players on one side were eliminated. It is considered a failure. The martial skill arena will suppress your strength to level 10, and the use of skills is prohibited. If you need weapons, they will be provided under the arena. This year's competition is for the first year and second year students of Brilliance Academy. Spoils of War is for all the first and second year students, and 30% of all academy points in their hands. Please representatives from both sides, go out to confirm. Zhong Linian routinely read out the precautions for the Great War, and make one final confirmation. If you feel regretful, you can also refuse the Great War here. Second year student representative, Grimace, confirm the competition. First year student representative, Kminglan, confirm the competition. Among the students from both sides, each came out one person. Bai Fenian was indignant behind him, but unfortunately he was killed with a punch in the last fight against Mohai, which made him lose the support of his new life. The contract is established, please send guards from both parties. Zhong Linian continued. Mohai, Mobai, go. Grimace tone barely fell. Mohai and Mobai jumped into two arenas belonging to the second grade. Then let's step forward, right? Kyong Kyu just said, turning his head to look around. Ying Feng has already appeared on the ring. Minglan patted Kyong Kyu on the shoulder, and said, we should eliminate as many people as possible. Anyway, I won't lose to that guy. Kyong Kyu jumped into the ring with confidence. Ying Feng drew a knight sword from the ring, stood on the ring, opened his arms, took a deep breath. It's a familiar feeling. In Liu Sheng, being abused in the shop is worse than death. This time, I can finally turn over. The Great War begins. Zhong Linian stopped speaking after saying this. Do your best and consume as much energy as you can. Kminglan dares not demand too much of the freshmen. And looking at the low morale, Kminglan can't ask for too much. Go on, let's end this boring game as soon as possible. The Grimace didn't pay attention to the two defenders. Last time I failed, I thought about the Grimace for a long time. Although I can't figure out why they can win, but Grimace is sure that they definitely used the means of seize every opportunity. That's why this time, Grimace will use this method, and eliminate the method that can seize every opportunity. The defenders are definitely the strongest. Although the morale of the freshmen is low, since they are here, they will not be afraid to enter the ring. However, Mohai and Mobai are not low in martial skills. Many freshmen came to the stage. Even if they tried their best, it was difficult to deal with the two of them, and they were beaten out of the ring. In just a quarter of an hour, the freshmen have lost 10 people. Damn it, if this goes on, simply can't beat a second grade person. Kminglan rubbed his hands anxiously, but couldn't think of any way. In this situation, I am afraid that only Mohai and Mobai are needed to eliminate all the remaining 18 freshmen. Chapter 156, Unable to Win. God-level store manager system. Chapter 157. Thinking that with a few people and seize every opportunity to win as once, you can be arrogant. Respect your senior. This is brilliance. The first lesson in academy. The Grimace made a grimace, and it seemed that the winner was already in hand. Right now, I don't think so. Kyong Kyu did not know when, appeared beside Kminglan, and sat on the ground with a look of loss. Regardless of whether the ground is dirty or not. Why did you get off? How many people did you eliminate? Kminglan didn't pay attention to the newcomer ring. Didn't expect Kyong Kyu to have been knocked out of the ring. 4, I tried my best. Kyong Kyu sighed. After all, he has also fought with demonic beasts. Compared with the second-year students in Brilliance Academy who can only study hard, he is still better. But it is still limited. Eliminating 4 people is already the limit. I know that your true strength is nothing but you. You will be exposed as soon as you get to this kind of occasion. The Grimace sneered without losing the opportunity. That's all. We still need more exercise. Kminglan is also sighed. No, I am down not because I was beaten out of the ring, but because I lost the match with Ying Feng again. Kyong Kyu shook the head, suddenly said. Kminglan was taken aback, then suddenly looked towards Ying Feng's ring. A second-year student was kicked off the ring by Ying Feng. Ying Feng stood in the middle of the ring, with a cheerful smile on her face, carrying the knight sword on her shoulders. Who else? I'll ask who else. How many people has he eliminated? Kminglen was shocked when he saw this scene. It's a bit stuttering. 10 or 15, I can't remember. At this time, Kyongkyu showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, looking towards a Grimace. Grimace, hearing this, heart startled, quickly looked at Ying Feng's ring. With these two sentences, another second-year student was kicked by Ying Feng in just a few seconds. This impossible. How can a freshman be so strong? The Grimace shouted in disbelief. Zhong Linian, who is standing at the corner of the martial skill ring square, is also watching Ying Feng interestingly. It's really an interesting freshman. I don't know where I learned the martial skill. The fighting skills can already be compared to some instructors. The reason why Zhong Linian can become one of the year-round instructors in Brilliance Academy, his strong fighting skills and profound strength are indispensable conditions. It seems that this time's grade battle, the victory or defeat has already been decided. Ying Feng's fighting skills being abused in Liu Sheng shop is not a joke. Facing the monster of major perfection with that kind of fighting skills, every second of persistence is a huge improvement for oneself. Used to deal with this kind of students who have never experienced actual combat, simply do not need to consume much physical strength. Don't say 30. Even if there are 300, Ying Feng can kick them all out of the ring one by one. Ha ha ha, happy? Is there anyone else? Come up soon. Ying Feng shouted in the ring. The anger received in the battle strength boosting arena a few days ago was finally vented. The faces of the second-year students who were kicked out of the ring were extremely ugly. When they faced a new student, they had nothing to fight back. It was a shame. Minglen's eyes are even brighter. It seems it's time to go to the boss store. Chapter 157, also Who? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 158. You have lost again. Do you have to challenge next time? We will accompany you at any time. Kyongkyu sat on the ground, looking at the Grimace, imitating his previous tone, and sneered. How come? How is this possible? Grimface watched Ying Feng jump from the ring, then ran to the ring of Mo Hai and Mo Bei, kicking them off the ring, almost sat on the ground. In this competition, there is no doubt that he lost another person. The wheel fight is completely invalid. Grimace completely didn't expect. There are really people with fighting skills that can be so strong. Wonderful. Zhong Linian clapped his hands gently and walked over. Teacher Zhong, you're welcome. Zhong Linian waved his hand, and then looked towards Ying Feng, who had come down from the ring and had a lot of thoughts. Teacher Zhong is good. Ying Feng naturally knew this well-known beauty instructor at Brilliance Academy. Your fighting skills are very strong, even if compared to some instructors, they are not inferior. Zhong Linian praised. Teacher Zhong is too famous. Ying Feng was immediately humble. But listening to the grimacing ears is like a bolt from the blue. Combat skills, compared to some instructors, are not inferior. Among the freshmen of this year, there will be such a monster. The Grimace is really aggrieved and wants to vomit blood. This kind of guy who can flip the situation by the strength of oneself, how can it be such a coincidence that he will appear in this new year? The winner of this time's grade battle is the first-year student. After a few conversations between Zhong Linian and Ying Feng, they announced the result of the competition at this time. Very good. Ying Feng is a hero. Upon hearing the final announcement, the freshman suddenly cheered across the sky. Sheng, ignoring the pain on his body, they all gathered around and threw Ying Feng into the sky. As for the second-year students, just the opposite of the freshmen, there is a bleak cloud of sadness. Several people are still secretly calculating their academy points. The atmosphere before and after the competition between the two sides seemed to be reversed. Zhong Linian also nodded. It seems that this year's Academy Grand Competition is promising for the first grade. After the day's business was over, Liu Sheng closed slowly the store door. The past few days, Xia has become accustomed to life in the store. Go. Xia, take you to a big meal today." After Luo Sheng cleaned up the shop, he leaned against the small door and rushed to Xia in the battle strength improvement training room. "Okay, store manager." Xia after hearing this, soon appeared in front of Luo Sheng. Cloud Mist City, House of Intoxicated Clouds. After Luo Sheng had a big meal here last time, I thought it tasted really good. It is indeed a well-known chain restaurant. Bring Xia over this time, and one is for a belated welcome banquet for this new store assistant. The other one is because Luo Sheng is greedy. But Luo Sheng can't say clearly that this is for the majesty of store manager, so the reason used is to host a welcome banquet for Xia. It touched Xia a lot. "Order whatever, you are welcome," Luo Sheng said to Xia, holding the menu very generously. At this time, it is necessary to show the atmosphere of store manager. Let Xia a little bit more to cover up the fact that Luo Sheng is greedy. "Thank you, the owner," Xia said obediently, but when ordering, he was still very cautious and didn't order much. "Is there anything else needed?" Xia from the shop stood by and asked respectfully. "That's all for now." Luo Sheng waved his hand. "Not enough." Chapter 158, You Lost Again. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 159. The two guest officers wait a moment, the shopkeeper said, and immediately went to the back kitchen. Luo Sheng lifted the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for himself and Xia each. A faint floral fragrance floats from the teacup, refreshing. It is worthy of a famous restaurant. This kind of tea used to rinse mouth before meals is such a high-end scented tea. Luo Sheng thought to his heart, carefully passed the tea in his mouth, and then spit the water into a large porcelain basin on the table. Then Luo Sheng saw Xia looking at him with a confused face. "Did Yao drink the tea? Wasn't it for drinking?" Xia looked at Luo Sheng blankly. "You can drink too," Luo Sheng said, poured himself another cup of tea, and then drank it. Alleviate the embarrassment. There are a lot of things about wealthy people, and Xia has never touched it. It's normal if you don't know. The speed of serving dishes at House of Intoxicated Clouds is definitely top-notch. But even the first-rate speed of serving dishes seems to be unable to keep up with the speed of emergencies. It was only time for 2 dishes. Outside Cloud Mist City, a loud and long howl suddenly came in. Immediately afterwards, there was a harmony of echoes resounding across the sky. With this terrifying howl, Xiao, who just came to serve the food, almost smashed the plate on the ground. The beast wave. The beast wave is coming. Is this what the beast wave is coming? Luo Sheng raised his head and glanced at the shop. Xiao, seeing the shop's little second serving dishes, his hands were shaking. Luo Sheng silently took the plate, and then said to him, "If the next dishes have not been cooked, don't serve them. I guess you are not in the mood to cook anymore." "Yes, yes." The shop young man made a calm nodded promise, and then ran off immediately. "Store manager, what happened?" Xia said vaguely, biting a chicken leg in his mouth. "Suddenly there was a lot of demonic beast outside. You can also feel it. I heard that it is a beast tide. Eat early, and then go back to the store," Luo Sheng casually explained. To be honest, Luo Sheng is not really worried about beasts. Luo Sheng in the store is comparable to heroic rank and is also a monster duel cultivation. The beast wave at this level of Cloud Mist Forest can't threaten him yet. Sure enough, this group of demonic beasts really attacked at night. Wan Zongshan stood on the top of the mercenary union and headed towards Cloud Mist City. Look out! Outside the towering city wall, in the gloomy night, there are beast pupils emitting green light. Whatever you expected, there is no way to deal with it. Mukienkiu stood behind, looking at the gloomy beast pupil, feeling a little chill in his heart. To deal with the beast tide, that is Qin Ming's business. We are only responsible for fighting aid. Wan Zongshan's face showed a confident smile. Notify the major mercenary groups that they will start to act early tomorrow morning. In addition to Cloud Mist City wall, City Guard has long been there. This. Immediately when the tide of beasts struck, the magician in City Guard held up the staff, condensed the lighting magic, and illuminated the outside of the city like daylight. People's night vision ability is not as strong as the demonic beast. Fighting with the demonic beast in the dark will definitely suffer. Qin Ming, who received the news, also rushed to the city wall immediately. It's the night again. The IQ of these demonic beasts will only be reflected on this point. Qin Ming sits on the front battlefield, looking at the entire battlefield. Under the lighting magic, raid the demonic beast group of Cloud Mist City, and every delicate hair was completely shown. Chapter 159. The Beast Strike. God-level store manager system. Chapter 160. Their fully armed city guard has been pushed up. If it was in the past, Qin Ming would still worry about it. But since equipped with the weapons and armors in the Luo Sheng shop, the strength of city guard has doubled. In the face of this first wave of raids in the dark, the demonic beasts, which were essentially for testing, really have nothing to worry about. However, when the city guard and the demonic beast group began to contact, Qin Ming was shocked. It's awful. Qin Ming suddenly got up, his expression terrified. Just now, Qin Ming clearly felt that 2 breaths of professional rank entered Cloud Mist City. This group of demonic beasts has learned to be smart, knowing that the inside should be combined with the outside. Qin Ming knew in his heart that if the 2 professional rank demonic beasts were to be destroyed in the city, Cloud Mist City will be self-defeating. At this moment, in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest, a Beastman phalanx, a line of neat and tidy, is stationed here. In the leader's tent, a tall beastman in iron armor sits unceremoniously on a white bone chair. The seat is left and right, arranged in 2 rows, and there are 4 seats, but there is no one. At this time, a beastman soldier opened the military tent, walked in, and reported respectfully. The leader of the Naga, the demonic beast group, has begun to approach Cloud Mist City, and tonight we'll conduct the first exploratory attack. Very well, pay close attention to this time attack. This is the beginning of our victory over Cloud Mist City. Beastman Naga nodded, sitting in the bone chair. Yes. After the Beastman soldier answered, he withdrew from the military account. The Naga also looked towards Cloud Mist City, whispering to himself, "Desolate Origin Empire, Cloud Mist City is just the beginning." Oh, this is really lucky, just in time for the demonic beast riot. In the moonlight, 2 wolf hunter clan men with fangs protruding from their lips, moving fast in Cloud Mist City. "Be careful," Elder said. "The person who sheltered that little girl this time may be a very powerful guy." One of the wolf hunter clan people warned. "I see, how many times have you said it along the way?" Another Wolf Hunter clan returned impatiently. They were the 2 who were sent by Wolf Hunter clan elder to investigate the 2 clansmen who killed Xayah and the cause of their death inexplicably. One is called Lava and the other is called Lava. The survey site given by elder seems to be here. Li Hua landed on a roof. "Yes, from here, we need to be more careful." Lava also stopped, twitching her nose, catching the breath she wanted in the air. Wolf Hunter clan. It is the prestigious name made by the hunting technique. The prey being targeted by the Wolf Hunter clan people, unless they find a backer that even Wolf Hunter clan cannot afford to offend, no one can escape the hunt. The unique aura of the Mooncat clan is like a beacon in the eyes of Wolf Hunter clan people. After a while, Lava stopped her movements and opened her eyes. "It's right here, there is a strong breath." Liu Hua flicked his fingertips and probed. With a sharp claw, said with a malicious smile, "Since we have found it, then let's get rid of the remnants of this month's civet clan. By the way, 2 of you, you should not belong to my Cloud Mist City people." Before Lava and Lava could leave, Qin Ming had already rushed over. "Who are you who dare to come and do our business?" Liu Hua was already impatient, and immediately asked in a cold voice when he saw Qin Ming. Chapter 160, Those 2 Wolf Hunter clan people. God-level store manager system. Chapter 161. Don't change your name, don't change your surname, Cloud Mist City City Lord, Qin Ming. If you 2 want to destroy the peace of Cloud Mist City, please pass me first. Say it again and again. Qin Ming said in a deep voice. "Trifling City Lord, a small city, dare to stop me and come and die." Liu Hua grinned and rushed directly to Qin Ming. Stubborn. Qin Ming also not to be trifled with. As one of the few professional ranks in Cloud Mist City, Qin Ming is a rare fighter without weapons. Seeing that Liu Hua was already close, his sharp wolf claws were like sharp daggers. Splitting the air sound sobbing like weeping. Qin Ming makes a fist suddenly, and battle chi lingers on his arms, like a rainbow. Boom. When the two fight against each other, battle chi burst out in the air. Qin Ming's fists were like heavy cannons, and battle chi on his fists roared fiercely, smashing through Liu Hua's sharp claw and hitting his arms. In an instant, Liu Hua's middle door opened wide. Qin Ming turned around with a fist and slammed it on Liu Hua's chest. This fist is in the middle. Even if Liu Hua beast transformation strengthens the body's defenses, several ribs will be broken and internal organs will be injured. But Lava did not give Qin Ming this opportunity. If Wolf Hunter clan is only known for the art of hunting and hunting, it is also impossible to develop the entire group to this point. And as famous as the hunting and hunting technique, another powerful aspect of Wolf Hunter clan is their combined assault technique. This is why they are always the reason why two people act together. In Wolf Hunter clan, clansmen who can act alone, its true strength has reached extremely strong heights. Faced with Lava's attack, Qin Ming had to withdraw his fist to defend. The style of playing with injury for injury is definitely not suitable for the current situation. Qin Ming has no confidence, and competes with these guys capable of beast transformation in resilience and physical strength. Die, human. The moment Lava pushed Qin Ming back, Liu Hua's figure flickered and appeared in an extremely tricky position, directly cutting off Qin Ming. The escape route. This kind of simple cooperation, for them, is as if they had been negotiated a long time ago. Tread the wind, turn it on. Qin Ming coldly snorted. Battle chi instantly flooded into the wind's knotted boots on his feet. Windwalker, active release, increase the user's agility attribute, lasts 3 minutes. Cooldown time is 12 hours. In an instant, Qin Ming felt his body lightened by more than half. And there is a force pouring into his body, allowing him to explode far faster than before. Sure enough, it's magical. Qin Ming stepped on his feet and retreated suddenly. Liu Hua pounced, looking at Qin Ming in disbelief. Didn't expect that you can still explode at this speed. I must consume a lot of battle chi. Lava sneered from the side. This will not bother you. Qin Ming knows that the duration of the wind is only 3 minutes, and these two Wolf Hunter clan people can't afford it. The promotion of Wolf Hunter clan, a demi-human clan, cannot be inlaid with skills. So as compensation, after their beast transformation, their long stamina and physique far surpassing the same level human beings, the same professional rank, Qin Ming can only tie the two even with the equipment in Liu Sheng's store. Do it quickly, Lava, we still have a task. Lava finished speaking, and immediately started beast transformation. It should have been like this a long time ago. Liu Hua's eyes flashed with dangerous rays of light, and his figure began to grow rapidly. However, the body after beast transformation did not slow down their speed due to the skyrocketing strength. On the contrary, the skyrocketing power has increased the speed of the two by a notch. Chapter 161, Treading the Wind, Open. God-level store manager system. Chapter 162. Lava and Liu Hua are moving at high speed around Qin Ming in the dark. It's like two gusts of wind, spinning fast. Boom. At the moment Qin Ming's attention was neglected, Liu Hua suddenly shot. Suddenly a thunder in the dark night. Lava followed closely from behind. The huge fist popped out like a cannon, banging on Qin Ming's chest. Boom. Qin Ming groaned, who received this heavy punch, flew out of the air and hit the ground. Smoke and dust are everywhere. Damn it. Fortunately wearing refined chainmail, Qin Ming waved away the smoke and dust, stood up from the ground. Bleeding blood and broken clothes were faintly visible at the corners of his mouth. Below, you can see the chainmail inside. Without this refined chainmail, Qin Ming would be more than bloodshot. At least I have to shake my internal organs and vomit blood. Hey, City Lord Qin, What are you doing here in the middle of the night? A voice that is neither salty nor weak suddenly rang behind him. Qin Ming's heart beats. Although his voice is a bit familiar, he still turns around quickly with a look of alert. Store manager? Why are you here? However, Qin Ming's eyes were caught in the silhouette behind him, and he was still startled. This can be regarded as one of the most impossible to appear in this place. Luo Sheng looked at Qin Ming calmly, and Xia, who was following him, also stared at Qin Ming curiously. Because of the sudden influx of beasts, Luo Sheng and Xia did not eat a few dishes at House of Intoxicated Clouds and came out. The House of Intoxicated Clouds boss is also interesting, so you can avoid the order directly. Then the two walked back to the shop and saw Qin Ming descend from the sky. Before Qin Ming could speak, Xia's suddenly complexion changed and said in a panic, "Store manager, someone is here. This aura, it's from Wolf Hunter clan. It's really travel far and wide looking for something, only to return and find it easily." Lava and Lava of Beast transformation are in close pursuit afterwards. Xia's breath of the Civet clan was like a beacon in the dark night. As for the youngster next to Xia, he couldn't even feel his breath. It was simply an ordinary person. It seems that the powerhouse that shelters Xia is not here. Since the mission objectives are here, they will be solved all at once. Liu Hua yelled arrogantly, howling like a wolf from his throat. Store manager, be careful. Qin Ming took out Yonglai Dan and Feng Sudan into his mouth. Then he rushed to the two Wolf Hunter clan men. Before Qin Ming wanted to try his strength and equipment, he didn't use medicine pill in time. As soon as the medicine pill entered, a powerful force burst out from Qin Ming's body, and the speed increased sharply. Luo Sheng looked at the two huge borzoid that rushed forward, the beast pupils with gloomy light, the sharp claws with cold light and straight fangs. People have no doubt about its lethality. Store manager, stay away. Xia subconsciously pulled Luo Sheng. Oh, it turned out to be this group of people. Luo Sheng ignored Xia's movements and suddenly slammed his palm, seeming to remember something. The thousand machine ball instantly appeared in Luo Sheng's hands and turned into a long spear. Bang! Luo Sheng kicked the ground, and a clear footprint suddenly appeared on the hard ground. The not-so-tall figure leapt into the sky, and the latter appeared before Qin Ming and appeared in front of Lava and Leva. Compared with two Wolf Hunter clan men who have already been beast transformation, Luo Sheng's figure is like a thin child standing next to a robust man. Chapter 162, Chi Store Manager, why are you here? God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 163, Dare to come head, kid, die for me. Lava let out a huge roar, and the action accelerated by 3 points. Hey! Luo Sheng, hearing this, neither annoyed nor angry, just a chuckle. Total annihilation. A gun is like a dragon, and a gun is like a star. The sharp tip of the gun draws a cold glow in the shape of a half-moon under the moonlight. The simplest move is to block the attack and retreat of the two oncoming wolves. During the battle, fancy moves are meaningless. Every move you make should have its own purpose. Although Lava's sharp claw had reached Luo Sheng's eyes, he couldn't go any further, and was smashed by Luo Sheng. And Liu Hua, who followed closely from behind, was borrowed from Luo Sheng's power to fly Lava and slapped him on his stomach with a long spear in his hands. Ben long spear shoots and stabs straight. A little cold glow, like the stars in the night sky. A look of horror appeared in Liu Hua's beast pupils. The kick Luo Sheng put on Liu Hua's stomach was simply not to take advantage of his strength to retreat, but to control him so that Liu Hua could not avoid his attack. Poodash! The sharp tip of the gun pierced Liu Hua's chest, and the hot blood spurted out, as if it was scattered in the air and the blood was poured down. Rain. No drop was splashed on Luo Sheng. This made Qin Ming, who was still in midair, very shocked. One move to retreat from the enemy, one move to kill the enemy. Is this the true strength of Store Manager Luo Sheng? What happened to the two Wolf Hunter clan who were frozen outside the store last time? Or Store Manager Luo Sheng simply is magic and martial dual cultivation? And what shocked Qin Ming most is that these two Wolf Hunter clan people were solved by Luo Sheng casually after beast transformation. What a terrifying power this is. Qin Ming prides himself on being in the top 3 even if he is not the strongest in Cloud Mist City. Compared with Luo Sheng, I don't know where I was thrown into the corner. Lava flew out by Luo Sheng and fell to the ground. In the next scene, Liu Hua was shot and killed by Luo Sheng. Lava rolled on the spot in shock, turned over and ran. What kind of tasks do you have at this time? Although Wolf Hunter clan elder told Lava at first, the mission at this time is mainly investigation, not hunting. Lava also nodded on the surface to express that he knows, but in his heart he still looks down on these humans. Because of the remnants of the Mooncat clan, they must be killed. But just because of this second of contempt, they paid the price of their lives. Qin Ming looked dumbfounded. Is this the Wolf Hunter clan who just uttered a rant? It's like being kicked and suffering so much. So the wild dog who ran away. Run? Come here, just stay and forget it. Luo Sheng's eyes slightly narrowed. His left hand leaned forward. Ice chain. Instant. A circle of ice crystals instantly appeared under Lava's feet and bit towards Lava. Maybe Luo Sheng's luck is very good, or Lava's luck is too bad. At the same time that the ice yoke appeared, it triggered a small probability of negative effects. Freeze. Lava looked towards the ice crystal under her feet in horror, and before she had time to escape to the side, she was frozen. Why is it freezing? Luo Sheng originally just wanted to hinder Lava's actions with ice chains, so that he could follow, but didn't expect directly triggered the freezing effect. Also, at least I saved a lot of effort. Store manager, are you okay? Xia saw Luo Sheng put away the 1000 machine ball, and ran over quickly. Chapter 163, 1 dead, 1 free. God level store manager system. Chapter 164. I'm fine, by the way, are you full? Luo Sheng waved his hand, and then returned directly to the previous topic. Xia clicked nodded. Chi store manager is really deeply hidden. With such strength, Cloud Mist City is number 1. If it weren't for luck to meet store manager tonight, I'm afraid something will happen. Qin Ming also came to thank you. City Lord Qin laughed. Luo Sheng said politely. Then he glanced at Xia and said to Qin Ming, if nothing else, we will go back to the store first. Q store manager. Please. Qin Ming said. In the current form of Cloud Mist City, it is not enough to let such a high-end battle strength appear. It's just a pity that I just got the 2 medicine pills. Luo Sheng nodded, and then slowly disappeared into the street with Xia. Qin Ming looked at the back of the 2, in the heart. With emotion. This is the true powerhouse. I don't see any panic when I know the beast tide is coming, and my strength is so strong. The power behind it is also so huge. However, he does not see the arrogance of a general powerhouse, and his personality is even more approachable. It is a great blessing for Cloud Mist City to live in this powerhouse here. Outside the city wall, although there is no Qin Ming sitting in town, but the well-trained and fully equipped city guard easily repelled the first wave of demonic beasts. The beastmen behind the demonic beast group also reported the situation. The Naga sat in the military tent, listening to Beastman's report. It seems that the Cloud Mist City Lord of this term is still somewhat capable, and he can actually train city guard to such an extent. Naga muttered to himself and thought about it. But it doesn't matter. They don't know what is waiting for them in this Cloud Mist forest. I really look forward to it. From the hope, what a beautiful expression is the despair that appears. The beastman under the seat lowered his head and respectfully asked, the leader of the Naga, what should we do if we take it? Same as planned, but this time, drive 2 demonic beast groups at once. Naga gave the order. Yes. Under the seat, Beastman took the lead and quickly walked out of the military account. Outside the Cloud Mist city wall, the city guard camped on the spot and lit a bonfire to prevent the demonic beast group from attacking again at night. Although the lighting technique is only a small magic, it has been maintained, and it also consumes a lot of magic power. Especially such a huge lighting technique, the consumption is not small at all. Fortunately, The Chi recovery pill in the Luo Sheng store can also be taken during the use of magic, and it takes effect quickly. This is something that the alchemy potions are incomparable anyway. Qin Ming is also fortunate. Without these equipment and medicine pill, just the demonic beast group tonight would not know how much casualties would be caused. One night passed, and the situation outside Cloud Mist City seemed to be quiet. The next day, Luo Sheng, as usual, got out of the battle strength improvement training room and opened the shop. Xia also followed out of the back room. As soon as the tide of beasts came, everyone in the city was in danger. Luo Sheng wanted to buy a breakfast and had to run several streets before he could see a breakfast shop that was not closed. I can't go on like this, it has seriously affected my life, Luo Sheng said to himself very distressedly, carrying the bun. The store is too small. After the warehouse takes up space, there is no kitchen. At most, there is a simple washroom at the back door of the back room, which is retained after the system transformation. So Luo Sheng's 3 meals a day are solved outside. As a result, now because of the animal tide, even the problem of eating is almost impossible to solve. Chapter 164, This is True Powerhouse. God-level store manager system. Chapter 165. Luo Sheng returned to the store, put the buns on the counter, and greeted Xia. Since Luo Sheng doesn't even plan to give his salary, Luo Sheng has to cover Xia's food and accommodation, or else he will really become a black-hearted boss. Big brother, today I brought meat again. While Luo Sheng was solving the meat buns in his hands, Lan Xia was carrying a roasted demonic beast ran into the shop with his thighs. Looking at this shape, it seems to be a demonic beast in the shape of a goat. Suddenly a lot of demonic beasts appeared last night. The meat at this time can be distributed to Big Brother. Lan Xia held the roast leg of lamb that was almost half her body and delivered it to Qi in front of La. Thank you. Luo Sheng accepted the kind offer. Then turn around and let Xia put the roast leg of lamb away. Look at this size, at least lunch and dinner, don't worry about it. I just don't know if I will get tired of eating meat all the time. House of Intoxicated Clouds often uses the meat of demonic beasts for cooking. Many demonic beasts are edible, and the stronger the demonic beast, the more tender and delicious the cooked meat. Of course, the price is more expensive. At least with Luo Sheng's personality, he will definitely not order the expensive demonic beast meat. Why not get free food from Lan Xia? The rest of the Orchid Leaf group who followed closely from behind also filed in and walked into the store. Didn't expect that you will also come at this time. Luo Sheng rarely said something of concern. Lan Yi, hearing this, laughed, and said, Store manager, if the entire Cloud Mist City has fallen, and where else is safe, it must be yours. Just kidding. Luo Sheng was habitually humble. Nalan Kinky leaned on the counter and said, Luo Sheng, did you know that when we were in Cloud Mist Forest last night, we didn't expect the beast wave to erupt at this time? But fortunately, the equipment in your store is really difficult to deal with, especially when this young lady uses it. Nalan Kinky said in the end, not yet forget about bursting. I can see it. Luo Sheng discovered this problem when they first entered the store. The armors of everyone in the Orchid Leaf group have varying degrees of damage. Even Xia, who was standing at the back of the team, had a crack in the fire spirit leather armor on his body. In terms of the quality of superior armor, one can imagine how terrifying the animal tide they experienced last night. Although the price set by store manager Luo Sheng is very dark, I have to say that it is really worth the money. Xia said quietly, not only armor and weapons. The danger of last night, without the aid of medicine pill, they would not be able to escape. I always say that. Luo Sheng agrees with the saying of value for money. Although the danger is a bit more dangerous, but the gains are also a lot. Let's change the equipment on your body. Lan Yi waved his hand. Luo Sheng is also looking at their armor. Although the equipment produced by system does not indicate the durability issue, but the defensive power of the damaged armor is definitely not as strong as the intact armor, and the effect of the release of the built-in skills will be slightly weakened. This point, Lan Yi and the others who have had personal experience, feel particularly profound. Luo Sheng rubs his chin. It seems that the arrival of the beast wave is not all bad. Even the armor becomes a consumable item. So how much spirit crystal will be earned after this beast wave comes down? Chapter 165, The Safest in the Store. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 166. Watching them choose their armor, Luo Sheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "I feel that you may need this thing." While speaking, Luo Sheng put a small porcelain bottle on the counter. With the improvement of Luo Sheng's level, he can perceive more things. What is this? Xiaoya recognized that it was a small porcelain bottle containing medicine pill, and hurried over. Rising Dragon Pill. Luo Sheng replied, and briefly introduced the effect. By the way, this is probably the hidden medicine pill after expansion, because after the egg pool is expanded, other medicine pills will be shipped more or less. But only this Rising Dragon Pill. Luo Sheng has entered so many medicine pill. So far, there is only one. So Luo Sheng put the Rising Dragon Pill on the counter after a day, and put it together with the Mukdong vitamin functional drink drawn at first. After all, it's a hidden medicine pill, so you have to have a bit of faith. The only pity is that the price is still 600 spirit crystals. Store Manager, what effect do you say about this medicine pill? As soon as this answer came out, Lan King ran to the front of the counter without knowing when his eyes were burning. Staring at Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng keenly felt that in Lan King's breath, there was a breath different from ordinary people. But it is very weak and shallow. If Luo Sheng hadn't been trained by the devil-like system, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to feel it. However, this is not about Luo Sheng. Rising Dragon Pill can permanently upgrade all attributes in a very small amount, and has a small chance to activate the hidden bloodline. But since a guest asked, Luo Sheng introduced it again. This is it, Store Manager. Store Manager Luo Sheng. Lan King's face approached Luo Sheng again, and asked urgently, "Is it true that the hidden bloodline can be activated?" Luo Sheng shrugged. "You are not bullied, but I need to remind you, it's only a small chance." Luo Sheng usually has a cold attitude, but it is only to create a high gold store manager image. That's all. As for the goods sold, Luo Sheng still has to be clear. It's not good to let too much hope turn into disappointment. Small chance, that's enough. Lan King clenched his fists. In this world, the means to activate the hidden bloodline also exists. But it is not through alchemy potions or the like, but using the holy blood of the same race to activate the hidden bloodline. However, the probability of success is extremely low. And, most importantly, what is holy blood? That is not a limitation of strength, but a limitation of bloodline. However, the noble bloodline will naturally possess outstanding power. To give the simplest example, in Dragon Race, the blood essence of the Dragon King is the holy blood with Dragon Clan Bloodline's demonic beast, and it can only be used to activate Dragon Clan bloodlines. In Elf Race, the blood essence of the Elf Queen is not the holy blood of Elf Race. Only the purest bloodline of the blood essence of the holy angels can be regarded as holy blood. This is why Lan King is so excited. Bloodline, to a large extent, represents the potential. The higher the level of bloodline, the faster the upgrade speed, and the more attributes will be added when upgrading. Just like Dragon Race is born to be the king of demonic beasts, 10 humans below the same level may not be able to defeat a dragon. However, very few people can have a hidden bloodline. Moreover, for some people who have advanced bloodline but cannot activate it, it is almost doomed to attempt nothing and accomplish nothing in this life. Chapter 166. Holy Blood and Hidden Bloodline. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 167. Because the higher the bloodline, the more it will be suppressed if it is not activated. However, holy blood is such a precious thing, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is rare in the world. More importantly, all species possessing holy blood are extremely powerful. Why do they use their blood essence to give you the holy blood? That's why this Rising Dragon Pill is particularly precious. Store Manager. 600 spirit crystals. Lan King put down 6 brave rank magic cores, and then snatched Rising Dragon Pill. That speed, as if for fear that Liu Sheng would take Rising Dragon Pill back again. Looking at the store, there is no such medicine pill on the shelves. Lan Kinky can guess that this kind of medicine pill may really not be much, because, even if it is medicine pill that can permanently increase the attribute, Liu Sheng will be put on the shelf, but Rising Dragon Pill has been kept in the counter. Store manager, is there really only one Rising Dragon Pill? Xiao had been standing beside Lan Kinky just now without speaking. Until this time, I asked aloud. Although the effect of activating the hidden bloodline is of little use to ordinary people, but upgrading all attributes without restrictions on use can still make Rising Dragon Pill a rare divine pill. Can make countless people willing to take out these 600 spirit crystals. Liu Sheng put away the 6 magic cores before they were affirmed. Only one, Fexu, who had picked up the armor, walked over. In the situation just now, she naturally received all of her eyes. At this time, I took a serious look at Liu Sheng. Fexia lightly said with a smile, didn't expect store manager to become so much stronger in just a few days. Overpraised. Liu Sheng returned earnestly. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. Liu Sheng just wants to open a store quietly, eat and wait to die. After you have selected the equipment and medicine pill, go to the arena next door to gather. Lan Yi quickly changed a set of armor and came to the counter. Liu Sheng gave Lan Yi a slightly surprised look. When is this? Why, there is still time to go to battle strength to improve the arena. But it didn't show up either. Lan Yi seemed to have noticed Liu Sheng's gaze, and was a little surprised that Liu Sheng would still be surprised. So he explained aloud, ordinary demonic beasts have city guard. That's right. Compared with city guard, Orchid Leaf Group is clearly a high-end battle strength. Liu Sheng did not speak, silently waiting for Lan Yi to check out. I was thinking, staying up another night, when they go to the next store, go to sleep. You are here too. It seems that you were also affected by the beast wave last night. Before Liu Sheng finished thinking about it, a hearty smile came in from outside the store. Before the laughter fell, Kusu walked in from outside the store. The original awe-inspiring refined chainmail has become tattered, with blood still hanging on his body, and he looks like he've endured the hardships of a long journey. But Kusu didn't pay much attention to this. Are you in Cloud Mist Forest last night? Lan Yi stood at the counter and glanced at Kusu. It's not about trying to get more magic core before the beast tide comes. After all, the things in the boss store are not cheap. Kusu smiled and wiped his face again. Bloodstains that have coagulated. Although Yushang pill can heal injuries, it will not wash off bloodstains. Lan Yi didn't have much blood on their bodies. It is estimated that they had been cleaned before they came. Liu Sheng listened to the conversation between the two and stood there without speaking. Who knows if he interrupts, the two people will give him a discount together. Chapter 167, Only One, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 168. But it's okay. Finally, I got rid of a professional rank demonic beast. This big sword can finally be replaced, Kusu said, and took the back. The sword of rage was released. The wide blade is covered with scratches, and there are gaps in the blade. A few tiny cracks spread across the entire sword. Liu Sheng carefully looked at the rage sword that Kusu took down. In the final analysis, it is still a question of durability. As long as it is equipment, there will always be wear and tear. The more you use it, the stronger the enemy you deal with, and the faster it wears out. Although the excellent equipment is already very strong, but after all, it is only good equipment. Even if it is several levels better than the equipment of this world, it is not a divine artifact after all. You know, just the system rating, there are 4 levels above the excellent: rare, treasure, epic, and legend. So far, Liu Sheng has not seen a treasure level product yet. Also, if these equipment does not wear out, I am afraid that I will be in business for a few more years, and I will go to drink Northwest Wind. Luo Sheng said silently in his heart. Of course this cannot be said, otherwise, I might as well be despised by these guys in front of me. Lan Yi and Kusu exchanged a few words, then settled the bill and went to the battle strength improvement training room next door with others. Kusu, each minding their own business, walked to the side of the shelf and took the long-awaited dragon-marked giant axe in his hands. It's this imposing manner. Kusu stared at the dragon-marked giant axe in his hand as if he was looking at his beloved woman. I just don't know if this guy has a woman. Luo Sheng looked at Kusu faintly, thinking of evil in his heart. Add another chainmail, boss. If it weren't for the good time, I really don't know when I can collect these 4,000 spirit crystals. Kusu put it down. Magic core is on the counter. Luo Sheng can point out the amount by scanning his eyes. 4,200 spirit crystals. Yes, there are magic core of professional rank and magic core of brave rank. I really don't know how many demonic beasts he has hunted in the past few days. But the price is really expensive, boss. Then I won't bother you much. Kusu carried the dragon-marked giant axe to his back, then took the rage sword and walked out of the store. Probably the medicine pill is left, and there is no additional medicine pill. Looking at that hurried back, I can't wait to try the formidable power of a new weapon. With these guys joining, City Guard should be able to get better. Luo Sheng calculated in his heart, seeing no one coming. He went back to the back room, going to catch up on sleep. Xia consciously replaced Luo Sheng's position. Cloud Mist City, outside the city wall, where the City Guard camped, the bonfire was extinguished. After breakfast, all the military accounts have been put away, and only the soldiers ready to go are arrayed there. At the moment of the war, there is no time to rest too much. As expected by Qin Ming, the roar of beasts rang out in Cloud Mist Forest before long. Heaven shaking, earth shattering of demonic beast, accompanied by the loud noise of Hong Long Long and the smoke and dust. Countless demonic beasts rushed out of Cloud Mist Forest and rushed towards the soldiers guarding outside the city wall. There are wolves and tigers, and eagles and snakes. There are almost any demonic beasts, mixed together, with great momentum. The number of demonic beasts has increased several times. What's the matter? Qin Ming stood on the city wall, looking at the huge momentum, frowned. Chapter 168. Equipment Wear. God-level store manager system. Chapter 169. The demonic beast group that appeared this time is so large that the average size of the recorded beast tide is nearly twice as large. This is not good news. You need to know that even if the city guard is well equipped, the number and hard power are there. After all, a person is a person after all, and has the limit of physical strength. As for the number of demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest, no one knows exactly how many. If the demonic beast group really keeps on hitting, Cloud Mist City may not be guaranteed. Array. At the forefront of the City Guard formation is an auxiliary guard team among the elite troops that Qin Ming has spent a lot of money to build. The uniform earthen armor plus ice crystal knight sword, plus the bracer of strength, provided these 100 soldiers with extremely powerful defensive power. The duty of reinstalling Knight is to be a meat shield. Although these 100 soldiers will not prevent the demonic beast group from charging, they have also slowed down the impact of the demonic beast group. What City Guard needs is this little buffer time. The magician army at the back of the array raised their wands together, and the magic began to condense crazily. Above the demonic beast group, patches of red light began to flash, patches of fire clouds began to gather. The fire and heavy rain. This is one of the few group attack magics at the low level of magician. After being transferred to fire element magician, this magic will have a powerful evolutionary magic, flaming meteor. But to deal with these more than 10 levels, or the demonic beast that can be worthy of brave rank, the torrential rain is enough. The fire cloud in the sky started to ignite flames, and several fire stars floated out of the flames. Boom! At the moment when the magic power is condensed, countless fireballs fell from the fire cloud, like a torrential rain formed by flames. Boom! Boom! The fireball fell on the demonic beast, and a high-temperature flame burst out immediately. accompanied by the demonic beast, screamed fiercely, igniting the fur on their bodies. The huge impact can also smash the demonic beast into torn skin and gaping flesh. As long as you see the bumpy ground hit by fireball, you know how big the formidable power of this torrential rain is. The condensing speed of magic and the formidable power have more than doubled. I have to say that the things in the store manager store are really helpful. Standing on the city wall, Qin Ming said this in his heart more than once. For magicians who are not yet brave rank, the ordinary level staff does have such a powerful effect. You must know that although system never uses specific data to represent the attributes of the equipment, but Liu Sheng can roughly guess one or two, because the same piece of equipment has different effects on people of different strengths. This is also the reason why there are almost all restrictions on use starting from rare products. For low-level people, a little less equipment can produce better results. Fully double the speed of magic condensing and formidable power. What a terrifying value. If it were not for the doubled magic condensing speed, the group attacking magic in the torrential rain would be impossible to condense so quickly. And the formidable power of fireball will not be so big. Then there will be tremendous pressure on the reloaded night team at the forefront. The torrential rain released by the magician army almost completely covered the sky above the demonic beast group. Countless fireballs smashed into the demonic beast group, instantly slowing the offensive of the entire demonic beast army. Chapter 169. Flowing Fire and Rainstorm, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 170. The magician rests on the spot and replenishes magic power. Their warrior moves forward, follows the reloaded knight, counterattacks the demonic beast group, and the priest camp prepares for treatment. The offensive order was quickly issued to city guard. As for the composition of the army, after a combination of various ranks, it is not a simple soldier structure. However, the title of these ranks is not the real success of the transfer, but the intention that's all. For example, soldiers who are enrolled in the City Guard Warrior Battalion have the intention of being a fighter. The martial skills they practice and the equipment they use will also be fighter types. The magician and the priest are the same. It's just that, although the composition of the ranks is complicated, there are still three categories in the final analysis: war, law, animal husbandry, audio technica. Add another tank at most. With the support of equipment and medicine pill, City Guard soon began to counterattack the demonic beast group. The priest's auxiliary magic also fell on the warriors who fought at close quarters with the demonic beasts and the reloaded knights. The form of the battlefield is very good. Qin Ming also sighed in relief, looking at the demonic beast corpse on the ground, his eyes faintly fiery. That is one after another magic core. If you take them all in the store manager store, how many good equipment can be replaced? Unconsciously, Qin Ming's thinking began to change. In the unconsciously Liu Sheng shop, another gold troop appeared. Probably. What did you say? 2 times the demonic beast group did not cause too much casualties to those humans? The Naga sat on the bone chair, in an imposing manner, looking condescendingly at the Beastman soldier under him. Yes, the leader of the Naga, this is the intelligence on the front lines. The Beastman soldier said quickly. Are there any other discoveries? The Naga asked with a raised eyebrow. Not for the time being. I see, continue to explore. Yes, Beastman soldier ordered, immediately walked out of the military account. At this time, an old beastman with animal bones on his head, a necklace of bone teeth on his neck, a linen robe on his body, and a cane walked into the military tent. Naluo sacrifice, why are you here? Naga suddenly frowned when he saw old beastman. Naga, the situation on the front line does not seem to be very good. The Nalo priest did not pay attention to the problem of the Naga, but said slowly. Naga, hearing this, said with a smile, don't worry about the Nalo priest, just a trifling human. I am here to tell you about this. Nalo's sacrificial staff paused on the ground, and then slowly said, I have seen it on the front line, those humans are not strong. I know. Naga frowned. You don't know, Cloud Mist City's standard weapons and armors have all been replaced. I suspect that there is a problem with those human equipment. The Nalo priest coughed and said the key issue. What? Naga stared wide-eyed. Nalo sacrificed another 2 coughs before taking a lightly breath and continuing. That's why I said you are ignorant and incompetent. Cloud Mist City's standard equipment, which belongs to the standard equipment of Desolate Origin Empire. But this time, the equipment of Cloud Mist City Guard is obviously different from the standard equipment of Desolate Origin Empire. If you can't improve your own strength quickly, using better weapons and armor is indeed a good choice. The analysis of the Nalo priest is very accurate. This is also something that Qin Ming did not expect. Chapter 170, Analysis of Beastman Sacrifice. God-level store manager system. Chapter 171, because when changing equipment, they simply don't pay attention to the style of equipment. It doesn't matter if they are different. Desolate Origin Empire has never stipulated that the equipment of each city-state to which Great Empire belongs must use standard equipment, but the equipment cost is directly deducted when the military expenses are allocated. If the city lords in various subordinates are willing to replace the city guard with better equipment, then pay for it yourself. Qin Ming knew that Desolate Origin Empire would not care about this kind of thing, but absolutely did not expect that after this time, there were traces of Beastmen hidden. Naluo sacrifice. Are you sure about what you said? Nagas thought for a moment, frowning and asked. It is very simple to confirm this. The corpse on the battlefield, but no one is in the mood to care. After Naluo said these words, he turned and left the military account. The Naga looked at the back of the Nalo sacrifice, and for a long time, he summoned a Beastman soldier and ordered the matter down. The battlefield is ruthless, even if the city guard has equipment support. It can only reduce casualties, and cannot completely avoid casualties. Fortunately, none of the elite troops specially formed in the city guard were damaged. Even if they were seriously injured, they all survived the impact of the demonic beast group. Only those ordinary city guards were killed in battle. And the number of people is not small. Qin Ming feels distressed when he sees it on the city wall. But Qin Ming knows that this is already a very good situation. If it weren't for the equipment Luo Sheng had sold him, the number of casualties would be at least 3 times the current number. After a difficult battle, after repelling the demonic beast group, everyone sighed and rejoiced, and took the time to rest and reorganize, and send soldiers to clear the battlefield. If the corpse of the friendly army can be found, it needs to be retrieved for burial. And those demonic beasts, as long as they are condensed magic core, they can't be let go. They have to be collected. As a result of fighting this time, it can also be used directly as a spirit crystal to update equipment. Qin Ming is very lucky now that Luo Sheng's store will accept magic core as a deduction for spirit crystal. You must know that although magic core does have a large enough market to digest, it does not make any sense to hoard such a large amount of magic core into one person's hands. However, no one found it. In the previous battle, the corpses of those city guards who died heroically were stolen silently. Luo Sheng woke up after a sleep, only to feel refreshed and full of energy. Sure enough, staying up all night is refreshing. Staying up all night is always refreshing. Luo Sheng yawned and walked to the front store to take a look. It was pretty bright outside, and it seemed that it was still early. When Xia saw Luo Sheng come out, he immediately said hello. The store manager is good. When is it now? Luo Sheng asked, grabbing the back of his head. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, store manager. Xia replied. No wonder it's still so bright outside. It turned out that it's only halfway through the afternoon. Luo Sheng sits at the counter, leaning against the counter with sleepy eyes, and staring out of the store blankly. When others look at it, they can feel that Luo Sheng must be thinking about something. Xia also stood in a daze behind the counter. The longer I work here, the more leisurely I feel at work. Except for being abused and crying once in the promotion arena after get off work, Xia thinks everything else is pretty good. Especially every day, I can feel the improvement of my own strength. This fills Xia with hope. Chapter 171, Stay up late for a while. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 172. Boss, why are you sitting here in a daze? Xlang suddenly walked into the door, with members of the Blood Wolf group behind him. Hello, what do you need? Xio hurriedly greeted. Luo Sheng just barely lifted the head. I saw Xlang with blood on his face, and a large group of people standing outside the store, everyone with wounds and blood on their bodies. In this case, it is basically certain that there is an animal tied, and the medicine pill is also used up. Otherwise, Xlang would not come to the store with injuries. Did you bring all the people today? There are not so many places in the store. Luo Sheng glanced at the number of people outside the store and knew that Xlang had brought all the people this time. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's words, Xlang showed a little sadness on his face, but soon shook the head and said, not everyone, some brothers, and then I can't come anymore. Luo Sheng heard the meaning, was silent for a moment, then said, sorry. The mercenary died on the battlefield. It is also the best. If you don't want to attempt nothing and accomplish nothing, at least, you have to live out some meaning at the last moment of your life. Xlang saw it very openly, decided to enter the mercenary business. Life and death have long been bearish. Xlang does not feel sad for the dead brother, but the friendship in his heart makes it inevitably a little sad, that's all. What do I need? Luo Sheng paused, then continued. Medicine pill. Armor. Xlang said directly. Slightly paused, Xlang added another sentence. Yes, and that holy light knight sword. You have changed your job. Luo Sheng raised his eyes, speaking lightly. It is not an interrogative sentence, because Luo Sheng can see the level of Xlang. Xlang did not intend to hide, nodded, said, yes, guarding knight, I want to protect my brothers. Very good idea. Luo Sheng slightly nodded. Then he took an iron armor pill from the shelf and handed it to Xlang. A rare medicine pill common to all knight ranks, which permanently increases the physical defensive power. This is where medicine pill is different from armor. A large part of the defensive power of armor will only act on the part where the armor is worn. The effect of medicine pill is directly on the body of the user. Boss, you can really do business. Xlang laughed. Guarding knight is different from reinstalling knight. Although the reloaded knight is also in the rank of a meat shield, it mostly uses itself as a meat shield for defense. Although guarding knight is also a meat shield, it is more to guard his companions. This is a protection and auxiliary rank, but it's good to be able to increase your body stiffness a little bit more. It's just business. Luo Sheng said calmly. Well, so many brothers can come back this time, thanks to the equipment of boss. Xlang was just joking. The members of the Blood Wolf group also split apart, entered the store to update the damaged equipment, and replenish the consumed medicine pill. Because the store is really small, you can only come in by turns. Looking at the Blood Wolf group members taking turns in and out of the shop, Luo Sheng suddenly said to Xlang, you probably don't have professional rank skills yet. Boss has a good eye. The skill crystal is still too rare. Xlang's tone has several points of helpless. In fact, the meaning of this sentence is missing a little bit. To be precise, the skill crystals suitable for protecting knight are too rare. Chapter 172, Guarding Knight. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 173. Because the professional rank trial crystals are universal and can be used by everyone, it is not rare. As long as you can pay a certain price, you can still find it. But the skill crystal, starting from the professional rank of skill crystallization, as long as you are not a person who has no desire to improve, you will choose the skill that suits your rank. After all, what is the use of a magician with a power-increasing skill, or a berserker, suddenly issued a fireball technique, that is not to laugh to death? That's why Xlang said that skill crystals are too rare. If you can wait, I might have a skill crystal that suits you. Luo Sheng said slowly. Really? Xlang's face showed a look of surprise. There should be, but I don't know when it will. Luo Sheng glanced at the skill stones on the shelf. He doesn't believe it. There are only these 3 skill stones in the system. Luo Sheng is almost certain that as long as the purchase channel continues, there will always be a purchase channel for skill stones. Now I say this to Xlang, just to attract a customer in the future. After all, the skill stone, this thing, is not a little bit more expensive than medicine pill or equipment. Okay, it's enough to have a boss, then I will wait for the boss. Xlang haha smiled and didn't care. If the power is not large enough, many people look for the crystals of skills that suit their ranks. Unless it is a general-purpose skill. However, inlaying general-purpose skills, to a large extent, has lost the characteristics of the rank. After selecting the items, I will report the amount by myself. I'm going to check out. Xlang saw the last teammate also left the shelf, so he shouted loudly. No, I remember, there are a total of 42,920 spirit crystals, including the Holy Light Knight sword in your hand. Liu Sheng is not worried about someone playing a slippery head. System is more pretentious to spirit crystal than Liu Sheng. It is impossible to take advantage of the system. Okay. Xlang didn't count, but he didn't worry that Liu Sheng would lie to him, because it is completely unnecessary. After putting down a bag of magic core, Xlang also left. Seeing a crowd of people leaving the shop, Liu Sheng gave a soft smile. Good thing. Maybe in 2 days, Qin Ming will have to come to the store to add equipment and medicine pill. When the time comes, you can make a fortune again. Sire, where did you put the roast leg of lamb that Zaya sent today? Store manager, the roast leg of lamb is in the store next door on the counter. Xia followed and listened for a long time, only to wake up suddenly when Liu Sheng called. The demonic beast group attacks. It seems that only once a day the wounded were returned to Cloud Mist City for treatment. This kind of defensive battle is somewhat convenient for the defender. As night fell, city guards also began to set up military tents on the spot, light a bonfire, and eat dinner, and send scouts to the edge of Cloud Mist Forest to monitor the actions of demonic beasts. In this battlefield, even if it is resting, the soldiers will not take off their armor to prevent sudden enemy attacks. In fact, if it weren't for the demonic beast group attack, city guard would never go out of the city to fight. By virtue of the city wall, Cloud Mist City could be defended. However, among the demonic beasts, there are several demonic beasts that can directly collide with the city wall. If you let those demonic beasts rush to the city gate, I am afraid that it only takes a few clicks and the city gate will be broken. When the time comes, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to defend the city. Chapter 173, Skills Suitable for You. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 174. This kind of demonic beast group, I don't know how many more. Qin Ming listened to the statistics of the war damage report and thought to himself, City Guard is not a robot after all. If it is a very long battle, then the strategy must be adjusted. After waiting for a while, Qin Ming suddenly found that there was no sound in the room. I realized that the battle damage report had been reported. Statistics about the use of medicine pill, as well as the rate of attrition of armor and weapons. Qin Ming knocked on the table and confirmed the strategy this time. I have to say that war is really fighting resources. The cost of spirit crystal is the same as splashing water, and it's splashed out all at once. Liu Sheng shop's gold absorbing speed, that's not covered. Fortunately, these demonic beasts can also provide a lot of magic core, which can also ease the financial crisis of Cloud Mist City to a certain extent. Cloud Mist Forest, Beastmen Array. Inside the Naga's military tent, several blood-stained armors were placed upright on the table. This is the armor retrieved from the corpse of the city guard on the front line. Naluo priest and Naga stood by the table, looking at several Beastmen forges, carefully inspecting these armors. Long time. The Beastman blacksmith put down the armor in his hand, and respectfully said to the Nalo priest and the Naga chief, Nalo sacrifice, we have completely checked these armors. May I take the liberty to ask, I don't know where the two adults got these armors. Of course, the Naga would not say that they were stolen from the battlefield. Will not even answer this question, just ask the majestic question. What is the result? The Naga did not answer, and the Beastman blacksmith did not ask any more. Instead, he tapped the armor lightly, listening to the slight muffled sound, and then said, "Quality, very high quality armor, regardless of the material used or the forging technique, it is first rate. Roughly speaking, at least brave rank, and an offensive demonic beast, can quickly break through the defense. Generally low-level demonic beasts, only it can leave small scratches on it, and it can hardly cause damage." When the Beastman blacksmith said this, he stopped. Originally, he wanted to ask which forging master's work it was, but he resisted it. You guessed it, Nalo is one of the 2 military advisors in the family. Naga also had to admire Nalo's observation power. Just one glance on the battlefield can tell why. "Do you have a way to forge this kind of armor?" The Nalo priest asked another question. "I'm sorry, Naluo sacrifices, although we can gather the materials, but this forging method, unheard of, we can't forge, we can only infer from the quality of the armor." Beastman Forge shook his head. "I'm sorry to say, it doesn't matter." Naluo sacrificed his hand. Beastman blacksmith seemed to remember something suddenly, and then said, "Yes, 2 adults, and the weapons that were sent with the armor. It seems it was made by the same forge as the armor, and its quality is as high as armor." "What?" Naga frowned. "Not only the armor is changed, but the weapons are also changed. These damn humans, where are so many high-quality armors and weapons?" Naga thought of this, sighed, and said, "There is no way. I originally planned to leave it later to give them a surprise. It seems that it is time to take it out in advance. But the person who provides the equipment must be found." You can click on the favorites below to record this time 174th chapter, Cannot Forge, God Level Store Manager System Chapter 175. In the shop, while biting the roast leg of lamb in his mouth and staring at Liu Sheng on the crystal ball, he ended a battle easily. "It's getting easier. It seems that I still have to look forward to the battle strength improvement training room after the upgrade." Liu Sheng left the crystal ball base with both hands, and forcefully tore a piece of meat from the roast leg of lamb. At this time, Xia walked over from the grocery store next door. "Store manager, there are customers looking for you. You can just introduce him to him, let him choose what he needs." Liu Sheng waved his hand. "Lazy, speaking of. The leather sofa in the deck is really comfortable." Stuck in the soft sofa, Liu Sheng doesn't want to move anymore. "If it weren't for the deck is a little smaller and can't lie down, sleeping here is more comfortable than a bed." With food at hand, Liu Sheng doesn't bother to move. "No, store manager, this time is because there are not enough goods on the shelf," Xia explained. "Because Xia does not have permission to enter the warehouse, if the goods on display are not enough, you can only find Liu Sheng." Liu Sheng, hearing this, apart from anything else, put down the roast leg of lamb and immediately got up from the stand. "It seems to be a big business. Let me come." Liu Sheng tidied his clothes, and returned to his usual expressionless expression. A chubby mustache is standing in the shop looking at the goods on the shelf. It turned out to be Liu Boat. "What do I need to order this time?" Liu Sheng recognized this mustache at a glance. It is the Cloud Mist City Vault Administrator, Liu Boat, who brought more than 400,000 spirit crystals to Liu Sheng last time. Liu Boat also saw Liu Sheng, and quickly took off his hat and gave a gentleman's salute, and then said, "Dear store manager Liu Sheng, I am glad to see you again. I will be here for the time being." The quartermaster of the war. "This time, I'm here to purchase supplementary medicine pill and wasted equipment. I don't know how much inventory is left in store manager Liu Sheng. The equipment and medicine pill in your store are the key to this war." Sure enough, big business has come. Liu Sheng glanced outside the store and found that a carriage was actually parked outside. It seems that a lot of spirit crystals have been prepared. There is no need to consider the inventory issue. "I can provide as much as you need," Liu Sheng said lightly. With the phrase "store manager," I'm relieved. This is the item that needs to be purchased this time, Liu Boat said, pulling out a list from his arms. "There are a lot of medicine pill, and a small amount of armor and weapons, and the number of items required. It is worthy of being a regular army. The procurement is so rigorous. It is not like those mercenary groups. You can take whatever you want, and finally check out together. There is no problem with the quantity. Didn't you know if you brought someone to carry the equipment? Luo Sheng took the list in his hand, then looked at Luo Boat and asked, "Of course, store manager Luo Sheng's habit, I know very well that the carriage is outside." Luo Boat nodded and said, "Okay, please wait here for a while." "Store manager, do you need my help?" Xia followed and asked softly. She is still a little curious about the warehouse in the store, because Xia has never seen Luo Sheng go outside to buy goods. Every day he sleeps, he is in the battle strength promotion arena, or he keeps the shop. I don't know where those products come from, but Xia also knows very well that some things can be asked, and some things cannot be asked. The warehouse matter is obviously something that you cannot ask. "Help me watch him." Luo Sheng pointed to Luo Boat, and after speaking, he walked into the warehouse in the back room. Chapter 175, Really Big Business. God-level store manager system. Chapter 176. Finally, I can draw a wave of weapons and armor pools. Luo Sheng had previously been concerned about the capacity of the warehouse, so the expanded weapon egg pool and armor egg pool were rarely drawn. Those hidden equipment that may appear after expansion have not been extracted yet. System, help me recharge. Luo Sheng shouted in his head. Since the receipt box is available, all spirit crystal recharged will be directly deducted from the receipt box. System, the fee has been charged. Luo Sheng rubbed his hands, his consciousness sinking into his mind. Let's start. It's good to have money. The altar representing the egg pool of weapons began to flicker crazily, and the images of weapons flickered on the altar. Then it is stored in the warehouse. Blade of Greed, excellent grade weapon. A small increase in the user's attack power, with passive skill, Greed. Greed, a passive skill that absorbs surrounding energy and stores it in the Blade of Greed, and attaches it to the next attack. The upper limit of energy storage, professional rank. Glutton Giant Sword, excellent level weapon, a small amount to increase the user's attack power, with passive skill, Glutton. Gluttony, passive skill, every time you attack, it will absorb a small amount of the life value and mana of the attacked, and feed back it to the user. Staff of Jealousy, rare weapon, medium to increase the user's magic formidable power, with passive skill, Jealousy. Restrictions on use. All magician ranks. Jealousy, passive skill. The less magic power in the user's body, the stronger the magic formidable power released, the highest magnification, 100 times. It's a hidden weapon. This kind of powerfulness is beyond my imagination. Luo Sheng looked at the three new weapons and swallowed it secretly. Spit. The Greedy Blade is a very obvious explosive weapon. If the greedy energy of passive skills is fully stored, the attack released will be enough for the full strength attack of a professional rank peak powerhouse. Although I don't know the storage speed, at least it's very difficult to deal with literally. And the gluttonous giant sword, needless to say, as long as the opponent can't solve you all at once, then the final winner must be you. And what amazes Luo Sheng the most is the new Jealousy staff. When one's own magic power is low enough, 100 times the strengthening, the magic released, just by imagination, you can already feel enough horror. However, the names of these weapons. Luo Sheng seemed to think of something, but after looking at the weapons in the warehouse, he began to draw up the armor egg pool. Lazy heavy armor, excellent grade armor, a small amount of physical defensive power and magic resistance of the user is improved, with passive skill, laziness. Laziness, passive skills. When the user stops acting, his physical defensive power and magic resistance will increase rapidly. After the action is restored, the increased dual resistance will continue for 30 seconds. The upper limit of double antibody stacking, professional rank. Pride Shield, rare level armor. A small amount of physical defensive power and magic resistance of the user is improved, with passive skill, Pride. Restrictions on use. Reloaded Warrior. Shield Warrior, Reloaded Knight, Shield Knight. Pride, passive skill. Every time you receive an attack, your physical defensive power or magic resistance will be doubled according to the attack type received. The highest stacking rate is 128 times. Sure enough, Luo Sheng has been drawn here, and he has already determined his thoughts. In addition to the Sword of Fury that appeared long ago, the prefix of 7 cardinal sins, there have been 6. Chapter 176, 7 Cardinal Sins. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 177, Rage, Greed, Gluttony, Jealousy, Laziness, Arrogance. The equipment of the 7 Cardinal Sins series, all attached to it are passive skills, and all of them are very terrifying passive skills, especially the 2 rare 7 Cardinal Sins equipment. The formidable power has enhanced 100 times the magic, 128 times the double resistance. Thinking about it can make people desperate. Hidden equipment is hidden equipment, which means it is better than the equipment drawn before. Luo Sheng couldn't help sighing. Rare level equipment alone is already so strong. I really don't know what the effects of higher rank equipment will be in the future. Will it destroy heaven, extinguishing earth? Luo Sheng looks forward to it very much. But the 2 egg pools are drawn here, and the items on the list are almost the same. No matter how much more equipment is drawn, the warehouse will not be small. After all, armor and weapons take up space, unlike medicine pill, where a box can hold dozens of bottles and can be stacked. Then medicine pill. Luo Sheng glanced at the list, and then turned on the ordinary level medicine pill. In fact, the 3 purchase channels that Luo Sheng currently masters, what can be obtained, are basically some universal products. To put it simply, there are more people in need and more suitable people. Even if the price of the product is a bit more expensive, many people can still afford it. As for the type of products, Luo Sheng said that even now, there are some products with very low shipment rates that have not been displayed, because the area of the shop is really small. Luo Sheng is not complaining. After all, unfathomable mystery came to this world. He still feels very lucky to have a place to settle down. Medicine pill this time, nothing new has come out. Luo Sheng also knows how to expand this kind of thing. How can it be impossible to expand it several times for you? Then move all the items on the list out. Luo Boat respectfully waited in the store, and after confirming that the items on the list were all complete, he took out a small box of magic core. Store Manager Luo Sheng, this is the payment for this time, please click it. No need to order. The number is correct. Luo Sheng took the small box and went straight into the cash box. The question of counting the amount should be left to the system. The store manager is atmospheric and the front line is tight. I am still waiting for this batch of equipment and medicine pills. Then I will leave first. Luo Boat gave a salute politely. You are welcome. I won't give it away. Go slowly. Luo Sheng nodded, said that he knew it. Although this is a big customer, Luo Sheng's small shop is a proper seller's market. You don't want it, someone will want it. Luo Sheng still has confidence in his products. Store manager stay. Luo Boat said politely, and then left with the luggage cart. Luo Sheng looked at the back of the truck leaving the store, with a thoughtful look on his face. Dignified city lord mansion, even using magic core to check out. Then this can only show that the battle on the front line is indeed fierce. On the one hand, the spirit crystal in the city lord mansion's vault is really tight. Last time I lost more than 400,000 spirit crystals to the Luo Sheng store, and I haven't paid back yet. On the other hand, there are so many magic cores, which is enough to explain the number of demonic beasts. You know, Cloud Mist Forest is known for its many low-level demonic beasts. If there are so many brave rank demonic beasts and professional rank demonic beasts, then you can imagine the number of demonic beasts that are less than brave rank. In order to complete the task, it seems that I have to find a way. Luo Sheng rubbed his chin, thinking in distress. Chapter 177, Thoughts of Luo Sheng. God-level store manager system. Chapter 178. After all, Cloud Mist City is the location of my store. If the city breaks down, even if the store is protected by the system, nothing will happen. But a shop built in ruins, still wanting to make money? At least, Liu Sheng couldn't think of what it would be like. The next day, the sky is getting brighter, the starlight has not disappeared, and there is a grey dawn on the horizon. The city guard stationed outside Cloud Mist City has already eaten breakfast, turned off the camp, and is ready for battle. Qin Ming also came to the city wall and sat in the position of commander. The new equipment has been replaced overnight. The newly purchased medicine pill has also been distributed. After deducting casualties, City Guard's battle strength is only 2 points less. Qin Ming was thinking about the matter in his heart, and a messenger ran over. City Lord. The mercenary union Mukienkiu is asking for a meeting, saying that there is something to discuss. Quan Lingbing reported. Qin Ming brows slightly wrinkle. This guy, what can you do if you come to me at this time? Although I thought this way, Qin Ming waved his hand to the messenger and said, then just let him come up. Yes, the messenger was nodded, and then left soon. Not long after, Mukienkiu walked onto the city wall. Behind Mukienkiu, 3 people followed. Qin Ming hadn't thought of getting up to meet Mukienkiu, but when he saw the 3 people behind Mukienkiu, Qin Ming also had to stand up. President Mukienkiu, Captain Xwang, Kusu, Captain Grumpy Bear. The 4 come here now. Excuse me for not going out to meet you, Qin Ming said politely. That's right, the 3 people behind Mukienkiu are Xwang, Kusu and Glimpse. As Cloud Mist City Lord, Qin Ming's identity in Cloud Mist City needless to say. For Mukienkiu, Qin Ming has never had a good impression. But the other 3 people, at this time, are a great boost to the frontal battlefield. Especially the 2 mercenary groups under Xwang and the Bears. The overall battle strength of the players really must be above the city guard. City Lord Qin is polite. The tide of beasts is coming. Since I am stationed in the mercenary union in Cloud Mist City, it is my responsibility to protect Cloud Mist City. Mukienkiu and Qin Ming also came to court. It's just some scenes, and it's just being said. If you can have President Mu's help, it will be easy to fight this animal tide. Qin Ming also said Mukienkiu's words were, after all, I also rely on the major mercenary groups of the mercenary union. Mukienkiu will naturally not take the responsibility on himself. Just put top hats on the 3 people around you. On the city wall, 2 people pretend to be polite in the front. Xwang following behind touched Husu's arm and asked, didn't it mean that the 3 major mercenary groups are coming? Where are Lan Yi? I guess I went to the boss. Kusu answered without even thinking about it. Where can I go to Cloud Mist City at this point in time? Except for Liu Sheng's shop, I really can't think of a place. Xwang nodded. That's true. I knew I wouldn't be here anymore. I could take my brothers to train for a morning. Kusu laughed and said, I'm here. Don't say these things. If you have a chance, you should save more spirit crystal magic core. Your brothers are waiting. Xwang also laughed. The 2 people are very tacitly excluded the blizzard from the 2. Why did their 3 people follow Mukienkiu here? It's because of the tasks issued by the mercenary union and the large number of mercenary points in the remuneration. Chapter 178, Help from Mercenary Union. God-level store manager system. Chapter 179. For mercenary group, mercenary points are a very important thing. As long as you upgrade the mercenary group level, you will be able to receive higher rank missions. The 2 people in the back are almost chatting, and Mukienkiu and Qin Ming in the front are almost pretend to be polite. Although Mukienkiu was not here to help, the 3 of them who came together really came to help. So Qin Ming won't say much. Xwang is also as Husu said, if you can't do anything to prevent it, you might as well sit back and enjoy it. The demonic beast didn't come, just wait. However, it didn't take long to wait. A loud roar suddenly came out from Cloud Mist Forest. Suddenly, the smoke and dust started to startle the birds in the forest. It's a demonic beast group. Qin Ming saw this scene, and immediately returned to the position of the commander of the warlord. 3. You should all know the content of the task. I won't direct you. It's just that the reward for this task, the greater the credit, the more naturally you get. Mukienki also said he also knew that with his branch president, a mercenary union, he could not command these people. His identity is also useful for those small mercenary groups, and for the powerful mercenary groups, it just gives him face. You don't need to talk about this, two of you, if you don't mind. Let me fight with the mercenary group of violent bears. The violent bears were ignored by Xwlang and Kusu before. I got angry. Now that the demonic beast is coming, the blizzard naturally wants to show its strength. Let these two guys know what kind of powerful mercenary group leader they ignore. If you want to take the lead, please. Xwlang said indifferently. I thought you would take your people to escape before the tide of beasts arrives. Didn't expect to see you here. Kusu is even more like finding a blizzard. Speaking pretending to be surprised. HMPH, you don't need to talk coldly here. I invite you to join the mercenary group of violent bears. You are impossible to tell good from bad, and don't regret it in the future. Blizzards coldly snorted. Kusu laughed and said, I hope you can make me regret it. I'm afraid you can't do it. The blizzard seems to disdain to speak anymore, and walked towards Qin Ming, clasped a fist and said, City Lord Qin, the mercenary group of violent bears is willing to help the city guard retreat from the enemy. Qin Ming took a moment to look at the violent bears, got up, and said politely, then there will be the bears long. City Lord Qin is polite. After the blizzard finished speaking, he jumped down the city wall. The sledgehammer behind it was pulled out by the violent bear backhand and held it in his hand. The handle of the hammer lay on the ground with a muffled noise, and a circle of cracks was suddenly pressed out on the ground. The violent bear mercenary group, get out. With the violent bear a loud roar, all the members of the violent bear mercenary group who stayed under the city wall gathered. Although the movements are a bit fragmented, it can be seen that it should have been running in for a while. It seems that the blizzard also knows that just a mercenary group that is pieced together has no battle strength. Xwlang, as a captain of a mercenary squad, gave a very pertinent evaluation. Unfortunately, the character is not good. Kusu stood by and spoke out unabashedly. The city guard in front has already fought at close quarters with the demonic beast group that appeared. For demonic beasts who don't know how to adapt, the same formation is very useful. The reloaded knight is at the forefront, and the auxiliary magic of the priest team is blessed on the reloaded knight to help withstand the first wave of charges of the demonic beast. The so-called inner spurt of energy, it will decline again, and it will be exhausted after 3. This is true in battle, so is morale, and even more so in charge. Chapter 179, First Array. God-level store manager system. Chapter 180. Reloading knight slowed the charge of the demonic beast group, and the army of soldiers following closely from behind immediately greeted him. The magician army also raised the staff and began to condense magic. Suddenly, the battle was very stalemate. The violent bear also encouraged the members of the violent mercenary group, and then waved, brothers, come on, let them take a good look at our strength. The violent bear mercenary group is the mercenary group with the largest number of people. Although the strength of the players varies, but in terms of level alone, compared to city guard, they are not bad at all. At this time when the battle situation is stalemate, these thousands of mercenaries entering the battlefield can also become the last straw to crush the camel. The blizzard followed behind and let the members of the mercenary group charge into the battle. With this new force of city guard, the wind on the battlefield slowly began to change. The demonic beast group that originally played back and forth with city guard was actually suppressed and retreated, leaving a lot of demonic beast corpses along the way. Seeing this scene, the blizzard was even more proud of it. I glanced back at Xwlang and Kusu on the city wall, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Oh, this guy seems to be quite proud. What kind of eyesight are Kusu and Xwlang? And they stand tall and look far away from the corner of the bear's mouth. They could see the sneer clearly. Small man intoxicated by success only. Kusu shrugged. didn't care. It just didn't expect. This demonic beast group is not as strong as imagined. Standing on the city wall, Xlang said with some confusion, Cloud Mist City has recorded 7 beast tides, and every beast wave caused a heavy loss for Cloud Mist City. The huge demonic beast group can suppress the city guard's retreat every time, with numerous casualties, and in the end, it is difficult to hold the city gate. But this time, but the other way around. Take a closer look at the equipment on city guard, they are all from the boss shop. Kusu reminded. Xlang took a closer look, and suddenly said, it really is, then it makes sense. Xlang's own mercenary group, equipped with Liu Sheng store for the quality of those equipment. He knew very well in his heart. Now that city guard is equipped, the overall battle strength has at least doubled. Thinking of this, Xlang suddenly glanced at Kusu. No wonder you say that, isn't it? Kusu laughed. His temper is straightforward, but he is not stupid. People from the mercenary group may be able to catch up with city guard in terms of level. After all, a person with a bit of strength, how could he come to Cloud Mist City to do city guard? But in terms of equipment, the Bear mercenary group is far inferior to city guard. Not to mention, city guard still has medicine pill in its hands. What the blizzard did was just to break the stalemate between the city guard and the demonic beast group. That's all. Kusu and Xlang understood. Qin Ming, who was sitting in the commanding position of the warlord, naturally understood. But as long as the situation develops on the bright side, Qin Ming will not mention it specifically. It's just Qin Ming's worries. It's another matter. The power of the demonic beast group is impossible so weak. If it is not as good as yesterday, why should they come to impact Cloud Mist City so soon? Qin Ming stood up and looked into the Cloud Mist forest. Even if demonic beast is stupid and can't think, but it is very sensitive to the power gap. Just like a low-level demonic beast, in front of a demonic beast that is stronger than himself, will only shiver coldly or run away in a hurry, and rarely rise up against it. Chapter 180, Small Man Intoxicated by Success. God-level store manager system. Chapter 181. But there is something wrong with the situation this time. Qin Ming frowned, staring at the battlefield. The sound of shouting and killing is mixed with the roar of the beast. The splendor of magic and the coquettish of blood are intertwined. City Guard and the mercenary group of violent bears are high-spirited, pressing on every step of the way, defeating the demonic beast group, and retreating into the Cloud Mist forest step by step. No, I can't chase. Qin Ming suddenly thought of something, and quickly ordered the city guard to stop. But just as Qin Ming said something, a dull growl suddenly came out from Cloud Mist forest. This low roar is not a deafening roar, but rather like a muffled drum, fiercely knocking on everyone's heart. Make the faces of everyone on the city wall change suddenly. How can this kind of demonic beast appear in Cloud Mist forest? Xlang was surprised. Damn it, is this a trick to lure the enemy deeper? Why do these damn demonic beasts use such a strategy? Qin Ming also showed a look of uncertainty. At the forefront, the city guard and the mercenaries who approached Cloud Mist forest even directly endured this low growl, only feeling tight in their chest. The whole army's offensive was all over. From afar, you can see 2 red lights the size of lanterns appearing in Cloud Mist forest. Immediately afterwards, a giant beast with a sharp horn on top of a giant beast, which resembles a hill, with stubby limbs, and a sharp horn, walked out of the Cloud Mist forest. With every step, the earth seems to tremble. The person standing in front of this giant beast is not half as tall as its leg. Iron Mountain Beast. Kusu, standing on the city wall, slowly said the name. Other people's faces are even more solemn. According to legend, the Iron Mountain Beast possesses a trace of the bloodline of the Earth Element Dragon race. The strength is huge, and the external armor is extremely hard. Normal attacks cannot break through the armor and injure the Iron Mountain Beast. Adult Iron Mountain Beasts will naturally grow to level 60 at least. If it can survive the Grandmaster rank trial, the Iron Mountain Beast can further evolve its bloodline and become the Iron Mountain Dragon Beast. And this level of demonic beast shouldn't appear in Cloud Mist Forest at all. Otherwise, impossible is not heard. Although the Iron Mountain Beast in front of me has not yet passed the trial of Grandmaster rank, but its strength cannot be underestimated. A level 60 Iron Mountain Beast, the force of the collision, can definitely destroy the city wall of Cloud Mist City with no difficulty. Disperse, divide into two teams. Don't stop the Iron Mountain Beast. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and ordered eagerly. Even if the city wall is destroyed, Qin Ming is impossible to let the city guard stop the collision of the Iron Mountain Beast, because that is simply dying. Even a Grandmaster rank powerhouse, after receiving the collision of the Iron Mountain Beast from the front, only suffered serious injuries. When the Iron Mountain Beast appeared, the violent bear fled back. The other members of the mercenary group are still charging ahead. Roar! Tishan Beast let out a low roar, and everyone's heart was shocked. Damn it, doesn't Cloud Mist City have to be broken? Qin Ming, gnashing teeth, growled angrily. Obviously I have done that many. Seeing that the beast tide is about to pass, but at this time, a demonic beast that shouldn't appear in Cloud Mist Forest appears. Here, no one can stop the Iron Mountain Beast. Hong long long dash. The Iron Mountain Beast ran, and for an instant, the earth shook and the mountain quivered. The collision force gathered around the body. Chapter 181, Iron Mountain Beast. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 182. This is the thin trace of Dragon Clan bloodlines, which gives the Iron Mountain Beast's innate ability, the terrifying force of collision, and it oppresses the surrounding air to make bursts of sonic booms. Unstoppable. The demonic beast group also followed behind Tishan Beast, once again regrouped, and launched a charge towards Cloud Mist City. Only when the city wall collapses, the demonic beast army can invade Cloud Mist City. At this moment, the city guard is already in a ruin, and can only withdraw to the sides in embarrassment, not daring to smash its edge. The people in the mercenary group of the violent bears have mixed good and bad, and at this time they are crawling and fleeing around. Kusu, do you have a way to kill the Iron Mountain Beast? Xlang sighed, looking at the Iron Mountain Beast, and asked solemnly. If you can stop him, I have a way to try it. Kusu put his palm on the rage sword on his waist. I hope you Berserker will not let me down. Xlang lightly said with a smile. So are you, guarding knight? Kusu returned with a smile. After experiencing so many fights, Kusu also successfully promoted to level 40, passed the professional rank trial, and became Berserker. One of the most outstanding ranks of power and destructive power. City Lord Qin, please be prepared to fight back. Xlang finally said to Qin Ming, and then jumped down the city wall. Wait a minute, Qin Ming just wanted to call Xlang, but it was too late. Brothers of Blood Wolf Group, it's time to show the results of your training. Raise the weapons in your hands. Xlang stood outside Cloud Mist City, staring coldly at the collision of Iron Mountain Beast. Kill. The Blood Wolf Group members who stayed under the city wall suddenly roared in unison, seeming to be responding to Xlang. There will be idiots who will come down to die. The violent bear who escaped was snarled, disdainful of Xlang's actions. For people like him, Xlang's behavior is an idiot. And the city guard, who fled in disarray, also saw this scene. Although they were moved in their hearts, they did not agree with Xlang's behavior. To die blindly is meaningless. The mercenaries who fled in all directions also looked at Xlang coldly, and sneered in their hearts. Even if the city wall is destroyed, there is still a chance to fight back. If you die, you really have no chance. Qin Ming hurriedly stood up and wanted to go down and pull Xlang away. City Lord Qin, let him go, you just need to be ready to counterattack. Kusu stopped Qin Ming's action. The Great Sword of Fury has been dismantled by Kusu and placed beside him. The Iron Mountain Beast that moved towards Cloud Mist City smashed into it, and the sonic boom it brought had already appeared, sharp neighing. The earth is shaking. The magician in the city guard who had left the collision range of the Iron Mountain Beast also began to release magic and attack the Iron Mountain Beast. But the magic that defeated the demonic beasts before fell on the Iron Mountain Beast's armor, and there was not even a trace left. What a terrifying defensive power this is. Look at it. This is my duty as a guardian of night. Xlang stared at the Iron Mountain Beast that was getting closer. The wind pressure caused by the collision has caused his hair and clothes to flutter frantically, pulling them into a hunting noise. The demonic beast group following the Iron Mountain Beast roared deafeningly. Everyone is watching, just waiting for Xlang to be unceremoniously crushed by the Iron Mountain Beast and pierced in the chest by the sharp horn above it. Then smash the city wall of Cloud Mist City. Everyone, get ready. Chapter 182, The Act of Death. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 183, Charge! Xlang suddenly pulled out the Holy Light Knight sword, and the whole battle chi rushed into the Holy Light Knight sword frantically. In an instant, the holy rays of light masterpiece, like a dazzling sun, holy light shine. At that moment, behind Xlang there seemed to be a night illusory shadow holding a huge shield, standing between heaven and earth. It was only a flash, and that majestic and vast imposing manner also made everyone's heart palpitating. Boom! A muffled noise broke out, and Tishan Beast and Xlang slammed into each other heavily. Together with the sound and waves, a cloud of smoke was instantly raised. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Iron Mountain Beast, which looked like a hill, was forcibly stopped by Xlang, unable to move forward for half a step. How is this possible? The bear almost stared out his eyes. The reactions of other people were actually not much better. They were all stunned in place, forgetting to retreat. They have no hope that Xlang can stop the Iron Mountain Beast. But this scene before them has simply subverted their imagination. A 40-level Guardian Knight actually forcibly stopped a 60th level Iron Mountain Beast. Even some hero biographies dare not write like this. The weapons in the boss shop are really easy to use. Xlang panted and said with difficulty. And he can only maintain this position now. Holy light shines. Knight's duty should be the heroic fearless. Where the holy light shines, the user is in the absolute defense state, but cannot attack. All the attributes of the friendly army are doubled for 10 minutes and the cooling is 12 hours. Xlang is relying on this absolute defense state to forcibly endure collision of the Iron Mountain Beast. Although there are restrictions on the use of rare weapons, the burst of power is also very terrifying. The stun time did not last long. The members of the Blood Wolf group were mentally prepared. They have already taken care of the magic of the equipment in the Luo Sheng store. Kill. With the unanimous anger that resounded through this world, the people of the Blood Wolf group came out and killed the Demonic Beast group. After these days of hard work, quite a few people in the Blood Wolf group have put on high-quality equipment. In addition to being honed by the 4 monsters in the Battle Strength Improvement Training Room, it can be said that each member of the Blood Wolf group, compared with City Guard, can be at least 1 as 10. Even those city guards equipped with superior weapons and armors are completely incomparable with the members of the Blood Wolf group. The difference between fighting skills and battle awareness is too far. City Lord Qin, get ready. I'll get rid of that Iron Mountain Beast. Kusu grinned, and then he held his back with his backhand the axe handle of the dragon-marked giant axe. With a kick of both feet, a pair of clear footprints immediately appeared on the granite building the city wall. Kusu is like a cannonball, flying out of the city wall. When approaching the top of the Iron Mountain Beast, the rays of light emanating from Xlang's body also shone on Kusu's body. Where the holy light shines, the friendly attribute is doubled. Kusu was originally a Berserker rank with outstanding strength. With the attribute doubled, his strength has skyrocketed. The dragon-marked giant axe was pulled out by Kusu and slashed from the sky. Borrowing the power of drawing an axe, we will try our best to split the Huashan Mountain. King. The axe blade touched the hard armor on the Iron Mountain Beast, and the sound of gold and iron cried out, and terrifying power erupted from the axe blade. Chapter 183, Holy Light Shining. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 184. There. Stubby limbs of the Iron Mountain Beast stepped on the ground and sank suddenly. Boom. The ground screamed, and smoke rose from the sky. At the feet of Tishan Beast, the ground was broken round and round, stones splashed all around, and cracks spread to the surroundings. With immense power, the four legs of the Iron Mountain Beast were forcibly hammered into the ground. Not enough. Kusu raised the dragon-marked giant axe. The sharp axe blade emitted dazzling cold light in the rays of light. Xiaoyonglidan and Yonglidan were sent into the mouth by Husu and turned into a warm current. With the passive effect of the hot blood combination, they poured into Husu's body. Together with the demon blood pill that Husu had taken before, it permanently enhanced his attack power. And the holy light released by Xlang under the blessing. At this moment, Kusu's attack power far exceeds the attack power that Berserker of this level should have. This axe is the strongest blow. Kusu's muscles all over his body, the violent veins beating slightly, and you can see the turbulent boiling blood inside. Battle Chi Yingren's dragon-marked giant axe. The axe falls. Cold light flashed. Blood splashed. The crushing effect is triggered. In front of the dragon-marked giant axe, the Iron Mountain Beast's armor is like a piece of thin paper, which is instantly torn apart by the axe blade. The knotted muscles inside are twisted under the violent force. Shattered. Along with the surrounding armor, countless cracks were also cut. Under the axe blade, the Iron Mountain Beast's spine as strong as a stone was also chopped. Raw. Tishan Beast let out a stern cry, and a lot of blood overflowed from its mouth, which was spilled on the ground, rolling heat waves. As soon as the spine was broken, the Iron Mountain Beast fell to the ground weakly. It is as strong as dragon race. If the spine is broken, you can only fall to the ground obediently, waiting for the spine to heal. Even more how an Iron Mountain Beast with only thin dragon's blood. However, when he cleaved this blade, Kusu also exhausted most of his energy. Don't think that Kusu is easy. You must know that Iron Mountain Beast basically has no offensive power, only the collision ability of an innate talent and an indestructible armor. The hardness of the skeleton of the Iron Mountain Beast is even better than that of its armor. If it were not for Husu's luck to trigger the smashing effect of the dragon-marked giant axe, I am afraid that even if Husu breaks the Iron Mountain Beast's armor, it is impossible to split the Iron Mountain Beast's spine. As Husu said before, this is the strongest blow. If the attack at this time is unsuccessful, Kusu will have no physical strength to perform a second full-strength attack. It's solved. Kusu panted heavily, and regardless of the blood under his feet, he sat directly on the back of the Iron Mountain Beast. Although the Iron Mountain Beast has not died yet, it has also lost its ability to move. Falling here, it can also serve as a barrier to protect Cloud Mist City a little bit. Awesome. Xlang could not act at this time, and could only express what he meant with his eyes. To each other Kusu gave Xlang a thumbs up. At this time, the members of the Blood Wolf group, also under the blessing of the Holy Light, rushed into the Demonic Beast group. After the attribute is doubled, these people will be more comfortable in fighting after facing the Demonic Beast. The fighting skills and battle awareness gained after being abused can make them remember more clearly and use them more flexibly in battle. The members of the Blood Wolf group, everyone comes out of the battle strength improvement training room. Although they still can't beat the four monsters, it doesn't prevent them from hunting these demonic beasts frantically at the moment. When these guys enter the demonic beast group, they're like wolves into the flock. Chapter 184, Axe Falling. That's cut. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 185. And the city guards all stared at this scene dumbfounded, completely unable to believe their eyes. The Iron Mountain Beast, who was unstoppable just now, is actually lying on the ground. How powerful is the person sitting on the back of the Iron Mountain Beast? It took only 2 blows to knock the Iron Mountain Beast to the ground, impossible to move. And the mercenaries who began to flee around after the Iron Mountain Beast was stopped by Xlang, one by one looked at Kusu with the same eyes as they saw a monster. Both are mercenaries of Cloud Mist City. They are impossible to hear Kusu's name. But they never thought that Kusu was so powerful. You must know that the defensive power of the Iron Mountain Beast, even the 60th level Grandmaster rank powerhouse, is difficult to break. But in front of Kusu, it was like paper. With 2 simple cuts, the spine of the Iron Mountain Beast was cut off. This kind of destructive power is simply appalling. Immediately when the Iron Mountain Beast came out, the violent bear who turned and ran away was even more stunned. Xwang is already terrifying to stop the collision of the Iron Mountain Beast. But this Kusu's feat is even more incredible. This kind of person is simply an evildoer. Ming just glanced at Kusu and Xwang unexpectedly. Then he noticed the weapons in their hands. Really didn't expect they can actually get rid of the Iron Mountain Beast. Ming couldn't help showing a smile, and then quickly returned to seriousness. All city guard orders, assist the Blood Wolf group and destroy the Demonic Beast group. It's not that Ming doesn't know that there are these 2 weapons in the Luo Sheng shop. However, the use restriction of the Holy Light Knight sword is to protect Knight, and people below professional rank cannot use it at all. The Holy Light Knight sword used by other ranks is not as good as a broken iron sword. The same goes for Dragon Mark Giant Axe. It's not that Ming doesn't want to use it, but it doesn't work at all. Fortunately, Kusu and Xwang were promoted to professional rank before the influx of the beasts. Otherwise, this Iron Mountain Beast alone would be enough to make Cloud Mist City powerless to defend. The current form is just the other way around. Numerous demonic beasts were slain in defeat, leaving only 1 demonic beast corpse, battered and exhausted, fled back to Cloud Mist Forest. Looking at the demonic beast corpses all over the floor, Ming also sighed slightly in relief. It's another big harvest. Deep in the Cloud Mist Forest, in the Naga's military tent, the Naga and the Nalo priests are all present, and the Beastmen soldiers below are reporting the situation on the front line. I lost again. Even the Iron Mountain Beast supported by the Empire was taken down. The Naga roared angrily and hit the bone table beside him with a punch. The bone table made of the bones of professional rank demonic beast was smashed and swayed, and several cracks appeared. Their weapons are really weird. Naluo Sacrificial witnessed the attack of the Iron Mountain Beast with his own eyes. He absolutely doesn't believe that a trifling human who has just been promoted to professional rank can actually withstand the collision of the 60th Iron Mountain Beast. Damn, where did their weapons and armor come from? Naga gloomy face said angrily. Don't worry, the city guard who has caught a few Cloud Mist City are back. I believe they will be able to ask soon. Naluo said coldly. Although the Iron Mountain Beast fell to the ground, the attack of the demonic beast group was one-sided. But before, when the city guard evacuated to the side, the Beastmen soldiers who were dispatched to the battlefield found a chance to take action. Chapter 185, Stunned. God-level store manager system. Chapter 186. As long as the source of the equipment is asked, even if the monster wave attack plan this time fails, their purpose will not fail. Because of them, they didn't just come to capture this Cloud Mist City. As expected by the Nalo sacrifice, Beastmen soldiers soon entered the military account to report on the interrogation. Coincidentally, among the captured Cloud Mist City guard, there happened to be someone from the elite squad who followed Ming to the Luo Sheng shop. There are many ways of interrogation, and there are also many magics used for interrogation. Naluo can be sure that the content of the interrogation will not be false. It's actually in Cloud Mist City. It's really hidden in the world. The Nalo priest listened to the report of the Beastmen soldiers, his eyes gleaming. The physique of the Beastmen clan is inherently strong, so the forging of weapons and armor is not as good as human race. Here, we must distinguish between Beastmen and demi-human. Wolf Hunter clan, the Mooncat clan, does not belong to Beastmen, but belongs to demi-human. The difference between the two lies in the difference with human race. Before beast transformation, Yaren was not much different from human race in appearance. At most, there will be some signs of beast transformation, such as animal ears or tail, fur and the like. Only demi-human can have the beast transformation ability of the innate talent. While Beastman is a purebred and cannot perform beast transformation, its appearance is also very different from human race. That's the digression. Nalo sacrificed, calmly listening to the report of the Beastman soldiers, and a smile of joy appeared on the face of the Naga on the side. Converged soon afterwards. This level of forging master must be mastered by our Beastman clan. Naga said categorically. Yes, if it can make up for our trifling human race, nothing is difficult at all. Even the always calm Naluo sacrifice also appeared excited. In this case, you can only use the shadow order to make sure you are safe. Naga took out a token of pitch black as ink from his arms. There is a word dark on the front page and a word shadow on the back page. This is a special token required for the shadow squad, cultivated by using a lot of resources from the Beastman tribe. The shadow squad is one of the most elite squad in the Beastman tribe, dedicated to assassination and other missions in the shadows. A strand of battle chi gushes out from the fingertips of the Naga and poured into the shadow order. The token of pitch black as ink suddenly trembles slightly, and then shook suddenly, spontaneously ignited without fire, and turned into fly ash. The shadow squad has been dispatched. The situation on the battlefield is a foregone conclusion. Only a few demonic beasts remain, and they are still resisting. City Guard is clearing the battlefield. The mercenaries have retreated from the battlefield and returned to the city wall to stand by. Xlang, Kusu and Grumpy Bear also returned to the city wall. Qin Ming finally showed a smile, took the initiative to get up, and greeted him. Captain Xlang, Kusu, Captain Grumpy Bear, thank you for your hard work. This is what we should do, and it is not a futile task. Xlang laughed. I'm helping Xlang to deal with the Iron Mountain Beast, which is to try the formidable power of the new weapon. Kusu said boldly. City Lord Qin is polite. These are all things we should do. The Blizzard also followed politely. City Lord Qin just laughed, and then said, of course, the three of you are paid for this mission, and Mukienki, Vice President, must have already told you about it. Chapter 186, Shadow Squad. God-level store manager system. Chapter 187. However, this beast wave is also because of your help to save Cloud Mist City from disaster. So this time, collected on the battlefield magic core, I will divide 30% as an extra reward for the three. Qin Ming naturally knows that if Xlang and Kusu weren't there at this time, facing the Iron Mountain Beast, just rely on the city guard. There is nothing to do. That's why he generously took out 30% magic core to win over Xlang and Kusu. As for the violent bear, that is just by the way. After all, Xlang and Kusu are not waiting to see the bear. And the performance in the beast tide just now, when the Tishan beast came out, the Blizzard was the first person to turn around and escape, which really made Qin Ming displeased. Dignified a mercenary group leader, just don't take the lead. When faced with danger, he turned around and ran without paying any attention to his team members. This kind of person is really untrustworthy. It's no wonder Kusu would give the Blizzard that kind of evaluation. Then, many thanks to the generosity of City Lord Qin, it happens that the brothers also need to replace some equipment. Then deference is no substitute for obedience. Xlang gladly accepted. City Lord Qin is too polite, but since City Lord Qin is so kind, then when the Blizzard heard that there was an extra reward, his eyes brightened. Kusu glanced at the bear in disgust, and said, I'm not polite with you, you are here to be affectionate. You. The bear was caught by Kusu with a choke. His eyes suddenly widened, and Kusu glared fiercely. Oh, you dare to stare at me? It's so long. Kusu coldly snorted, and touched the handle of the dragon-marked giant axe behind him with his backhand. The violent bear immediately persuaded him and backed away again and again. With this axe down, the Blizzard dare not compare himself with the Iron Mountain Beast. Even the unparalleled Iron Mountain Beast fell under Kusu's dragon-marked giant axe. The Blizzard didn't have the guts to pick Kusu with an axe. Vice President, it should be fine now. Kusu shouted to Mukienki after choking the bear. No, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Mukienkiu thought of Husu's feat, but he had a lingering fear. The power of that axe is as terrifying as it is. Then I will leave first, and remember to record the mercenary points. Kusu was indeed a little tired. After saying this, he said hello to Xlang and left. Xlang also followed Kusu, said hello to Kinming, and left. After all, it is not appropriate to keep the Blood Wolf group standing underneath. Anyway, the animal wave has temporarily ended, so there is no need to stay here and waste time. The blizzard knows his performance and is not to be seen, so he left. There is not even anyone from the mercenary group of bears. If this is the case, then I won't stay too much. City Lord Kin, I will trouble you to pay for our mercenary union. Mukienkiu also proposed to Kinming after all three of them had left. Goodbye. Walk slowly, I have something to stay here, so I won't send it away. Kinming nodded. After all, although Mukienkiu helped Kinming, it was also for the mercenary union. Once Cloud Mist City is destroyed, the mercenary union will naturally be unable to keep it. The demonic beasts don't need any mercenaries. They attack Cloud Mist City just for the site and resources. In other words, to avenge those demonic beasts who were hunted down by humans. So the relationship between the two is more like a mutually beneficial transaction. The 30% magic core that Kinming paid before is one of the mission rewards that Mukienkiu and Kinming said. It's just that Kinming didn't deliberately say it, but used it to win people's hearts, that's all. Chapter 187, Extra Reward. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 188. As soon as their mercenaries left, only the city guard and the corpses of earth demon beasts were left outside the city wall, or magic core all over the floor. The dead in the city guard, retrieve their bodies and bury them alive. As for those mercenaries who died in action, Kinming also let the city guard bury them together after some thoughts. After all, no matter what the purpose is, they are on the same battlefield and are comrades in arms. Those who died in war should be buried with the help of comrades in arms. As for the corpse of the demonic beast, after collecting the available materials, they were directly gathered and burned with magic. I don't know who is behind the scenes in Cloud Mist Forest. Kinming looked into the depths of Cloud Mist Forest, his eyes deep. He doesn't think that an unfathomable mystery will appear in Cloud Mist Forest. And the scale of the beast wave this time is unprecedented. If it weren't for Luo Sheng's equipment and medicine pill, I'm afraid Cloud Mist City would have been destroyed and fell under the claws of a demonic beast. That's all. Let's go to Chi Store Manager's shop tonight. Kinming can't guess who this secret mastermind will be or which power it will be. But as long as you improve your strength, no matter who you are, you can be fearless. The time when Luo Sheng closes the store is not when it is dark. Actually, Luo Sheng would not want to hire a store assistant if it really only opened a store during the day. The magic lights of this world are very popular, but the inferior magic lights have low brightness and poor lighting effects. Although it cannot be brightly lit, the difference between day and night is not that big. Generally speaking, Luo Sheng will probably open a store until around 9 o'clock in the evening. After all, Luo Sheng doesn't open a restaurant, as long as it's time for meals. Especially after the opening of the training room to improve the battle strength, Luo Sheng feels more like opening an internet cafe. And Xlang, they are a group of excessive attention to details prevents one from making progress, an internet-addicted teenager who is addicted to games. Speaking of Xlang, Xia behind the counter saw Xlang and the Blood Wolf group team members come outside the store. Hello, brother Xlang. Xia greeted him. Hello, Xia, where is the boss? Xlang comes to the store every day, and he is familiar with Xia. The store manager is next door. What do you need? Xia pointed to the small door and said, what else can I want here? I can't afford too expensive weapons and armor. Xlang pretended to be helpless, bitterly laughed, and waved behind him. Blood Wolf group members immediately took turns to enter the store, replenish medicine pill, or change their equipment. Brother Xlang, you don't look like a captain at all now. Xia teased, standing behind the counter. What does that look like? Xlang laughed, asked. Like a steward. Xayah said slowly. Ah ha ha, Xayah. Did you fail to learn from the boss? Xlang smiled and didn't refute it, just black Liu Sheng. Xlang. What do you say about boss? Don't be afraid that he will raise the price for you. Kusu also walked into the store at this time. Xlang leaned on the counter and said indifferently, I dare not say anything else. Boss will definitely not do the price increase. Although the price of black-hearted boss is dark, people are still very principled. I believe this. After all, he has never discounted. Kusu deeply agreed. Don't worry, there will be no discounts in the future. Liu Sheng didn't know when he walked over from the battle strength training room next door. Hearing what Kusu said, he said something seriously. Chapter 188, Rest assured, there will be no discounts in the future. God-level store manager system. Chapter 189. Boss, I'm joking. If you are willing to make a discount, I would welcome it. Kusu immediately said with a smile. No, discounts are impossible. Discounts are impossible for the rest of my life. Liu Sheng added immediately. Xlang couldn't help saying with a smile, so you still don't know, boss? What do I need? Liu Sheng ignored their ridicule and asked directly to. It's the same, boss. You don't have any new items here anyway. Xlang's gaze scanned the shelf. Kusu also followed, nodded, said, I remember that boss used to buy new goods at a very fast rate. Why have no new things come out for so long? Is it lazy recently? They are now used to running to Liu Sheng without problems. If you can't stay in the grocery store, you can sit in the battle strength training room next door. The leather sofa is still very comfortable to sit on. There will be new products in 2 days, but you don't need it. Liu Sheng thought of the task released by the system. In about 2 days, the jewelry egg pool will be opened. I really want to speak of which, Liu Sheng shop has many types of equipment, and the few are all parts of the equipment. Many equipments like helmets, leg guards, and belts are not available. But the newly opened jewelry egg pool. Liu Sheng took a serious look at Xlang and Kusu. They probably won't need accessories. Store manager, I seem to have heard it just now, you will have new products in 2 days. The store door was suddenly opened. Hello, what do you need? Xayah asked immediately. Qin Ming waved his hand gently, and then walked into the store. City Lord Qin, how come you came this night? Xlang and Kusu greeted them together. Qin Ming nodded at the two of them. The beast tide thing has come to an end for the time being, magic core has also been cleared out, and the rewards of the two will be delivered tomorrow. You have the city Lord Qin. Xlang said politely. Qin Ming waved his hand, then looked towards Liu Sheng, and said, Store manager, I just heard you say that there will be new products recently. I don't know if it is true. It shouldn't be wrong. Liu Sheng nodded. I don't know, will there be gloves at this time? Qin Ming asked impatiently. Liu Sheng glanced at Qin Ming without a weapon. There are not many ranks that can be used without weapons, and fighters are among the most important ranks. The crutches are also used as weapons among fighters. Since Qin Ming asked about the glove, he should be a full-fledged fighter. However, the reward for completing the task at this time is not to expand the weapon egg pool, and the glove is indeed a very partial weapon. There is a chance. Liu Sheng did not directly say number. After all, who knows if the system will have a brain pump and take out the gloves. Okay, then I'll wait first. Qin Ming heard Liu Sheng's words and knew that there should be no gloves appearing in the near future. But it doesn't matter. The difficulty of forging gloves is higher than most other common weapons, because there are great restrictions on materials. The types of materials suitable for forging gloves are relatively much less than other weapons. Gloves forged from ordinary materials can easily break, so it's better not to use them. Among the rare materials, the fur used to forge gloves, etc., are very difficult to find. For example, the armor of the previous Iron Mountain beast is not suitable for forging gloves because the texture is too hard. Chapter 189, Will there be gloves? God-level store manager system. Chapter 190. Well, what you need You can get it yourself. Luo Sheng slightly nodded. Then habitually concentrate, glance at the popularity bar to determine the completion of the upgrade task. I found that the popularity value of Unfathomable Mystery has risen again. Huh? Luo Sheng raised his eyes and looked at Xlang, Kusu and Qin Ming one after another. I haven't noticed any new customers coming to the store recently. Why this popularity value has risen in Unfathomable Mystery? What's the matter? The three people who had been looked at by Luo Sheng also felt Luo Sheng's gaze, and couldn't help asking aloud in confusion. Nothing. Luo Sheng shook the head. Although I can't figure it out, it should be a good thing. However, Qin Ming suddenly became alert, brows slightly wrinkle, and looks out of the store. Xlang and Kusu follow closely from behind, and they also feel a hint of danger, like a man on their backs, but they are unable to determine the specific location of this aura. Don't hide anymore. I already know you are coming. Qin Ming said loudly. Xlang opened the store door, joined the team of Blood Wolf group, and became alert. Boss is worthy of being a boss. He actually noticed this dangerous aura so early. Kusu couldn't help admiring Luo Sheng's vigilance in his heart. No wonder Luo Sheng will suddenly look at himself and the others with that kind of eyes. It turned out to be to remind us, as long as Luo Sheng looks dumbfounded. What's wrong with them? Suddenly they look like they are facing an enemy. It's not to blame Luo Sheng for not being alert, mainly because it is too safe to stay in the store. There is no need to be alert at all. Whoever comes to the shop, it's the dragon who has to hold it, and the tiger it has to lie down. Suddenly, there were some fluctuations in the dark night. Xlang raises his sword to block, and raises the battle awareness that he has trained in the arena in battle strength, so that even if he delays his shot, he will be able to strike first in the face of such an attack. It's just that the silhouette in the night retreats at the touch of a touch, and has no intention of fighting with Xlang. After a crisp sound, the store door was suddenly opened. After three silhouettes rushed into the store, Qin Ming and Kusu immediately greeted them and tried to intercept the silhouette. Shwadash! Cold light flashed, a blood stain appeared on Qin Ming's face, and several blood blossoms were raised. What a fast speed! Qin Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. At this speed, if you want to kill him, this blade is aimed at his throat. He can't stop it. At the thought of this, Qin Ming broke into a cold sweat. However, the silhouette has bypassed Qin Ming's blockade and directly attacked Luo Sheng. Are you here for me? Although Luo Sheng was puzzled, he still guarded Xia behind him. Protecting the store assistant is the responsibility of the store manager. In fact, Luo Sheng knew that he could not lose. Boss, be careful. Kusu drew out the rage sword, turned it in his hand, and sword edge pierced one of the silhouettes. But the speed of the three silhouettes was so fast that they arrived in front of Luo Sheng in a flash. Even if Kusu makes a move, it only slows down one of them for a moment. Damn it, it's the rank of assassin. Kusu cursed secretly. Berserker is most annoyed that these agile ranks are not defeated. But not defeated. Even if the rank of knight cannot reach the rank of assassin, but the defensive power can make assassin impossible to start. But Berserker is a power rank, not a defensive rank. Who did I provoke? Luo Sheng shouted helplessly in his heart. The thousand chance ball appeared in his hand and turned into a long knife, holding it backhand in his hand. Chapter 190, Assassin. God-level store manager system. Chapter 191. Dangdang! Exclamation mark. The three silhouettes that struck Luo Sheng were blocked by all of his casually. The sound of Jinti jamming is endless. Luo Sheng's backhand knife directly shook the three silhouettes back, and the breath of the three silhouettes also started Qin Ming and Kusu in the store. Professional rank peak, and such a weird assassin rank. Their offensive method is more ghostly and deceitful than the battle strength of the swordsman in the arena. And they are good at hiding in the dark to make trouble. Except for some defensive power superior ranks, other ranks are mostly afraid of assassins of the same rank. Even with high battle awareness, they can withstand their sneak attack. However, there has always been only 1,000 days to be a thief, whereas there are 1,000 days to guard against thieves. As long as the assassin is hidden in the dark, they will be able to wait for work, But you can only be in a panic and panic all day long. It's okay for 1 day or 2 days. It's a long time and no one can stand it. Once they relax, they will take action at any time. Didn't expect is actually an assassin. No wonder it was a place where I didn't feel the breath before. Xlang guarded the door of the store, and the Blood Wolf group outside the store had already formed a battle. The 3 silhouettes fell on the ground, although there was only a short pause. But all the people in the store can see what they look like. Wearing a dark night suit, his head and face are covered by a turban and a face mask, and he cannot see his appearance. The blade of the dagger in his hand is also sealed by black light. They are very dangerous, so be careful. Kusu gripped the rage sword, and stared at the 3 assassins. I can't tell which force is the assassin. Qin Ming wiped the wound on his face, and also assumed a vigilant posture. In fact, they knew from the previous fights. They simply couldn't keep up with the movements of the 3 assassins. The speed difference was too far. Unless the 3 assassins are willing to attack them, Xlang and Kusu can find opportunities to control these assassins. After all, the exercise in the battle strength promotion arena is not for nothing. Their fighting skills have definitely grown by leaps and bounds. However, only fighting skills have grown. For the rigid requirement of the speed attribute, it doesn't help much. If their goal is Liu Sheng, Xlang really can't do much. The 3 assassins looked at each other, and one of them showed a circle of trial marks on his wrist. Professional rank skill, Shadow Fog. In an instant, a circle of black mist rose up in a small shop, swallowing the light in the shop. Shrouded everyone in the mist. It's the skill of assassin. Everyone pays attention to the situation around them. Qin Ming called out immediately, but as soon as the voice uttered, it was swallowed by this mist. Qin Ming frowned. Well, the store is completely covered by fog. Although Xlang standing at the entrance of the store is not covered by the fog, there is no way to know anything about the store. Kusu is also tight, ready to take action at any time. They never thought that the assassin who came this time actually possessed this kind of terrifying skill. This is simply with the idea of killing. The fog of shadow can conceal all the movement of assassin. With their strength, in the shadow of the fog, basically impossible is the opponent of the 3 assassins. They can only find a way to barely save themselves. Store manager Xia hid behind Liu Sheng, pulling Liu Sheng's clothes tightly in fear. Chapter 191, Shadows and Fog. God-level store manager system. Chapter 192. Their surrounding pitch black can block sight and hearing. Even sound can block, but not even touch. Just when everyone was in fear and panic, a faint voice came out. You seem to scare my store assistant and guests, which is not good. This calm voice, with a calm tone, shocked everyone's hearts. This is the voice of the boss. The chief store manager can still make a sound, including those 3 hidden in the shadow of the fog. Assassin in the middle was startled by Liu Sheng's voice. You must know that Shadow Mist is a professional rank skill, a skill blessed by power of heaven and earth, and blocking sound is one of the effects of the skill. If you want to destroy this effect, unless it is a higher rank skill or a sound transmission skill of the same level. But now, they simply didn't feel the fluctuation of the mark of trial. How did he do it? This is basically impossible. Just when everyone was shocked and didn't know what to say, Liu Sheng's voice came out again. I don't care about you outside the store, but in the store, no one can make trouble. System detected that someone has violated the authority of the host's store manager, and the defense system has been start. System, in the store manager is inviolable. In an instant, a terrifying force burst out, and the shadowy fog permeated the store. It was washed away by this imposing manner in an instant. A vast sea of coercion appeared in the shop. When the shadow mist dissipated, the 3 assassins had already rushed to Liu Sheng's eyes. But being restrained by this coercion, the oppression is impossible to move. No matter how hard you struggle, it won't help. What a terrifying imposing manner, what a majestic coercion. Kusu, who was close, gritted his teeth. His bones were covered by this weight. The imposing manner is oppressive to make a creak. Qin Ming is not much better. Even Xlang, who was standing at the door, was affected, and instantly retreated by this imposing manner, and flew out. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" The members of the Blood Wolf group immediately helped Xwlang up. Ahem, an extremely powerful imposing manner suddenly appeared in the store. "It seems we don't need to worry about it." Xwlang coughed hard to relieve the tightness in his chest. In his eyes, he looked at the shop in shock and awe. And that store door, like a dividing line, completely cut off the terrifying imposing manner in the store. This imposing manner is completely beyond Xwang's imagination. He knows that if the owner of this imposing manner is willing, he can definitely run over him with a finger. "Stay away from the shop and stay outside. Don't let the three assassins run away." Xwlang waved his hand and instructed to go down. But Xwlang also knew that the three assassins had no chance to come out again. It's just that Xwlang still expressed his stance, allowing Blood Wolf Group to guard all the outlets of the store. In the shop, the eyes of the three assassins were full of panic and despair. This kind of emotion, which would not appear in the eyes of these dead men, is so clear. The terrifying coercion completely imprisoned the actions of these three assassins, making them completely impossible to move, even unable to do so. Capture alive. This is absolutely not allowed for assassin. Any assassin cultivated by great influence has several ways to stop it by itself. The strength used for the goal is too strong. When the mission fails, he chooses to abandon the car to protect his commander and sacrifice himself without revealing the forces behind him. Chapter 192. No one can make trouble in the store. God-level store manager system. Chapter 193. All those who dare to make trouble in the store must be prepared to bear the consequences. Liu Sheng said blankly, but his tone was calm. It is the cold winter wind, which makes people have one's hair stand on end. As long as you are in the shop, Liu Sheng's skills can overwhelm the skills of others, and the rules of the shop can overwhelm the power of this world. Among the stores, store manager is the only supreme powerhouse. Chief store manager, please show mercy, Qin Ming said with difficulty. Fortunately, Liu Sheng's imposing manner is not aimed at Qin Ming. Otherwise he simply cannot speak. The store's defense system gives Liu Sheng a boost in strength. Liu Sheng hasn't been able to master it very carefully for the time being, and can only guarantee that Xia by his side will not be affected. That's why Xia can easily observe the situation in the store. It's just that she hides behind Liu Sheng very sensibly and doesn't say a word. Liu Sheng heard Qin Ming's voice, raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Qin Ming, then flicks with the finger. The three assassins who were imprisoned in the air, the masks on their faces were split in half, and they fell to the ground. On the exposed face, you can see the sharp fangs that are different from the ordinary person, dark green skin, and a strange mark on the face. Liu Sheng looks at Qin Ming again. He knows what Qin Ming means, but just wants to see the origin of these three assassins. Many thanks, store manager. After Qin Ming saw the imprints on the faces of the three assassins, it became clear in his heart. Liu Sheng faintly replied, squeezing his palm. Condensed freezing. 3 ice sculptures appeared in the store instantly. Assassin was enclosed in ice. Even the expression on his face and the look in his eyes did not change. This is a real instant freezing, and there is no time for frightening people. The threat is eliminated, and the defense system is shut down immediately. That vast sea of pressure, like a low tide, disappeared from the store, as if it had never appeared before. After the coercion disappeared, Kusu immediately sat on the ground with no image, panting for breath. Boss, your habit of doing something if you don't agree with what you say is really amazing. It's not the first time Kusu has seen Liu Sheng outrageous, but every time, it brings more shocked. But Kusu also knows that as long as there is no trouble, Liu Sheng is still very good at talking. Except for discounts, everything else is trivial. Those who make trouble in the store are treated equally. Liu Sheng said seriously. Kusu was stared at by Liu Sheng's eyes for a while to have one's hair stand on end. He stood up quickly, and solemnly promised, Boss, rest assured, I will never make trouble. I didn't tell you. Luo Sheng said slowly. Xia looked at Luo Sheng with bright and intelligent eyes, shining with admiration. Store manager, you are amazing. Although Luo Sheng has protected Xia, he has not let the imposing manner oppress her. But Xia can still actively perceive this imposing manner, and can feel that the imposing manner this time is definitely better than the last time, and much more powerful. Luo Sheng glanced at Xia and was silent for a while before he said, work hard, don't think about it. Xia doesn't know if these secluded powerhouses have this mentality. At least Luo Sheng's response every time is unexpected. Store manager, the assassin of this time, I already know who sent it. After Qin Ming disappeared from the coercion in the store, he was observing ice. The three assassins in sculpture have determined the origins of the identities of the three assassins. Chapter 193, 3 more ice sculptures. God-level store manager system. Chapter 194. These guys look like beastmen. Xlang felt the pressure disappear and walked in from outside the store. Yes, it is beastmen. These three assassins are the people of the Beastmen tribe who used to assassinate, kidnap the squad, and the shadow squad. Qin Ming pointed to the imprint on the assassin's face, then explained, this is a unique brand of the Beastmen tribe, and foreigners cannot imitate it. Beastmen? Luo Sheng was a little confused. To be honest, he had never seen Beastmen before. Why these Beastmen are going to send assassin to assassinate him? Boss, when did you offend the Beastmen tribe? Kusu asked curiously. I haven't seen Beastmen before. Luo Sheng seemed to answer the wrong question, but it actually showed that he was also curious. Then why? Xlang looked at the three ice sculptures. This is not the first time he has seen this kind of ice sculpture. Just outside the shop, there are 2 ice sculptures of Wolf Hunter clan. I don't know, maybe they are idle. Luo Sheng peaceful said, completely ignoring this matter. Whoever makes trouble in the store is to die. Others are afraid of the assassin sent by the Beastmen tribe, and Luo Sheng is so afraid of such things. The atmosphere in the store fell silent for a while. Suddenly, Qin Ming clapped his palms, laughed loudly, and said, I see, Chi store manager, this time I really want to thank you. I believe the animal tide will soon recede. Ah? Luo Sheng here foggy. Then I will leave first, Chi store manager. Thank you again for the equipment and medicine pill in the store. Qin Ming just shook his head slightly, and then left. Luo Sheng glanced at Xlang and Husu again, trying to make them answer their doubts with his eyes. At first glance, however, Luo Sheng found that Xlang and Husu were also confused. Only Xia was behind Luo Sheng, carefully tugging Luo Sheng's clothes corner, and then weakly said, is it because the animal tide is caused by Beastmen? The 3 people in the store suddenly realized that they only felt suddenly enlightened. Do you really understand? Luo Sheng took a serious look at the 2. I don't understand. Kusu laughed boldly, without the slightest sorry. Since there is nothing wrong, I will go to the arena next door. Me too, Xlang nodded, shouted outside the store, leave 10 people to the arena for training, and the rest, free activities. Immediately outside the store came cheers and wailing. The sound of, after all, the mercenary is a profession that licks blood on the tip of a knife. The huge pressure is on the body, so naturally it needs to vent. Xlang is not unreasonable. Even if the tide of beasts strikes, the tavern of the mercenary union will not be closed. And it's still a big night now. It's obvious how to vent the pressure, but training can't fall, so I can only suffer from 10 people who train with Xlang every time. The door will be closed in 2 hours, so I can only open it for you 2 hours. Luo Sheng said silently. His shop is not a convenience store that does not close 24 hours a day. Besides, staying up all night or something, it hurts your body. Luo Sheng is also for the sake of customers' health. Can't you be accommodating, boss? It's not too late now. Xlang, through today's confrontation with the beast tide, deeply realized the benefits of battle strength in improving the arena. If it were the previous Blood Wolf group, it would have been swallowed by the beast tide long ago. Chapter 194, What do you know? God Level Store Manager System Chapter 195. Even with the equipment in Liu Sheng store, it is just a piece of harder meat. The advantages of equipment and medicine pill are only reflected in single-player or small-team battles. In a real battlefield, personal combat skills and battle awareness are more important than equipment. The larger the war, the smaller the influence of personal equipment. Unless you can be strong enough to ignore the enemy's attacks and magic, the magic of the sky will be thrown over, and you will die if you use whatever equipment you want to resist. No, when it's time to close the door, it should be closed. Liu Sheng shook the head. He doesn't want the night watch, nor does he want the Xia who has guarded the shop during the day. 2 hours will be 2 hours. It's cheaper for you today. Xlang said bitterly to the players behind him. Remember to close the door on time and don't give them any more time. Liu Sheng warned Xia uneasy. Got it, store manager. Xia is cleverly nodded. Xlang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Deep in the cloud mist forest, Beastman's camp. The swaying bonfire is particularly bright in the dark night. In the leader's account, the Naga and Naruo priests sat at the bone table with solemn faces, watching the information passed by the Beastmen tribe. The Shadow Squad has failed. For a long time, Najia Ki said this sentence with difficulty. The Shadow Squad was cultivated after a lot of resources. There were not many people in total, and 3 were lost at once. It is a pity for the rich and imposing Beastman tribe. The flame of life is directly extinguished, and there is no way to return the news of the enemy. Naluo sacrificed a bit of animal skin on the bone table. The situation of the 3 Shadow Squad assassins who took over the task at this time is recorded above. The assassin of professional rank peak, at least the enemy of heroic rank peak, can do this. Naga thought of this and couldn't help but sucked in a cold breath. Heroic rank peak. That is at least 100 level power. Even in the entire Beastman tribe, peak exists. Didn't expect Cloud Mist City in a small shop. There will be such a powerful existence. It's not hard to guess why Cloud Mist City Guard has those equipment. It must be the shop that can open it. Nalo sacrificed a sigh. Naga also smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that a heroic rank peak might open a shop in a small Cloud Mist City? Heroic rank peak, take another step to advance to the rank of powerhouse. The meaning of this powerhouse class is the meaning of aspiring powerhouse in the world. To enter this realm, no matter how big this world is, you can also move freely and horizontally. The world is as big as you can. Withdraw troops. This Cloud Mist City is not something we can win. The Naga sighed long. Although they were arrogant, they also knew that this power is not something they can touch. With this person guarding Cloud Mist City, presumably even the Beast King cannot blame us. Naluo sacrificed the animal skins on the bone table. Heroic rank peak's powerhouse requires only one person to serve as a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. With this one, Cloud Mist City is as solid as gold. In the moonlit night, the bonfire quietly went out. The Beastman army stationed in Cloud Mist Forest left the camp overnight. Liu Sheng didn't know this. The only thing Liu Sheng knows is that he was sitting in the deck most of the night, looking at the crystal ball, and when he was drowsy, he was suddenly awake by the system's prompt. Chapter 195, Beastman Withdrawal. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 196. System, Host. The mission, the Crisis of Cloud Mist City, has been completed. Do I need to receive the mission reward now? When was it completed? How do I feel about me? Didn't do anything. Liu Sheng was dizzy when he heard the prompt, and after waking up, he felt something wrong afterwards. System, how do I feel that your speaking style is a bit different? Liu Sheng asked uncertainly. The previous system was like a machine with no emotions, but the prompt sound just now seemed to have a little emotion in it. Is there such a function to complete the task? System, the host is thinking too much. May I ask if I receive the task reward now? Really? Liu Sheng thought suspiciously. Get it now. System, the jewelry egg pool has been opened. Friendly reminder. The jewelry does not have an ordinary level, so the jewelry egg pool currently owned by the host is only a good level for the time being. System equipment set has been issued, and the battle strength training room will be upgraded soon. Estimated time to complete the upgrade, 2 hours. After the task is completed, the system is still issuing rewards at a rate quickly. Finally, to upgrade. Luo Sheng immediately walked out of the deck, ready to wait 2 hours before coming again. The level 1 battle strength upgrades the training room, and there is no way to bring happiness to Luo Sheng. Just use these 2 hours to study what this equipment set is. It's just that. Why is this jewelry egg pool only good grade? Does the system plan to take the boutique route? Luo Sheng slowly came to the warehouse. 3 flat black stones are placed against the wall at the entrance of the warehouse. This is one of the rewards this time, equipment set. But only the most basic equipment set. Many holes were taken out from the top, from beginning to end, indicating the equipment positions: helmet, necklace, wristband, ring, jacket, belt, pants, shoes, and weapons. A total of 9 positions. Even the helmet, belt, and trousers, Luo Sheng hasn't pulled it out yet. Necklaces and rings are probably the things in the jewelry egg pool this time. Luo Sheng also knows how to use the equipment set. In fact, it has nothing to do with the products he has picked out now. The method of use is to use it directly. For each equipment set, a set of 9 types of equipment will be randomly selected, and then converted into a fixed purchase channel. This kind of fixed purchase channel does not require extraction, so the system is directly divided into Luo Sheng. In other words, every piece of equipment can save a lot of gold coin. However, Luo Sheng is not going to be used for the time being, because the current passenger flow in the store, how should I put it, is really a bit small. Even if the suit is really put out, I'm afraid there is no one who buys it, because the advantage of suits lies in the suit effects of multiple pieces of equipment. Compared with those single-piece effects, it is still somewhat inferior. Let's take some accessories and have a look. Luo Sheng called the jewelry egg pool in his mind. There is really only one choice of excellent grade. Looking at the price, one draw of 60 gold coins is more expensive than weapon egg pools and armor egg pools. I really want to see what is so great about these accessories. Luo Sheng is very concerned about the purchase price. The size of each piece of jewelry is about the same size as a small porcelain bottle of medicine pill. So Luo Sheng plans to smoke a little more. Let's try the water in Shifa first. Mirror water necklace, excellent grade jewelry. When the wearer is attacked, someone sends out a water element magic bullet and reflects a small amount of damage to the attacker. Chapter 196, Jewelry Egg Pool, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 197, Stone Puppet Ring, excellent grade jewelry, strengthens the wearer's physical defensive power. When attacked, someone sends out 2 40-level stone puppets to fight, and the effect is 1 day. It can only be triggered once. Fire Spirit Treasure Beads, excellent grade jewelry, strengthen the wearer's fire element magic formidable power and condensing speed. After entering the battle, a magic shield is slowly formed next to the wearer, and the condensing stops when attacked. Phantom Necklace, excellent level jewelry, with active skills. Phantom, conceal the wearer's figure, and condense a wearer's illusion in the vicinity. Stone Giant Ring, rare level jewelry, strengthen the wearer's physical defensive power. When attacked, a stone shield appears to protect the wearer, and summon 2 60-level stone giants to fight. Summon the effect can only be triggered once a day. A round of 10 consecutive shots, full of pots. Okay, stop smoking. Luo Sheng was satisfied. He can understand why accessories are more expensive than armors and weapons. Just look at these effects and the passive skills attached to these accessories. And look at this shiny, exquisite appearance. System suggested price, high quality jewelry, 300 spirit crystals. Rare jewelry, 6,000 spirit crystals. Luo Sheng deeply felt that jewelry is the real luxury. The ancients did not deceive me. Luo Sheng can probably estimate that what he said only today has really come to terms. These accessories, just look at the price. It is estimated that Xlang would not want it. Forget it, I have a better mentality. Luo Sheng comforted himself, and then returned to the battle strength training room, closing his eyes and resting. In a short while, Luo Sheng's head of the reminder of the completion of the upgrade rang. Luo Sheng quickly opened his eyes. The shop is still that shop, and the deck is still that deck. The crystal ball is still the crystal ball. Where is this upgrade? Luo Sheng looked at the unchanged battle strength upgrade training room, and was silent for a long time. Not only the content is updated. Luo Sheng suddenly thought of this, and then clicked nodded. It feels like this. Put your hands on the base of the crystal ball. The familiar ring appeared in the crystal ball, and the number of people in the audience has increased to 8. At the same time, a message passed from the crystal ball to Luo Sheng's mind. Let Luo Sheng understand what the upgrade has changed this time. There are actually 3 items. First, the number of challenging ranks has been increased to 8. And there are 2 optional strength levels. The first is the previous halving attribute, and the second is the complete attribute. Second, a new online mode is added, that is, as long as the people in the battle strength upgrade training room can choose to be online. After being online, you can compete against each other, and you can also engage in team battles with the 8 ranks of the battle strength upgrade arena, used to train teammates' coordination ability. Thirdly, after the update this time, the most powerful point, environmental simulation. It can simulate a variety of environments, such as forests, deserts, oceans, etc. And after the environmental simulation is completed, it also greatly increases the area of the battlefield, not just confined to the arena. There will be an online mode. It seems that Xlang and the others will be in it every day. Luo Sheng knows that this mode has little effect on him, but it does for those mercenary squads. It is an extremely important function. Chapter 197, Battle Strength Improvement Training Room Update, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 198. You must know that every mercenary squad can become an excellent mercenary squad after a long period of training and cooperation. And every new team member means a new Runin. These all are things that need to be in battle to be truly trained. A little carelessness is the difference between life and death. But the Battle Strength Improvement Training Room has updated this function, giving them new choices. And coupled with the environment simulation function, it can also allow some squads to be trained in a variety of environments and teamwork. Coupled with battle strength to enhance the real effect in the training room, the run-in speed between the teams can be greatly accelerated, and the cooperation can be more closely coherent. I just hope that they will not be abused and crying. Luo Sheng in the heart thought of it silently, because he only discovered one point, that is, after the environment simulation, the opponent trained will be automatically selected by the system. Believe that system impossible allocates favorable terrain to those who enter the battle strength training arena. But it has little to do with Luo Sheng. What he cares more about is how strong the opponent with the complete attribute can be. Looking at the options again, 4 new opponents appeared, namely Berserker, Battle Mage, Assassin, and Archer. And just like the 4 people who appeared before, they all have an extremely ordinary face. If it weren't for their different equipment at different levels, Luo Sheng might have been confused. Together with the previous Swordsman, Spearman, Great Magician, and Guardian Knight, there are 8 ranks, covering every position except pure auxiliary, because Great Magician can assist in a cameo. Seeing this, Luo Sheng can be sure environmental simulation is indeed new blood abuse method updated in the battle strength training room. Sure enough, I should think about the transformation. This shop is less and less like a place for selling equipment. Luo Sheng rubbed his chin, didn't expect at all he was selling medicine pills started. However, there are only 20 crystal balls now. The shop is really going to catch on. 20 locations for this trifling are not enough. It seems we have to find a way to expand the battle strength to improve the training room. But now the most important thing is to try the updated battle strength to improve the arena first. Luo Sheng put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, the ring immediately appeared, and in Luo Sheng's mind, there were also options. These are the two options of standalone mode and online mode respectively. Choose standalone mode. Now only Luo Sheng is alone. There is no difference between online mode and standalone mode. Then is to choose the opponent's attribute. Luo Sheng naturally chooses a complete attribute, and then fights all the 8 ranks in the battle strength promotion arena before he has some real combat experience. I have to say that the opponent of the complete attribute, even Luo Sheng, has some headaches. The 4 newly appearing ranks are not weaker than the first 4 ranks. Even the battle mage, even Luo Sheng, feels extremely difficult to deal with. Combining magic and close combat, the explosive power is terrifying. And the battle method is more treacherous than the swordsman, more vicious than the assassin, and the instant explosive power is higher than that of the Berserker. It can be said that if Luo Sheng is assigned, the personal battle strength of the battle mage will definitely be the first. Wait, talking about the battle mage. Luo Sheng was taken aback after finishing a battle. Chapter 198, New Methods of Abuse. God-level store manager system. Chapter 199. Then Luo Sheng took a closer look at his hands. Isn't I able to use both martial skills and magic? At this point, Luo Sheng is better than a battle mage, is more like a battle mage. Because the battle mage is a magician no matter how you say it. But Luo Sheng's body strength is the unique energy that system gives him, which can perfectly simulate battle chi and magic. Time passed in Luo Sheng's battles again and again. It has to be said that Luo Sheng's battle in the arena for improving the battle strength can be regarded as hearty after having the option of complete attributes. It wasn't until Xia walked into the battle strength improvement training room and reminded Luo Sheng that Luo Sheng had finished training all night. It's morning so soon, so good. I won't rest for the time being today. Luo Sheng shook his head, then slowly stood up. The battle strength training room has just been updated, and Luo Sheng needs to look at the impact. By the way, there are some new items today. Let me tell you about it. Luo Sheng suddenly thought of those accessories, and when he was about to go out to buy breakfast, he turned around and walked back abruptly. Last night, I was so eager to enter the arena, Luo Sheng almost forgot to display the newly drawn accessories. Wow, store manager, this necklace is so beautiful. When Xia saw Luo Sheng take out the jewelry, a pair of eyes lit up immediately. The shape of the mirror water necklace is exquisite and gorgeous, shining like water waves. Even if you don't look at the effect, you can fascinate a woman just by looking at the shape. Does it look good? Luo Sheng asked abruptly. It looks good. Xia nodded hard, eyes full of expectant rays of light. 300 spirit crystals. Luo Sheng said slowly. Store manager, the rays of light in Xia's eyes quickly disappeared, staring at Luo Sheng with a grudge. Don't say 300 spirit crystals. Xia doesn't even have 3 spirit crystals on her body now, and these, take note of the effects and prices. Luo Sheng completely ignored Xia's bitter eyes, each minding their own business, finished talking, and then put the jewelry on the shelf. Xia pouted and puffed his cheeks, and said reluctantly, yes, store manager. Then Luo Sheng planned to go out to buy breakfast. I don't know if there will be something for breakfast in the snack vending machine after the upgrade task is completed. Something like biscuits, pastries, etc. I was thinking about it, and when I walked to the door of the store, the door was pushed aside from the outside. Boss, morning. As soon as Xwang opened the door, he saw Luo Sheng staring straight at him. He was startled, and then immediately greeted him. Luo Sheng stared at Xwang silently. It took him a long time to speak, saying in a tranquil voice, "You almost hit me when you pushed the door." Scared Xlang to death. Yesterday Liu Sheng greatly showing divine might. Xlang is still vivid. Although I am not sure if Liu Sheng really has that kind of strength, it is certain that there is definitely a terrifying existence in this store. But Liu Sheng ignored Xlang's panic, only paused, and then continued, "What do you eat every morning?" Huh? Xlang didn't realize that Liu Sheng's problem could jump so far, and suddenly his face was dull. "If you have time, can someone take me to buy breakfast?" Liu Sheng looked out the store through Xlang. Many stores were closed, due to the influence of the animal tide. It turned out to be like this, "Boss, if you want to eat breakfast, I still have some barbecue and wild vegetable cakes." Xlang was confused for a long time before recollecting it. Chapter 199, You Are Also Useless. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 200. Also, but I still won't give you a discount. Liu Sheng ordered, nodded and said seriously. Xlang suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. To say that Liu Sheng boss is good in everything, and powerful, it is in the price. That is refused to yield an inch. No discount. Thank you for the boss equipment and medicine pill for saving my that many brother's life. Xlang said politely, and then waved to the players behind him. Is there any barbecue and wild vegetable cakes? Give the boss a portion. Upon the order, someone took an animal skin bag and walked over, which was full of dangdungs. There are grilled meat that is still exuding heat, and wild vegetable cakes spread under the grilled meat. Liu Sheng took the animal skin pocket unceremoniously, and thanked him earnestly. You are welcome. Xlang waved his hand. By the way, the new product you asked about yesterday is available today. Liu Sheng took the breakfast provided by Xlang, thought for a while, and said, in fact, Liu Sheng did not introduce the habit of equipping attributes. Every time I am asked, I will introduce it. So even if it is Xlang and other regular customers, there are some equipment that they don't know. For example, the equipment of the 7 Cardinal Sins series. But since Liu Sheng took Xlang's breakfast, he is ready to take the initiative to introduce it. No need to spend money anyway. Really, very good. Let's introduce it soon. Xlang immediately became interested. Although the people in the Blood Wolf group didn't even change the high-quality equipment, it did not prevent Xlang from giving himself a better set of equipment. Liu Sheng nodded, then put the animal skin pocket on the counter. Today's breakfast lunch is also in it. Okay. Xia understands what Liu Sheng means, which is to let her collect the rations. Speaking of which, Liu Sheng doesn't really care about eating this aspect. Basically there is something to eat. First of all, of course, the new accessories released last night. However, when Liu Sheng pointed to those exquisite and beautiful accessories and introduced them in an unchanging tone, Xlang had already begun to wave his hands. Boss, let's change something else. These things are really beautiful, but are they too strange to wear on us? Liu Sheng raised his eyes and looked at the store outer. The Blood Wolf group members are all men, neat and tidy, standing outside, and their discipline is no worse than those of regular troops. Really don't need it? Liu Sheng asked. No need. Xlang replied. Okay, then there is nothing to introduce. By the way, the battle strength upgrade arena next door has been updated, and now you can fight online. Liu Sheng nodded, then pointed to the small door. Since it is really unnecessary, let's not introduce it. Liu Sheng looked at the greedy blade and the gluttonous giant sword, and then silently changed the subject. I originally wanted to introduce the 7 Cardinal Sins equipment. Online? Xlang looked at Liu Sheng dumbfounded. This is really a novel word. Oh, just can play together. Liu Sheng seems to be aware of this problem. He can understand, but people who don't mean this world can understand. After all, Liu Sheng itself is not an aboriginal of this world. So Liu Sheng had to explain the meaning of online. Halfway through the hearing, Xlang's eyes started to sparkle. After listening, Xlang could not wait to rush into the battle strength training room. Before entering, I did not forget to shout to the outside of the store. As usual, 10 people will train with me. Chapter 200, no need for that not introduced.